When he opens his eyes, he feels like every part of his body has been beaten. He can't move, and one look around is enough to understand that he's lying in a poor room in the slums. His sister sits beside him, but something is wrong with the way she looks. He remembers how they were both beaten by a bunch of thugs, and how his sister covered him and took all the hits to protect him. After that, she treated him as best as she could while ignoring her own severe wounds for a few days. But now the same thugs come into their room. They kick his sister right from the start. There's no sound from her, and she just falls to the ground. Turns out she's already dead, but those bastards don't care. They're only surprised that what they did a few days ago was enough to kill her. Still, even in the slums, they know there's a price for everything, even a lifeless body, so they try to take her away. But Tiny just can't allow that. He tries as hard as he can to move, but his weak body refuses to respond. He only manages to lift his trembling hand a little. That's when his hand lights up with a blue mana glow. Suddenly he gets the strength to move. He yells at those bastards to stop and leaps at them. He even manages to push one goon back. Then he becomes a human shield over his sister's dead body. The goons are furious at his audacity, so they start kicking him relentlessly. Tiny endures it, but he doesn't budge from her corpse. Finally, they decide to give up on the girl's body and leave the place. When they're gone, Tiny starts thinking about his situation. Things are turning out differently from his past life. He doesn't know what's going on, especially because he clearly remembers that he wasn't supposed to be able to use mana at this point in his life. Turns out he actually regressed. He used to be the strongest warrior with a hammer. Monsters invaded the world, and most of the continent was wiped out. But he solo defeated the Beast Lord and was mortally wounded. That's when a barely alive old knight named Esgard lying nearby called out to him. He revealed his greatest secret and told Tiny to find him in the past as soon as possible. Then, using his magic ring, he sent our boy back in time. And now, as Tiny recalls Esgard's last words, he hopes he can change the future this time. After realizing that he has truly been sent back in time, Tiny seethes with frustration that Esgard cannot send him a little early enough to save his sister. He does not understand why he returns to this particular point in time. The next moment he starts to cough blood. He understands that his body is still fragile, so he decides not to cry over spilled milk. Esgard himself might not even know whether this time travel would work at all. Instead, Tiny chooses to use this chance to properly say goodbye to his sister. He remembers Esgard's words, that he needs to find him quickly. Tiny is determined to do so, but only after taking revenge on Wolf, the man responsible for his sister's death. In his last life, he barely managed to take his revenge on Wolf, but this time, he wants to do it properly. First, he needs to give his sister a proper funeral. Later, Tiny stands in front of his sister's corpse, lying in a coffin, as her final rituals begin. Irina is not his biological sister. Instead, both of them share black hair and black eyes, something seen as a bad omen on this continent. That is why Tiny is shunned by everyone. Irina, on the other hand, loses her own brother and finds one in him. Tiny regrets that he never repays the kindness she shows him. The priest begins the last rites. Meanwhile, Emma, Irina's friend, notices Tiny's solemn expression. She can tell he has changed, and she links it to the death of the only family he has left. Emma remembers a while ago when she went to his home and found him eating right beside his sister's corpse. The scene was deeply disturbing to her. To add to her shock, she noticed all of his injuries had healed as well. The next moment, he picked Irina's body. Emma was freaked out by his detached behavior. She scolded him then, saying he never listened to her the way he listened to Irina. He solemnly thanked her for the soup and promised to repay her. Now, looking at him, she still doesn't know what was really going through his mind. Meanwhile, Tiny is thinking about paying back his sister's kindness. He remembers how she always encouraged him to be confident and hold his head high. He is determined to do exactly that now, instead of drowning in self-blame. He addresses his sister in his mind, vowing that this time, he won't live with any regrets. A month has passed. He is burning through mana after weeks of intense training. Now, it's finally time to take his revenge on Wolf. He stands in front of Wolf's den. The underlings notice him approaching and assume he's just another beggar. They are annoyed when Tiny casually asks if Wolf is inside. One of them tries to slap him, but Tiny catches his hand mid-air. Grabbing the wrist with a crushing grip, he challenges the man, asking if he really thinks he can't handle a kid. The goon shrieks in pain and drops to his knees. Tiny steps toward another goon, who is unable to comprehend how a child became this powerful. The man guesses it might be the effect of some drug. Consoling himself with the thought that a kid is still just a kid, he grabs Tiny's collar, intending to throw him aside. The goon only manages to stretch Tiny's shirt. It feels like he's trying to lift a solid lump of steel instead of a human. Tiny mocks him, saying he's clearly heavier than he looks and that the man is wasting his time. Then he kicks the goon away. In reality, Tiny is thrilled with his growth, as his mana is finally perfectly synced with his physical body, an achievement that eluded him in his previous life. This secret growth technique enables him to become stronger by creating a constant interaction between his mana and his physical frame. The only downside is that he needs to eat massive amounts of food to keep growing. Thanks to Emma, he was able to manage it. As he stands there caught in his own monologue, the surviving goons just stare at him. completely confused and terrified. He realizes that newly awakened mana is weak, but incredibly easy to absorb into a body that is already injured. He throws the goon upward, ironically thanking the men for beating him up earlier. The man is launched straight into the base's building, crashing through as everyone inside springs to alert at the sight of the intruder. They recognize Tiny as the beggar kid from before. They mock him for coming there alone and unarmed, but Tiny just smirks. While grabbing one goon by the foot, he declares that he does have a weapon. The man shouts in panic and pain as Tiny swings him like a flail, using the human body to bash the other goons. Most of them are absolutely terrified by the ordeal. After a while, everyone is downed, defeated by his human weapon. With the small fries taken care of, he turns his attention to the stronger opponents. Only the Landers brothers remain. With a flick of his finger, he challenges them to come at him. One of the Landers brothers is ready with his sword, poised to pierce our boy's body. Then he pauses as he notices the mana swirling around Tiny's small frame. Greed spikes as the bodies of mana users fetch a high price. Tiny, meanwhile, is nonchalantly bored seeing that the man he's using as a weapon is exhausted and ready to drop. He remembers when his instructor scolded him for using a human body as a weapon. At that time, to compensate for his brutal way of fighting, his instructor taught him close quarters combat. It's the same technique he's about to use against the brothers. Both brothers attack him simultaneously, but he backs away from their swords, already seeing through their movements. He punches one brother and kicks the other. Then, he grabs one of them and throws him hard toward the ground. Before the body can even hit the dirt, Tiny reaches him with lightning speed and kicks him again. Finally, he has defeated both of them. Then, Wolf, the leader of the invader, finally shows up. From his past life, Tiny already knows that Wolf is actually a werebeast. Not just a common one, but a silver werebeast who are known as the direct descendants of the werebeast royal family. Back then, he didn't get to know how a rare werebeast ended up in a slum like this, because it took him tooth and nail just to defeat him. He's sure he'll find out the truth now. Wolf is taken aback to see Tiny taking care of his men so easily. When Tiny challenges him, saying he's going to kill him too, Wolf immediately starts to transform, ready to teach our boy a lesson. Tiny is satisfied to see him go all out from the very beginning. However, Tiny is taken aback when Wolf is fully transformed. He is not a silver werebeast. Instead, he's just a regular mutt. Wolf is furious at him for the perceived insult. He rushes toward Tiny, clawing at him repeatedly. Dodging his moves, Tiny contemplates the situation. Wolf is indeed faster and stronger than the Landers brothers, but he is not powerful like the silver werebeast Tiny fought in his past life. Tiny grabs Wolf's jaw, crushes it with his mana, and throws him away. Once, his werebeast comrade gave him a tip on how to deal with his kind when they lose control. Now Tiny is going to apply that tip here. Infuriated, Wolf rushes towards him, but Tiny dodges every claw swipe. From a blind spot, Tiny kicks him hard, declaring that he should be punished. Satisfied, Tiny is ready to beat him to death, or close to it. He kicks and beats him relentlessly. He remembers the time his companion told him to beat the beast out of them, because werebeasts have the regeneration ability to handle the trauma. Next moment, he throws Wolf into a wall. Consequently, the wall cracks, and something falls out from it. Wolf transforms back into his human form. Tiny notices he has regained consciousness. Wolf is confused as to why Tiny is beating him and wonders about his motive. Tiny is determined to break his spine this time. He wants to beat him until he apologizes to his sister. Once the job is done, he prays his sister will finally find solace. When he expresses his intent to kill him, a terrified Wolf starts apologizing to both him and his sister. Tiny declares that regardless of how much he wants to kill him and offer the body to his sister's grave, he knows his sister wouldn't be happy to see Wolf's face there. So he decides to investigate instead. He threatens Wolf, promising a beating every time a question goes unanswered. Then Tiny notices a mana rock on the ground. He picks it up, as he doesn't remember it being there in his previous life. As soon as he touches it, he senses dark energy inside. Next moment, he can see a silver werebeast in chains, roaring within the rock. His eyes widen as he realizes what it is. He remembers his elf companion once showed him the spirit beasts. These beings are known for gathering mana for several hundred years, usually undergoing a rebirth during the process. Spirit beasts are incredibly rare and typically only reside in Elfenheim. He knew that much back then, especially when she showed him a spirit stone, which holds a spirit's very essence. After realizing what he's actually holding, he wonders how Wolf got his hands on something so precious. Moreover, this spirit rock is stained with dark demonic energy. First, Tiny breaks the dark chains binding the beast. As soon as he does, he is assaulted by the beast's memories. He sees a silver wolf cornered by shady figures emitting dark energy. They attack the wolf from all sides. Once it is defeated, they pierce its body with dark daggers to extract the spirit stone. Then he sees a child being handed the stone. The next moment, the child absorbs it and becomes Wolf. Tiny realizes this is the twisted method used to create an artificial werebeast from a human. It makes sense now. Wolf was not able to absorb the stone fully this time, which is why he didn't transform into a silver werebeast. The silver wolf's spirit steps forward, ready to take its revenge on the human wolf. Tiny stops it as he declares that he wants to make Wolf suffer more before he finally dies. He's taken aback when the silver wolf actually seems to understand him. He remembers Estina once telling him that if a human has a pure soul and enough mana, they can become a spirit mage. She implied children often have the best shot at it. He assumes that because he's young again, he might qualify as a spirit mage, which is why the beast understands him, though he seriously doubts his soul is pure. The answer comes from the spirit beast itself, who explains that when he broke the chains, his mana filled the cracks of the shattered stone, allowing them to communicate. Tiny asks if they can form a contract. The spirit beast gives an immediate nod. Extending his hand, Tiny is excited to officially contract with it. He knows that unlike traditional magic, spirits don't need to be constantly managed by a mage. Instead, they can act on their own as physical partners. All they need is a steady mana supply from their summoner. Not only that, but they grow stronger alongside their mage. That's exactly why Estina was known as the strongest among the 10 knights. The spirit beast sets one condition. It wants revenge on its enemies. Our boy immediately agrees, since he's already planning to go up against the forces of darkness anyway. Once they establish some ground rules, the final stage of the contract is complete. Tiny decides it's time to give his new partner a name. He calls him Wolong, which is a twisted play on Moonwolf. Now the big question is, who are the people backing Wolf from the shadows? He's certain these people belong to the forces of darkness, given the dark energy he sensed. They are the demon followers, fanatics who worship demons instead of the god. Before the appearance of the Beast Lord's army, the demon followers were wreaking havoc. During that time, Tiny was inside a labyrinth, so he didn't know much about them. He kicks Wolf, demanding an answer whether the demon followers give him the Spirit Stone. When Wolf doesn't snap out of his daze, Tiny asks Wolong to handle it. Wolong lets out a roar that jolts him awake. Tiny repeats the question, adding that he wants to know the group's location and their current plans. Wolf laughs menacingly at him. He explains that he is nothing but an experiment to those people, and that they won't let Tiny get away with this. The moment he mentions how powerful they are, his head explodes. Tiny understands immediately that they had put some kind of spell on him to keep him quiet. He remembers how, in his past life, Wolf threatened that they would hunt him down. At the time, he assumed Wolf was talking about his own underlings. But when he investigated the men back then, they didn't even know Wolf was a werebeast. Deciding to let the matter rest for now, he looks at the crack in the wall, wondering what else it contains. He throws Wolf's body against the wall. With that added force, the structure breaks down completely to reveal a hidden safe. Tiny decides he'll reveal this information to Esgard when he gets the chance. He declares that he trusts his old companions, then corrects himself. Esgard is going to be his future companion. He opens the safe to find a massive treasure inside, but he is only interested in one thing, the ring of Valentia's seal. He needs that ring to get close to Esgard. This is the ring Chloe gave him. She had asked him to come find her with this ring, promising she would help him. She mentioned back then that he must already know who she is. Tiny knows that everyone in the Azran Empire knows she is Chloe von Valentia. She is the youngest daughter of Esgard, well known for her kind behavior, and nicknamed the Angel of Valentia. When she turned 16, she traveled through the territory. It was the custom of Valentia that when their children become adults, they offer floral tributes to every temple in the territory to make their names known. That's when he encountered her in the Inveter district of the Phillies estate, which lies on the border of the Duke's territory. In his previous life, he got his revenge so late that he couldn't claim the ring on time. That's why he didn't get to use it then. But this time, he can use it to secure a meeting with Esgard. Now, he knows another person is about to show up. Tiny is right. A knight appears at the scene of the crime. The knight observes that the culprit must be a mana user, judging by the way he grabbed a man by the leg and swung him around. He can't believe this could be the work of a child. When the goons confirm it, he doesn't believe them, accusing them of being on drugs to make up such stories. He then kicks one for not being kept in line by Wolf. This man is Sir Ram, the captain of the Phyla's estate guards, intends to squeeze even more money out of Wolf once this incident is settled. However, his plans are interrupted when Tiny appears on the staircase, prompting Ram to demand if he is the one responsible for the carnage. Tiny confesses casually, and as Ram begins to fume at his audacity, Tiny points out that he only beat up a commoner like Wolf, hardly a significant enough matter for a knight of Ram's status to attend to personally. He dryly notes that Ram's presence must mean he is taking a substantial amount of hush money from Wolf, an insult that sends the captain into a blind rage. Immediately activating his mana to strike, Ram's display only earns him further silent scorn, as Tiny notices the captain hasn't even reached the second stage of mana usage. Before Ram can hit him, he slaps his hand away, understanding he can handle this guy even without using his full power. He rushes toward Ram, about to land a knee strike, but his enemy stops it. Ram acknowledges his power, even for a child, and pushes him away. Tiny only wants to demonstrate enough power to negotiate. He can't afford to make the Lord his enemy yet. He leaps into the air and backs away. There are many knights under Ram's command, so he just needs a way to make the man back down. Ram is frustrated that his attacks are being dodged. He is about to unsheath his sword but stops dead when he sees Wolong standing behind Tiny. Tiny observes Ram's expression. He knows it's almost impossible to see a spirit beast in a place like the Invader District. Tiny gets straight to the point. He knows Ram is only worried about being paid, so he offers to pay him exactly what Wolf did. Ram can't believe a child can afford that, as he assumes Tiny must be an older mage using magic to conceal his true appearance. Tiny claims he has built quite a reputation in the district. Ram tries his luck, claiming Wolf paid him 5 platinum coins and asking if Tiny can match it. Tiny doesn't take the bait because he guesses Wolf actually paid him 1 platinum coin and offers to pay 1.5 instead. Ram is angry at the offer. Before he can even utter a threat, Wolong lets out a roar that freezes him in his tracks. Tiny calmly threatens Ram's life if he doesn't take the deal. Finally, Ram sheathes his sword. He never expected to hear a child make a move like this. Tiny asks for his final decision. Ram answers that he will be waiting for his payment by the end of the month. The remaining goons plead with him not to leave them like this, but Ram just angrily smacks one of them aside. Tiny then throws the coins to Ram. He asks him to arrange a meeting with the Lord so he can claim ownership of the Invader District. Ram promises to tell the Lord what happened here, but he reminds Tiny that he'll face the Lord's wrath if he fails to keep the payments coming. Once he is gone, Tiny haughtily wonders if that day will ever actually come. He turns to the goons who are trying to sneak away. He orders them to bring every working woman and beggar child currently in the Invader District. He adds a cold threat. If they are even a minute late, he will kill 1 person for every minute that passes. If they try to run, he warns them that his spirit beast will hunt them down and finish them. He gives them exactly 1 hour. Terrified, they all rush off to obey his orders. If everyone goes according to his plan, he will be done with this place within a week. Then, he can finally meet with Esgard. After a while, the terrified goons bring everyone inside. Emma is also among them, who is worried to see him there, her eyes fixing on the blood staining his knuckles. He explains that it's not his blood, but Wolf's. He shows everyone Wolf's dead body and claims that the man is finally dead. Everyone is worried, as Wolf was a supporter of the Lord. They fear the Lord's wrath will fall upon them. When they point out that it is a crime to deceive a noble, Tiny confirms it. He explains that the Duke of Valentia will also find out that the Lord has been lying to him. Now he has proof. He intends to reveal Lord's corruption to Duke. After a few days, 2 guards are busy discussing the disappearance of Ram. He is currently on probation because of the incident in the Invader District. They assume it was just a power struggle between thugs. While they've heard rumors about a mysterious ghost or a giant wolf, they don't believe a word of it. Thugs always exaggerate. Not to mention, Wolf is dead and his entire fortune has been stolen. Ram was eventually punished for failing to handle the new boss. Since the incident, all the shops in the Invader District have remained closed, leading to a flood of merchant complaints. The Lord is getting angrier by the minute as his primary source of income dries up. He finally summons the new boss to his residence. Meanwhile, our boy is listening to the 2 guards gossip. That day, Tiny approached the topic of what would happen to the Lord of Philes if his crimes were revealed to Esgard. In his previous life, he didn't do anything even after obtaining the ledgers because he assumed all nobles were the same. Back then, he simply handed half of Wolf's fortune and the ledgers to the Lord in exchange for the release of a few acquaintances. He wasn't smart enough yet. Only after becoming a knight did he realize that there is always a noble superior to the lower ones. He turned to Emma and declared that the most important thing was that they were all free from Wolf's rules. Then, he ushered them to take their revenge. On cue, Emma was the first to kick Wolf's body to vent her frustration. Encouraged by her, everyone began to beat the corpse to release their grief. Tiny knew that no matter what he did, their pain wouldn't fully go away. Still, he offered Wolf's money to them, telling them to take as much as they wanted. He asked them to take the gold and leave the Invader District. They were taken aback, realizing he was giving the entire fortune away. Emma asked about his share, but he answered that he had already taken what he needed. She emphasized that he needed money too, even if he didn't fully understand its importance yet. Then, he turned to the women who now had greed in their eyes. He threatened them. If they committed crimes with that money or approached the Lord, Wolong would tear them apart. Everyone was terrified at the sight of the spirit beast. He turned back to Emma and recommended she go to Diane if she intended to leave. He suggested they travel together and hire mercenaries for an escort. When she asked about him, he said he had to go somewhere else. Emma was worried at first, but looking at Wolong, she understood he would be fine. She agreed to go to Diane but told him to find her if he ever needed help. He thanked her. From that day on, the Phillies Entertainment District ceased all operations. In the present, one guard asks about name of the new boss's name. At that exact moment, they spot Tiny standing there and he answers that new boss's name is Tiny. They warn him that a commoner kid can't wander freely near the Lord's residence. Then, the first guard suddenly wonders how this kid knows the boss's name. Summoning his silver wolf, Tiny reveals the truth that it's because he is the boss. Inside the castle, he is bored to find himself in yet another situation where he is underestimated because of his small body. He stands in front of Cran, the commander of the Knights of Files. Cran comments on how young he is, having already heard about him from Rom. Tiny taunts him, saying it isn't polite to keep a guest waiting while judging them. The commander is furious and reminds Tiny of his place. Tiny retorts that Cran should know his own place. He is inferior to the Lord, so he shouldn't dare raise a hand against the Lord's guest. The commander sneers that Tiny stinks of the gutter. Tiny shouts back that Cran is the one who stinks. Infuriated, Cran unsheathes his sword. The butler steps between them, reminding Cran that the Lord is waiting. Cran finally apologizes and sheathes his blade, warning Tiny to restrain his words because the Lord is a stern man. Tiny doesn't take the warning seriously. Cran, still fuming, decides he will kill the boy as soon as the Lord gives the word. Cran then informs the Lord of Tiny's arrival. The Lord allows them inside. Once through the doors, Tiny is shocked to see the Lord. Concealing his shock, he immediately bows to greet the Lord properly, which makes Cran wonder where he learned such manners. Tiny replies that he has been practicing how to greet the Lord the right way. Tiny, on the other hand, remembers him from his past life. Back then, the guy was an obese addict. This version might be the fit one before he became hooked on drugs. Regardless of his health, he's still a corrupt lord. Sending the ledger to Esgard as evidence against Timon will surely end him. All Tiny needs is to keep him right there. The Lord comments that his manners toward him are better than his behavior toward Cran. Tiny humbly acts as if he can't treat the sword and its master the same way. He then drops a total bombshell. He wants to be Timon's knight. Timon interprets this as Tiny treating Cran like a competitor and is intrigued by his ambition. However, he suspects Tiny isn't actually a child. He thinks he might have dwarf or elf blood in him. Tiny insists that he's only 13, which takes Cran completely aback. Timon gets up and approaches the real topic. Tiny destroyed his income from the Invader District for someone who really wants to be his knight. Timon demands an answer for his deeds. Tiny answers that he did it all for the Lord's sake. Timon is left speechless by the reply. He continues by explaining that even though Timon seems smart enough, he might not actually know how the real world works. Cran offers to kill him right then and there, but Tiny clarifies his reasoning. He claims he did it because rumors started spreading that Valentino was catching wind of the prostitution and drug trade in Timon's territory. Cran flinches at the mention of it. Tiny mentions Chloe's coming-of-age visit to the Invader District, claiming he heard about it from the people who accompanied her. He argues that he simply sorted things out on Timon's behalf before they became a massive problem. Tiny grins internally, having successfully twisted the truth even as Timon tries to verify the story. Timon contemplates whether Esgard is planning something before Chloe's visit. Cran tries to downplay Tiny's explanation, but Timon shouts at him to stay out of it. Cran immediately apologizes. In the end, Timon praises Tiny's actions, despite him handling things a bit roughly. Tiny thanks him, but Timon isn't done suspicious of him just yet. He has already heard that Tiny possesses the spirit wolf. He darkly demands to know if Tiny stole it from Wolf's spirit stone. Our boy overlooked this, never expecting Timon to actually know about the stone. The next moment, Walling appears beside him. With the wolf's help, Tiny can see what the naked eye can't, a swirling dark energy surrounding Timon. It means he's a dark mage. Tiny knows that demons offer power to those who provide sacrifices. Judging by the double circle around Timon, he must have offered up hundreds of corpses or dozens of live people. Suddenly it clicks as Tiny remembers the goons who tried to take his sister's body. They mentioned people were buying corpses for good money. He concludes that Timon must be the one buying the bodies in the Invader. This means Wolf had the backing of a dark mage all along. He wonders who Wolf really was. Timon demands an answer, but Tiny plays dumb. Timon immediately signals his knight, who unsheathes his sword at Tiny. Our boy knows he can't take both of them with his current power, but he summons his familiar anyway. Wolling appears behind him, and his roar freezes Cran in his tracks. Timon, however, is totally unfazed. He curses Wolf for being useless and decides to just change his test subject. Hearing this, Tiny guesses they might be planning to use him for experiments. Timon asks Cran about the kid's strength, and Cran answers that Tiny will reach the second stage soon. Timon comments that this puts him on the same level as a knight. Cran points out what a genius Tiny must be to awaken mana on his own, especially since he isn't a noble who learned it from birth. Timon is taken aback. Cran notes that while it's rare for someone to awaken mana on their own, Tiny's mana is refined and isn't leaking. His mana circles are stable, which means someone must have taught him using a secret growth technique. Timon wants to know who taught him. Tiny understands that Timon won't believe him if he claims he created the secret growth technique on his own. So he lies, saying his parents taught him before he came to Phil's. He explains that he was taught these breathing techniques since he was a baby, only realizing how important they were later in life. Timon pauses to process this. Tiny knows Timon can't verify the story. So many refugees entered the Invader District because Timon let them in just to boost his income. Tiny exclaims that his own strength should be proof enough. To his surprise, Timon accepts the explanation. Tiny didn't expect him to let the matter go so easily, and he's right. Timon isn't done. He decides to let another person judge for themselves and tells Tiny to stay put. He comments that he complicated things by killing Wolf. Tiny wonders who this mystery person could be. His eyes widen at the thought that they might be part of the group Wolf informed him about. Since Timon is a dark mage, he guesses this newcomer is one as well. It's a nightmare scenario if he gets caught by someone that powerful. Timon interrupts his thoughts, asking if he accepts the offer. Tiny declares his loyalty on the spot. He then asks if this upcoming guest is someone important. Timon confirms it, warning him that he should be extremely polite. Tiny starts calculating his last options. In 3 days, Asgard will have reviewed the ledgers and discovered the truth. It will take another 3 days to assemble a disciplinary army, and then more time for them to reach the Filey's estate. All in all, it will take about half a month for help to arrive. He hopes this special person arrives after that window. He asks about the arrival time, using the excuse that he wants to study etiquette to greet the guest properly. Timon answers that they will arrive in about a week. Tiny tenses up the moment he hears this. Later, Tiny contemplates his newest problem. This mystery person is arriving in just 1 week. He is left with 2 options. First, he can run away. The people of the invader district have already left, so it would be easy to disappear from the Lord's men. The problem is that this would make him a wanted man. It would create massive issues later when he has to meet Asgard, and he needs that meeting to go smoothly without any obstacles. Besides, just the thought of running away makes him angry. He knows he isn't strong enough yet, but he thinks he might find a way to win. Now for his second option. Since the person is arriving in a week, everything depends on who they actually are. He wonders if they are some kind of official, but then he remembers Timon mentioned he is letting this person see for themselves. He contemplates the situation and realizes there is no way this visitor is a high-ranking noble, especially judging by how quiet the place is. As far as he can tell, this person must be someone shady. Tiny decides he needs to create a chaos in Phillies before that person arrives. He plans to make a massive scene to draw public attention. That way, the guest might delay or even cancel the visit. It's a rushed plan, but it's his best shot. To pull it off, though, he needs to be strong enough to take down both Timon and Cran. He stops his train of thought for a moment because, after all that exercise, he is feeling incredibly hungry. A while later, everyone is taken aback to see Tiny eating so much for someone his age. They guess he might actually have dwarf blood in him, since dwarves usually eat as much as orcs. Unfazed by their staring, our boy eats to his heart's content. Now that his mana-body synchronization is complete with his physical body, he needs more fuel to grow stronger. He realizes that he won't need spirit medicine or secret elixirs to keep up this pace. His meal is interrupted by a knight, Sir Grant, who is clearly there to lecture him about his eating habits. When Tiny nonchalantly asks if the guy has a problem, the knight demands he show respect to his elders. Tiny isn't convinced he needs to respect someone who came here just to pick a fight with a kid. He provokes him further, staying cool and calling the guy a moron. Infuriated, Grant tries to punch him for the disrespect. Another man, Gren, witnesses the scene and asks the knight to calm down since Tiny is just a child. At that exact moment, Cran appears behind them and tells Gren not to interrupt. Tiny smirks. He realizes the commander is here to test his skills. He gets up, ready to show what he can do in this fight. He knows Timon is the one pulling everyone's strings here. Outside, Sir Grant is ready to teach our boy a lesson. Tiny reminds him that he is unarmed and that Grant might regret this later. The comment just makes the knight chuckle. He tells Tiny to pick up a sword because he is going to finish him off instantly, even mocking him by asking if he is getting cold feet. To answer the question, Tiny kicks his ankle, making him stumble. Grant braces himself to keep from falling and tries to land a punch, but Tiny ducks to dodge it. Gathering mana in his foot, Tiny attacks the shin again, making the knight groan in pain. Grant can't believe Tiny has this kind of power at the first stage. Even though his legs are aching, he is determined not to lose. Tiny notices his strong will. Totally enraged, the knight is about to attack again, but Tiny slips away to save himself. Then, he leaps into the air and perches on Grant's shoulder. He is now grabbing the knight's face with mana-infused hands. He mocks him, saying he isn't going to kill him. The next moment, he knocks him to the ground. Tiny declares that knights are nothing special. Everyone is shocked, and murmurs fill the air as they watch a knight lose to a child. Cran's eyes narrow at him. It was all part of Tiny's plan. He succeeded by defeating a knight in front of everyone without even summoning his familiar. He did it to prove how talented he is, knowing that such a rare talent will stop the Lord from killing him. This way, he can succeed with his plan. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his body which makes him stumble. He stops himself from falling down, while wondering whether he overexerted himself. During his fight, he uses all of his mana to attack Grant when he lets his guard down. It is his only way to defeat him, as Grant is levels above him. In his previous life, he struggles when he uses something like this, because his mana body allowed his physical body to recover, but the mana recovery was always slow. Now that he has synced his mana and physical body, he does not have this issue. This also makes his training easier. He is determined to become a lot stronger. Later, he is invited for a meal with the Lord. he finds out that Esgard has made his move. At the dining table, Timon admits that he judged him too quickly. Tiny thanks him for trusting his ability after checking it out. The maid serves him food. Timon informs him that it is a steak from a young calf. Besides that, he has prepared many other dishes for him as well. Tiny comments that meat is quite heavy to have in the morning. Timon seems surprised, as he knows Tiny gained the strength to defeat his knight from all the food he consumed. Tiny downplays it, saying Grant just let his guard down for Tiny to defeat him. Timon comments on his humility, then approaches the topic that it is unlucky there is no appropriate teacher to train someone like Tiny. At that, Tiny comments that most knights in history get stronger on their own without a teacher. Timon listens to him intently. Then he comments on how Tiny not only knows history, but is well trained in table manners as well. Tiny doesn't understand what Timon is trying to say. He can't tell him that he learned all of these things in his previous life as an adult. Timon is clearly assuming Tiny might be a noble. But nobles with black hair and eyes are not common in their empire, nor even in the neighboring empires. However, there is one place where it is a possibility. Tiny is totally confused, while on the other hand, Timon is hyped by the realization. Tiny could be a valuable asset. Tiny remains clueless about what Timon is babbling about. Timon mentions the person he has informed about everything regarding Tiny. That person is quite pleased to hear about Tiny's progress. Meanwhile, Tiny, still clueless, thinks about Timon's future, how he will eventually become addicted to drugs. Currently, Timon has a double circle as a dark mage. When the time comes for the demon to claim him, his aid will not abandon him either. Timon continues, noting that Tiny will become important to that person, hinting that they are quite powerful. Tiny pretends to be grateful for such an opportunity. Later, Tiny increases his training. He guesses this person and their group will be quite powerful. But right now, his major concern is defeating Timon and his commander. Timon is a 2-circle mage and Jean is a stage 2 skill fighter. Cran could be more powerful than Timon, but they are at almost the same level, judging by how mana users and mages have similar growth stages. In his previous life, Tiny surpassed stage 2. Now he needs to do it within 6 days in his current life. Through 3 days of training, he increases his flexibility by compressing his weight and power. Now, he has better agility than in his previous life. As he relearns the basics, he realizes his past mistakes. In his previous life, his training focus was to become bigger and more muscular, assuming that was the way to become stronger. But his excessive physique became a problem because he broke the balance between his mana body and physical body by being too large. Now he doesn't need to repeat this mistake, as he realizes that becoming bigger doesn't mean becoming stronger. Then he hears a gasp from nearby soldiers. They decide to avoid him after witnessing his fight with Grant. He is satisfied with their reaction. In these 3 days, he mostly just eats and trains. Meanwhile, everyone loses interest in him, which is fine with him. At the moment, Cran comes to escort him to the armory. He informs him that Timon wants him to have a proper weapon and armor. Looking at Cran's sword, Tiny smiles because it is time for him to get his own. Once outside the armory, Cran doesn't forget to remind him to be grateful to the Lord. Inside the armory, Tiny checks the weapons and armor. The sets of armor are likely unfit for his tiny body. As for weapons, none of them are war hammers or maces. All of them are useless to him. Then, to provoke Cran, he brings up the topic that he might find something like Cran's sword. Cran smirks while replying that his sword is no ordinary one. He informs him that his sword was created by the famous weaponsmith, Rogers, and is now called Grius. Cran doesn't believe that Tiny is capable of wielding such a sword. Hearing this, Tiny wonders how many people were sacrificed to create it. Tiny provokes Cran by saying that he is more talented and thus more suited to wield such a high-quality sword. Cran is so furious to hear this that his roar can be heard by the guards outside the armory. Inside, Tiny challenges him to a competition to prove his point. Grabbing a sword, he even raises the stakes by saying that Cran can kill him if he loses. Totally mad, Cran raises his sword against Tiny. Outside the armory, everyone listens to Tiny's pleads to Cran that he won't do anything like this in the future. After a while, they see a very injured Tiny coming out. Everyone pities him, assuming Cran beat him up. One guard whispers about rumors that Cran has a grudge against Tiny because he aims to be the new commander. The maid whispers about how Cran crossed the line, even if he hates Tiny. Anyway, they decide to leave him alone. When he goes ahead, other maids also see him like this. He tells them the same story. Cran did this to him. They ask him to get some rest. Inside Timon's chamber, he is served wine by his butler. He wants to know about the sacrifices. The butler informs him that everything is ready. He asks whether they have Wolf's men as sacrifices again, which is confirmed by his subordinate. He thinks about how Tiny destroyed the invader. He dismisses his servant while thinking about Tiny. Overall, he doesn't know much about the boy's true intentions, but he can make good use of him. Once his guest arrives, he can confirm Tiny's bloodline. The problem is if his suspicions aren't true and Tiny doesn't belong to that specific family, his superiors won't be happy about what happened with Wolf. Then, both Tiny and he, as Wolf's supervisor, will be on the edge of punishment. However, he consoles himself by going over what he knows about Tiny. From his table manners to the strength it took to defeat a knight, a commoner can't have that, no matter how talented they are. He is sure Tiny is from the prestigious family he suspects. The remaining suspicion is confirmed by Tiny's black hair and eyes. He is satisfied with the evidences. As he lays down thinking about the arrival of his guest, he suddenly feels an alarm in his magic. He wakes up with an irritated expression, determined to sacrifice whoever interrupted his sleep. The next moment he sees Tiny stab him with Cran's sword. Before he can understand anything, he is dead. Tiny leaves him like that. Next morning, the maid who comes to wake Timon up shrieks to find him dead. Later, Ram also comes to investigate. He is shocked to see that Timon was a dark mage. He confirmed it with the priest, who is left now. They sense the dark energy, and are going to report it to the parish. Gren adds that the royal investigation team will be there soon as well. Everyone notices that his body looks like it has been dead for weeks. It is actually because a dark mage's body rots faster. Gren wonders why Timon chose a dark path, not to mention he was already corrupted. But it's no use thinking about it now since Timon is already dead. Another problem is that the murder weapon, the sword, belongs to the commander. Ram doesn't want to believe it. Later, the guards start discussing how Cran held a grudge against Tiny because Tiny had fallen into the Lord's good graces. They even suggest that Tiny might have become the next commander, which would explain why Cran was so livid. Still, they find it hard to believe a commander would do something like this over a promotion. The main question now is, where is Cran? Gren addresses his subordinates, ordering them to start the investigation immediately. They begin questioning the guards and maids about what happened yesterday. Everyone claims they saw Tiny getting beaten up by the commander. Hearing this, Gren demands to go see Tiny. Later, when investigated, Tiny tells the same story. Cran led him to the armory yesterday and then started hitting him. Gren doesn't buy the story because, after that meeting with Tiny, nobody has spotted Cran anywhere. They search the warehouse and find him not there as well. Gren demands to know if Tiny has seen him since that incident. Gren continues his investigation, but Tiny denies seeing the commander after yesterday. Then, Gren asks if there was anything that stood out. Tiny answers that the commander was against him becoming the next leader. Hearing this, Gren is satisfied since the story matches the eyewitness accounts. Then, Tiny innocently asks about his future, which the Lord had secured. Gren orders him to come see him tomorrow. After heading outside, Tiny wonders about Gren's identity, because he doesn't remember him from his previous life when he confronted the Lord's corrupted knights. He wonders if he simply forgot Gren, but then he rejects the thought because he remembers every soldier he beat up. He finds it strange that Gren wants to see him tomorrow, so he decides to be cautious. The next morning, he is taken aback by Gren's kindness when he gives him a mercenary card and some money. As a commoner, this will help Tiny travel freely between territories, since one needs to be either a knight or a mercenary to move around, so Gren vouches for him. Tiny asks why he is giving him these things. Gren answers that someone with his talent needs to achieve something bigger and better, which is something this place can't offer him. Tiny wonders if Gren is actually saying these things to himself. That explains why he doesn't remember Gren. He probably left this place in his past life too. Tiny thanks him, adding that he intends to leave anyway. He knows the Imperial investigation team will arrive soon once they learn Timon is a dark mage. The guest might not show up, but it will also stop Esgard from coming here. It is better for Tiny to go and look for him himself. Gren ends their conversation by saying he expects Tiny to remember his name when he becomes successful. He is a bit surprised when our boy asks what his name is, so Gren introduces himself anyway. In reply, Tiny says that he hopes Gren will remember his name as well. After that, he leaves the place. He knows everything now depends on Gren to run the Phil's estate as commander after the Lord's death. However, Gren is in a dire situation trying to investigate the matter and locate the commander. He already intends to hire a specialized mage to track Cran. He feels bad for him, but he can't help the situation. He intends to buy a horse from a guild using his mercenary card. Reading his thoughts, Walling appears in front of him and offers Tiny a ride. Tiny points out that he might struggle to stay on his back for a long journey. He remembers how his orc friend mocked humans, saying they can't ride direwolves because they'll throw up while doing it. Supposedly, only orcs can do it because of their messed up sense of balance. But when Walling insists, Tiny gives it a try. He is happy to find that Walling has a good stature in his physical form. Spirit beasts normally appear as large as they were in life while in spirit form, but their physical size is proportional to the skill level of their spirit mage. Suddenly, he realizes that he needs to link his soul to Walling to sync with his senses. He gives it a shot. Successfully, he uses his second stage spirit mage powers to link his soul to Walling. He notices a change in Walling's body. He remembers Estina once informing him that reaching a higher stage as a spirit mage helps a familiar gain some of the mage's abilities. Now, he can see that Walling's physical form is tougher and stronger, which is proof of his powerful abilities. The next moment, Walling dashes ahead like the wind. With their souls linked, Tiny finds his senses are much sharper. He can feel every movement during their journey, see what Walling sees, and even smell what Walling smells. He hopes to reach Valentino soon this way. In the future, this will also help him reach far-off places like Karun, the kingdom where the first disaster is going to happen. In his last life, a series of disasters started occurring everywhere across the continent, as if to warn them about the arrival of the demon army. These incidents weakened the human military and their forces. It all started when the sacred relic in Karun disappeared. He needs to stop this from happening. Basically, the 7 sacred relics are holy artifacts that the goddess bestowed upon them, acting as the humanity's last line of defense. After Karun's relic was taken, all of them were eventually stolen. This time Tiny intends to prevent this. To do that, he needs to get stronger so he can face the demon army at full power. He plans to head to Karun as soon as he meets with Esgard. Meanwhile, people in Invader are gossiping about the Imperial Army's arrival to investigate. They discuss Timon's murder and the revelation that he was a dark mage. At the gate of Timon's mansion, a mysterious figure appears. The guards demand to see his ID, but with a snap of her fingers, she knocks them out. She then enters and finds Gren. Gren is on his guard, but the person enchants him with another snap of her fingers. She demands an explanation for the Lord's murder, and Gren tells her everything he knows. The person asks where the Lord's corpse is located. Gren answers that the Imperial investigation team ordered them to put it in a casket inside the bedroom. The stranger then orders Gren to sleep for an hour. An hour later, Gren wakes up with a jolt. He doesn't remember the encounter and assumes he just fell asleep from overworking. At that moment, a panicked guard informs him that Timon's corpse has disappeared. Gren curses, as the body was their only crucial lead to understanding the truth behind the black magic. That same mysterious person is now in a forest outside the Filly's estate. She is checking Cran's sword to investigate the murder. She senses that the owner of the sword is dead. This makes her conclude that the person behind the wolf deaths must be Tiny. She is going to make sure that Tiny pays for disrupting her organization's plan. Meanwhile, our hero is entering the western gate of Lucentia. He notices that many people are heading to Valentino. Until now, everything is going smoothly, but he knows that the mysterious person might interrupt his peace soon. So, he decides to buy new equipment as soon as possible. He checks his money and sees he only has 2 gold coins. He is grateful to Gren for providing them, but he knows that amount isn't enough for what he needs. Suddenly, 2 thugs appear and demand his money. One of them threatens him again, telling him to hand it over while they are still being nice. Instead of shaking in his boots, Tiny demands to know if they have any money on them. In his past life, he is known as a giant in the underworld. People of Underworld made a rule that if anyone sees his shadow in an alleyway, they need to hide immediately. He remembers how, while he was disposing of some goons, a priest came to lecture him about his soul getting tainted after killing so many people. The priest insisted that he should show mercy to decrease his guilt. Tiny answered that he was not killing anyone, he was just clearing out the trash. Now he has defeated both thugs from the Lupus family. Everyone is shocked to see it, as they are rumored to be as strong as knights. Tiny comments that they are quite weak. Angered, both of them rush to attack him. But then, he throws his pouch at them with full force, which makes one of them stumble over the other. Then, he leaps into the air and kicks them. After that, he loots the thugs. They threaten him, saying he will be hunted by their boss, but he doesn't listen. Tiny is grinning because he now has their money, a good amount of gold coins. With that money, he goes to a blacksmith to find some equipment. He checks an armor that the shopkeeper claims is made with the hide of an iron bull from the southern mountains. It helps deflect arrows. Tiny admits that the armor and weapons are good. Then, he hears some people talking about a pretty lady. He asks the shopkeeper about the event. The shopkeeper answers that Lady Valencia is going to patrol personally today. Tiny remembers that even though Irina was the first to give him love and kindness, Chloe was the one to give him hope. But with Irina, things didn't go well. He hopes that if Chloe acknowledges him, then he will be sure he is managing to live the way Irina wanted him to. In his previous life, he had become so physically massive by the time he approached Chloe that she didn't even recognize him. But this time, not as much time has passed. She must still remember him. So, he rushes ahead for the opportunity to have an audience with Esgard. Meanwhile, Chloe is being given a tour by Edmund von Lucent, the eldest son of Count Lucent. He brags about how this city is one of the largest in the central region. He gives her a tour of the city's special spots, dragging on with long details about every place. Suddenly, she asks to visit the slums instead of the commercial districts. He is taken aback by her request. She retorts that the people there are also citizens of the country. Nervously, he agrees to do it as he steps ahead. Inwardly, she wonders why everyone shows this kind of reaction to her demands. Edmund should know his responsibility toward his people, especially since he is raised as an heir. Her father always taught her that if she helps the working class prosper, the kingdom will flourish. She wonders if he taught her something unusual compared to other nobles. She wishes to change people's perceptions, but she knows that once she is engaged, she won't have much freedom. She considers dedicating herself to the temple, as the people there want her to join. However, this would make her father sad, as he doesn't want her to be alone for the rest of her life. At that moment, she spots Tiny trying to approach her, but he is stopped by the guards. Edmund also wonders how Tiny appeared so suddenly. Tiny, showing the ring Chloe gave him, claims that she was the one who provided it. He immediately bows, reminding her of the words she gave him about finding her. He thanks her then and there. Looking at the ring, she recognizes it, but she still doesn't recognize him. She remembers giving the ring to someone in a slum, but considering Tiny looks like a noble now, she doesn't understand how he got it. Tiny is truly shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, the guards raise their weapons against him. Chloe's personal knight, Vivian, demands an answer from him. Tiny curses inwardly for his haste to meet her. Regardless, he insists that he is the same child she gave the ring to. She is taken aback to hear this. Tiny expected this much, as he has grown quite a bit stronger since she last saw him. To prove his point, he points toward his black hair, reminding her that he is the only person with that color in the entire duchy. Chloe accepts his reasoning but doesn't understand how he could change so much. He used to be a small, fragile child who talked with difficulty. In reality, the wolf made him look like that so he would be a more convincing beggar. When Chloe points out how small he used to be, Tiny remembers that she has a soft spot for everything small and cute. To win her heart, he summons Walling in his small, cute physical form. She is immediately won over by how adorable he is. Vivian warns her that Walling is the spirit of a stranger. Chloe reasons that only children with pure hearts can contract spirits. She agrees but remains cautious of our boy, as he is not only carrying a weapon but is also a spirit contractor. Chloe asks for the familiar's name. He explains that he named him Walling, which means moonlight wolf in an Eastern language. The knight is shocked that he knows an Eastern tongue. Chloe compliments the name. She didn't expect him to change this much in only 2 months. He looks barely 10 years old, yet she remembers his name meaning something small. He explains that he is 13 and his name is Tiny, while adding that unlocking his mana accelerated his growth. Finally, Chloe remembers him. However, Vivian finds him too suspicious. She asks whether he has mixed race blood. Chloe protests, but Vivian reminds her it is her duty to protect her. Edmund agrees, saying he also finds Tiny suspicious and recommends he be isolated and questioned. Ignoring them, Tiny declares that he doesn't care if anyone else believes in him. He simply reminds Chloe of her promise to help him once he found her. She remembers her promise and asks what he wants. He answers that he wants to meet Esgard. Now, all the guards and Vivian are at his throat for demanding something so bold. Without losing his calm, Tiny reasons with them, asking if they really think he can harm someone like Esgard. After all, Esgard is the legendary swordmaster, one of the 7 strongest knights on the continent with the ability to use destructive power and aura. Chloe answers with a smile, adding that her father will be embarrassed to be called a swordmaster, as he was only recently recognized as the one of strongest knights of the continent. Tiny breaks into a sweat as he realizes Esgard hasn't actually become a swordmaster in this timeline yet. She brushes off his comment, saying the title will suit Esgard well anyway. Besides, the guards are happy to hear how famous their leader is. Tiny notices the positive effect of his remark. Finally, he reveals that he wants to meet Esgard to tell him about the incident in Philes, since he is one of the people involved in it. Later, Chloe and Vivian are discussing what Tiny had told Vivian about Philes' incident. Chloe suspects her guard is hiding something from her. Vivian assures her that she shared everything exactly as Tiny said. Timon was a dark mage, and there was some mastermind behind him. Chloe agrees that his testimony might lead them to the real mastermind. However, she also sees this as an excuse for her to go back home since he wants to meet her father. Vivian points out that Walling could be dangerous, especially with how close Chloe is letting him get. Chloe brushes her concern off, saying he can't hurt her if he's so cute and small. Vivian also finds him adorable but decides to stay vigilant anyway. Then Chloe asks about Tiny's whereabouts. Vivian answers he was taken by Edmund, who claimed he had some business with him. Chloe wonders what kind of business Edmund could have with him. Suddenly, Walling disappears from her lap. Meanwhile, Edmund takes Tiny away under the pretense of having information regarding the Dark Mage. Instead, he lectures him about knowing his place. Tiny cuts his sentence short and gets to the point. He wants to know about the Dark Mage. Edmund reveals that he doesn't know anything about the Dark Mage. It was just an excuse to bring Tiny there. He wants to teach him some manners. He is about to slap him for not knowing his place, but Tiny grabs his hand. Edmund is angry at the audacity, but his words are cut short when Tiny squeezes his hand so hard he can't get free. Edmund threatens to complain to Chloe about the disrespect toward a noble. Tiny plays dumb, saying he doesn't know what a noble is. Then he tells him to do whatever he wishes and challenges Edmund to show him whatever backbone he actually has. He suspects Edmund has some hidden support. Edmund happily accepts the challenge and asks Tiny to follow him. Meanwhile, Vivian is heading out to search for Tiny. As soon as Walling disappeared, they immediately realized that Edmund must have taken Tiny too far away, as the spirit can't stay away from its master over a long distance. She rushes ahead while praying to reach Tiny before it's too late. Meanwhile, Edmund is grinning, thinking he might finally teach the boy a lesson. Tiny is still looking bored. Edmund brings him to the Lupus family headquarters. The goons recognize him immediately and ask why he's visiting so suddenly. They assume that he's there to see the goods they've prepared for him as bribes. Tiny is disappointed when he sees them. Edmund, however, just wants the gang to teach our boy a lesson. The men are taken aback when they question that he wanted them to beat a kid. Lupus gets a slap from Edmund for daring to talk back to him. Catching the hint, Lupus orders his men to take our boy out. These are the same guys Tiny already beat up, so they're absolutely terrified the second they recognize him. Lupus is furious that they're frozen in fear and orders them to get to work. They argue that Tiny is the same person who trashed them before, so they leave Lupus to deal with him. Lupus gets ready to attack, and Edmund is excited to see him so worked up. But to his shock, Lupus's attack is easily repelled. A moment later, Tiny forces Lupus back so hard he crashes into the ground. Edmund is terrified by the turn of events and desperately orders Lupus to protect him. Tiny darkly challenges Lupus to try and protect Edmund if he can. In the next heartbeat, both of them faint from sheer terror. Tiny expected more from the boss. With a smirk, he turns toward the minions, who are also trembling with fear. A while later, Vivian hurries into the headquarters to save Tiny. She is stunned by the scene in front of her, especially the state Edmund is in. Tiny casually asks what brought her there. Vivian explains she's there on Chloe's orders. She then asks about the book he's studying. He hands it over, explaining it's evidence of the bribes Edmund had given. He adds that they're involved in human trafficking. He's certain that now that Vivian has the ledger, Edmund can't prove his innocence. The poor girl wonders what kind of life the boy has been leading until now. The next day, Edmund is exiled from the Count's territory for his crimes. He had been running a human trafficking trade with the Lupus gang for a long time. The Count had no choice but to exile his own son to clear the family name. Vivian apologizes for the mess. Chloe asks if she really thinks she did something wrong, and Tiny adds that he isn't feeling sorry at all. This earns a laugh from Chloe. She adds that regardless of status, deeds should be recognized and people should be punished. That's what her father taught her. Vivian doesn't understand why Chloe still looks disappointed with her. Chloe explains that it's because she didn't give Edmund a proper beating before he got away. Now Tiny finally understands the bond they share. Chloe, the famous youngest daughter of Asgard, and her guard Vivian, a sword prodigy, are a unique pair. They've been inseparable even as Chloe's situation changed. It's funny for Tiny to see Chloe acting like the older one when she's actually the younger of the two. Noticing his expression, Chloe asks what he's thinking. He answers that since Edmund took so much pride in his noble status, he deserved to be punished regardless of it. Hearing this, Vivian again doubts if he's actually just a child. Then Chloe starts to play with Wolong. She even gives the familiar the nickname Wool, because calling him by his full name is too much of a bother for her. Seeing how casual she's being, Tiny asks if she ever suspected him. She answers that she had already heard rumors about him dismantling the Wolf's organization and freeing the victims, and now he's exposed Edmund too. He's glad to see that she trusts him. Chloe, however, warns him to tell her everything before he takes action next time, a condition to which he readily agrees. 3 days later, during their journey, the driver stops the carriage. They are informed that an elf has requested to join them, which catches them off guard. The elf introduces herself as Irina, a servant of the World Tree. Both girls are immediately enchanted by her appearance and her manners. On the other hand, our boy instantly recognizes the truth. Irina is actually a 5-circle dark mage. In our boy's world, elves are the descendants of fairies and usually live in Elfenheim, located far to the west. It is incredibly rare to see them in the central region, where the Azran Empire is situated. Besides their beauty, elves are known for being peace-loving, kind-hearted people. This is why he is so confused to see an elf who is also a 5-circle dark mage. Irina explains to Chloe that she is passing through the Valentino territory on her way to the Werebeast Kingdom in the north. She asks if they feel uneasy about her destination, since the Empire and the Werebeast Kingdom are constantly at odds with each other. Chloe brushes the concern aside. Instead, she wants to know why Irina is traveling so far. Irina explains that it's for her training. Chloe immediately guesses that she's training to become an elite warrior. Irina confirms it, but she seems much more interested in finding the owner of the spirit. Chloe explains that Wolong actually belongs to Tiny. Seeing him, she comments on how rare it is to come across a human spirit mage. Tiny, on the other hand, has already figured out that she is the guest Timon was expecting. He didn't expect her to be this powerful. Since he can't take her on right now, he pretends to be in total awe, acting like it's his first time seeing an elf. Both girls are surprised to see him acting this way. He realizes they aren't playing along, but the good thing is that Irina can't sense Wolong's true power. As the owner, only he knows its full potential. He even curses her ability to hide such powerful magic so well. Irina meanwhile displays some magic for Tiny to see. He can see the mana emitting from her body. It reminds him of when Argon lectured him about how to perceive mana and tell different types apart, a lecture he mostly ignored in his past life. To get a better handle on his situation against someone like Irina, he begins to calculate everyone's relative strength. They currently have 12 third-stage expert rank knights and 1 4th-stage blade rank knight, referring to Vivian. Basically, the number of circles a mage possesses is equivalent to a mana user's stages. Since they have a 4th-stage warrior, they would need 5 people of that same stage to beat Irina. In other words, it would take 100 lower-level people to take her down. He understands he has to come up with a plan to beat her, which means attacking when her guard is down. Besides, he has a secret weapon. The next moment, Wolong jumps from Chloe's lap to Vivian's. Irina comments on how cute Wolong is and asks if she can hold him too. Tiny asks if she's sure and she immediately agrees. But before she can grab him, Wolong transforms into a giant wolf. She instantly creates a shield to protect herself, and at that exact moment, Vivian stabs at her side. Every knight is taken aback to see dark energy emitting from her. Her identity as a dark mage is finally revealed. She wonders how they realized it. Chloe, on the other hand, is glad that she trusted our boy. A little while ago, he had used Wolong to tell her about Irina's identity as a dark mage. He wanted Vivian's help, but Chloe noted she was in a difficult position, as this could cause problems for the Empire. Tiny explained that Irina is the real mastermind behind Philly's incident, and that leaving her be would be dangerous for everyone. He told her he was staking his life on this. That's why Wolong jumped onto Vivian's lap, to explain everything to her as well. In the present, Irina flies back from them. Vivian curses because she missed her heart. Irina immediately creates a shield around herself. Vivian orders her knights to attack to protect Chloe, and Tiny joins the assault. However, he is repelled by her shield. Irina attacks the knights and Vivian with her magic, clearly frustrated that they figured out who she is. Tiny mocks her, saying the stench of her dark magic is hurting his nose. Furious that he's the reason behind this mess, Irina creates a powerful explosive magic between her palms. A second later, there is a massive explosion. Tiny immediately uses his divine steel armor combined with iron body to protect himself from the explosion. He is blasted back by the force, but he's saved. It's the first time he's used this skill in his new life, and it works. Vivian orders her knights to kill Irina, noticing that her shield is finally beginning to weaken. Irina furiously attacks them again with dark magic. Tiny mounts Wolong and both of them charge in. He slams his weapon against her shield, and while Irina is distracted by his assault, Vivian and her knights strike from behind. Irina threatens them, saying that while she initially only wanted to kill Tiny, she is now going to wipe them all out. Vivian challenges her back, declaring they won't let that happen as she strikes the shield again. Tiny follows up with another attack, but they are both repelled once more. They realize this is their only chance, but her shield remains intact. Irina also understands she has to go all out now and worry about the consequences later. She creates a massive rumble in the ground with her magic. Vivian is horrified to see the attack is targeted directly at Chloe. She immediately throws herself in front of her to block it, shouting for everyone to hang in there. Suddenly, she is stunned to see Tiny charging straight at Irina despite her relentless fire attacks. In reality, Tiny is protecting himself from the flames using his divine steel armor. This skill has improved significantly, along with his secret growth skill. He signals Vivian to attack now while he slams into the shield again, determined to wear it down as much as possible. Both of them attack again. Tiny is thrilled to finally spot a crack in Irina's shield, but a moment later, a secondary explosion rocks the area, blowing them both back with sheer force. Though Irina is visibly injured and exhausted, the successful hit emboldens the group. They charge back in to pressure her, with Vivian rushing in from the opposite side to close the gap. Infuriated by the audacity of those who would dare strike an elf, Irina lashes out with a torrent of blaze magic. The sheer power of the assault leaves Vivian overwhelmed, wondering how much strength the mage could possibly have left, only to be stunned as Tiny charges straight through the inferno. By shielding both himself and his familiar with his armor, he closes the distance until he is right in Irina's face, striking her the very next second. Realizing that Irina is finally attempting to retreat, Vivian orders her knights to finish the job, but the cornered mage turns to a desperate last resort, sacrificing her own life to supercharge her magic. As she prepares to unleash a massive fire spell to burn everything to the ground, the battlefield descends into chaos while everyone scrambles to find cover. Pulling back from the imminent blast zone, Tiny realizes the knights are completely spent, leaving it up to him to find a way to negate her power once and for all. He calls out to Chloe, telling her he's bought her enough time, now is her chance. Vivian stands guard as Chloe gathers her mana. The next moment, Chloe begins to chant. Chloe possesses holy power, which is usually only granted after years of penance and divine blessing. Typically, a person has to earn the right to become a priest, receive a baptism, and master the use of holy power before they can finally awaken the ability to vanquish evil. Chloe, however, is one of the rare few born with this power, who are known as natural clerics. Looking at the knights' shocked reactions, Tiny realizes that even they didn't know she was a cleric. The Valentia family must have hidden it so Chloe wouldn't be forced to give up marriage for the priesthood. Tiny can tell her power isn't at its full potential yet, but it's enough to repel dark magic and defeat Irina. A moment later, Chloe's attack hits Irina dead on. The elf can't believe she's been defeated by a mere human. Tiny steps in to finish her off since everyone else is exhausted, but Chloe stops him. She explains that they need her alive for interrogation. She points out that even as a cleric, she couldn't detect Irina's dark energy, and she wants to find out how that's possible. Tiny apologizes for jumping to finish her off. Chloe wonders if she should heal Irina for the questioning, but she quickly realizes it's too late. The dark mage is already dead. The knights are genuinely impressed to learn their lady is a cleric. Chloe turns to Tiny and notes that he doesn't seem surprised, which means he had already figured it out. Tiny admits he knew. Chloe is taken aback because this is a secret only her family is supposed to know. Tiny explains he can't tell her how he knows right now, but he promises to tell her everything one day. To his surprise, she simply accepts this. Tiny goes on to explain that Irina was after him because of some incidents he was involved in before they met. Chloe guesses those incidents must be similar to the one involving Edmund, and Tiny confirms it. He admits he's worried she might be in danger because of him, but Chloe brushes his concerns aside. She says it's her duty as a noble to eliminate followers of demons. If she would die, it just means she was too weak. Tiny shouldn't blame himself. He decides to accept her logic. Looking at his worried expression, Chloe guesses he might be anxious about how she'll react. She finds his face cute and declares that he's finally acting his age. Vivian chimes in, teasing him relentlessly about being adorable. While they joke, Chloe brings up the fact that they need to report the incident to her father. She decides to send a formal report once they reach the nearest city. When they arrive at the front gates of T-Bon, they find something totally unexpected. Tiny already knows Esgard cares about his daughter, but the man went way overboard by sending the Blue Wing Knights to greet them. Chloe is visibly embarrassed by the spectacle. The Blue Wing Knights are the elites of the Valentia force. Every single one of them is ranked above expert. The vice captain, Garen, bows to Chloe along with his 100 men. Chloe thanks them politely, but when Garen mentions how worried her father has been, she expresses her annoyance that he sent so many knights just for her safety. Garen reminds her that her father has every right to be worried, especially since she was attacked by a dark mage. He adds that the Lord was occupied with an emergency, which is why he couldn't come personally. When Chloe asks what happened, Garen explains that a month and a half ago, the family heirloom, Tempest, went missing. As Chloe discusses how her father always kept it on his person, Tiny realizes what Tempest actually is. He subtly asks Chloe if the heirloom is an artifact. Chloe isn't entirely sure, as the secrets of Tempest are only passed down to the head of the family. She just assumes that it's a powerful artifact. Tiny, however, has finally figured it out. He reveals to the group that he knows exactly how it went missing. Everyone is stunned. Instead of explaining it to them right there, he demands to see the Lord himself, insisting he will explain everything to him directly. Listening to Tiny's claim, Garen wonders who this kid actually is. The knights inform him that Tiny played a crucial role in taking down the Dark Mage. When Garen hears that Tiny is close to reaching expert rank, he's completely shocked. Not even the legendary 7 knights reached that level at such a young age. It's a feat beyond even a genius. Garen is already excited about recruiting him, but then he suddenly remembers where he heard the name. Tiny is the one who sent the letter about Filey's incident. Chloe is thrilled to be back in her hometown. Looking at the lilac fields surrounding them, Tiny asks if she likes the flowers. She says yes, adding that her parents loved them so much they nicknamed her Lilac when she was a baby. Vivian mentions how much Esgard loves his wife, which triggers a memory for Tiny. In his previous life, Esgard's last words were a reminder that he never liked those flowers. Tiny realizes now that, back then, Esgard didn't know Tiny's true identity. That's why the Lord told him to find him quickly in this life, so he could make him stronger. Tiny is determined to become an aura master once he starts training under Esgard. He knows he needs to reach the next level soon. He won't be able to even scratch the higher-ranking members of the demon army if he can't use aura. He's set on eliminating every last one of them. After a while, they reach Valentino, the largest city in the Azran Empire. The knights are happy to be home. Chloe asks Tiny if he's ever been there, and he subtly answers that it's his first time in this life. Before she can ask him to explain, her father rushes toward her for a hug. Chloe dodges, letting him fall face first onto the ground. She scolds him, telling him to maintain his reputation and demanding he apologize to the knights for causing so much trouble. The Lord quickly composes himself and thanks his knights for bringing his daughter back safely, telling them to enjoy the feast he prepared. Finally, he notices Tiny and asks who he is. Chloe reminds him that Tiny was in her report about the important info on the Dark Mages. The Lord apologizes, saying he's had a lot on his plate lately. Then, to everyone's shock, Tiny tells the Lord he knows the location of Tempest. Hearing this, the Lord warns him that he's got a lot of nerve to make such a claim. He releases his soul pressure on the boy. Tiny can sense that the Lord hasn't reached Swordmaster level yet. He's just recently become a skilled aura user. Tiny remembers his old comrades, Estina, who became an aura expert, and Jarek, who was close. Tiny easily counters the pressure using the soul energy he collected in his previous life. Tiny asks if the Lord really wants him to spill everything in front of an audience. Chloe immediately apologizes on his behalf, assuming that as a child, he just doesn't know any better. Esgard, however, realizes that Tiny knows exactly what he's doing. He decides it's best to talk to him in private. Once they are finally alone, Esgard gets straight to the point and asks about the location of Tempest. Tiny explains that he has a theory about it. Esgard is skeptical, but wants to hear his assumption. Tiny knows that Tempest is one of the few high-level artifacts in existence. He knows its name translates to time or opportunity. Deciding not to beat around the bush, he looks Esgard in the eye and gets to the point. He asks if Tempest has the power to turn back time. Understanding his point, Esgard asks for more details. Tiny explains the coming disaster, a massive incident set to happen 20 years in the future. After listening to the scale of what is coming, Asgard realizes this isn't something a child could just make up. He is especially shocked that Tiny knows the names of the guardians of the world tree, the strongest hammer of the dwarves, and the greatest warrior of the orcs. Tiny confirms the truth. They were his comrades in his past life. Asgard finally confirms that Tempest does indeed send someone back in time, but only by sacrificing the life force of a powerful person. When he first inherited the artifact, he was informed about the dangers of using it as well as its function, but at the time, he didn't truly believe it would work. Now he accepts the reality. He really did send Tiny back. However, he admits he's doubtful of his own future judgment, wondering why he would choose someone like Tiny for such a burden. Tiny is completely taken aback to hear this. Asgard realizes that he could have used the artifact on himself to go back in time. With his status, experience, and future knowledge, he could have easily prepared a massive military force to crush the Demon Lord's army before it even started. He simply doesn't understand why his future self would choose Tiny instead of taking on the responsibility himself. Tiny is also left wondering. Tiny answers honestly that the future Asgard knew exactly why he chose him, that it was something about nurturing his talent. At the time, Tiny actually thought Asgard had gone crazy. Asgard accepts this explanation, but adds that he hadn't known exactly how far back Tiny would be sent. Tiny is taken aback to realize Asgard used a time travel artifact without fully understanding its limitations. Asgard explains that he had never used it before, but he was certain Tiny would be thrown back to a moment in his life that had totally shaken him, the moment he finally realized who he was. As Tiny processes this, his expression darkens with the sudden, heavy realization that this specific moment marked the death of his sister. Noticing the shift in mood, Asgard tentatively asks if he did something wrong by sending him there, but Tiny simply shakes his head. He understands it isn't the Lord's fault and, if anything, feels a surge of gratitude for the chance to see his sister one last time. The Lord, however, has one more thing to confirm, asking if there is any other piece of evidence Tiny can provide. Something so definitive it would be impossible to disbelieve him. Understanding the weight of the request, Tiny prepares his response. He tells Asgard that Chloe's name is Lilac, derived from her mother's favorite flower. When Asgard points out that everyone knows about the fact, Tiny drops the real bombshell. The key is that Asgard himself actually hates those flowers. Hearing this, Asgard bursts out laughing. He admits Tiny is telling the truth. He never had the guts to tell his wife how he really felt about them, and now that she's gone, there's no point. He curses under his breath, torn between wanting to cry or be happy now that he has to accept this grim future. Tiny is just glad to be believed, though he notices that the younger version of Asgard has quite the temper. Suddenly the Lord calls for one of his knights, Royer. Asgard surprises Tiny by explaining that while his future self might have trusted him, the present Asgard doesn't know him at all. He demands that Tiny show off the talent that his future self acknowledged so highly. Tiny gets hyped up, ready to prove himself. However, once they get outside, it hits him. It's actually pretty unfair for the Lord to test his talent like this, especially since the future Asgard was the one who told him to hurry up and find him in the first place. To mess with him, Tiny haughtily asks if the Lord wants to know anything about the future. Naturally, he expects a yes. However, Tiny is taken aback when the Lord answers that he isn't interested in his personal future at all. The only thing he cares about is the coming disaster. He strictly forbids Tiny from telling him or his children about their personal lives, explaining that people only truly learn through their own mistakes and failures. He is certain Chloe will face her own challenges, and he doesn't want Tiny to rob her of the opportunity to grow. Tiny casually admits that he actually doesn't know much about Asgard or Chloe anyway. Back then, he was struggling with his life, so he didn't have time to keep up with their personal lives. Asgard is visibly shocked, seizing Tiny and shaking him as he demands to know if he truly possesses knowledge of the world's future. In response, Tiny explains that he is aware of the major commotions and upheavals that stirred the people, at least to a significant extent. When Tiny asks what more he wants, the Lord explains that Tiny has only mentioned a handful of people. He wants to know what happened in the meantime. When Tiny looks clueless, Asgard decides he's going to have to beat some sense into the boy to help him remember. Later, as the Lord looks over the details Tiny provided, his expression sours. He is clearly not happy that out of the 10 major disasters destined to strike, Tiny can only recall a frustratingly small amount of information. Tiny nervously explains his lack of detail, admitting that most of his knowledge was pieced together from hearsay, rumors, and whatever his companions happened to mention in passing. Watching the Lord's reaction, Tiny wishes he could grow up faster so Asgard would treat him as an equal. Asgard notes that the only truly useful thing Tiny provided was the Oracle's prophecy about a warrior and a saint ending the war. Assuming these people must be around 20 years old by now, the Lord plans to recruit and train them immediately. Tiny nervously points out that they might not even be born yet. This is the final straw. Asgard is totally frustrated and calls Tiny completely useless. When the butler mentions that he has summoned Royer, Asgard changes his mind and tells him to bring Drexler instead. He wants Drexler to give Tiny a real lesson. As a result, our boy now stands before the vice captain of the Blue Wing Knights, Drexler Ainen, a formidable 5th stage warrior. Drexler greets him, but he's visibly confused when the Lord asks him to test Tiny's skills. He starts to spiral into a minor existential crisis, wondering if he's being demoted. His dark thoughts are interrupted by Esgard's voice, commanding him to observe Tiny keenly during their sparring session. Now standing before the boy, Drexler tries to figure out who he is. As he observes Tiny's mana, he is stunned. Tiny has already reached the second stage and is nearly at the expert rank. Despite looking no older than 10, Tiny meanwhile is distracted. He's thinking about the craftsman who made his weapon. He likes it. When he's already daydreaming about getting something bigger and better, Esgard snaps at him to take the situation seriously. He warns Tiny that if he doesn't focus, the Lord will forget all about his promises. Esgard then tells Drexler not to hold back. He just needs to make sure he doesn't actually kill the kid. He turns to Tiny and makes his position clear. He isn't the future self who made those promises. The current Esgard needs to see real potential before he commits to helping him. Tiny asks if he needs to actually beat Drexler to win. The Lord explains the condition. Tiny only needs to land a single injury on the knight to claim victory. Our guy accepts the challenge with a confident grin. Tiny is ready with his weapon. Watching from the sidelines, Esgard notices the way Tiny handles his mana. It's unique. He realizes Tiny created this method through his secret growth technique, marking him as a true genius. Still, Esgard can't wrap his head around why his future self chose Tiny, instead of just coming back himself. With his own future knowledge, Esgard is certain he could have become an aura master. He assumes there must be something special his future self saw in this boy, and he's determined to find out what. He signals for them to start the fight with everything they have. Tiny immediately summons Walling, and when the knight doesn't move, he decides to seize the initiative himself. Although Drexler instantly recognizes Walling as a spirit, he remains confident that such a summon won't be enough to defeat him, an assurance that quickly wavers when he is startled by Tiny effortlessly dodging his first counterattack. Tiny strikes back instantly, but upon seeing that his weapon fails to leave even a single scratch, he begins to wonder if Drexler is one of those rare, formidable fighters who is an expert in both offense and defense. Finding our boy's movements increasingly interesting, Drexler stops holding back and launches a heavy attack, yet Tiny manages to dodge once more. Realizing he needs more momentum to break through, Tiny pushes his speed to the absolute limit, leaving Drexler taken aback by his sheer velocity. To counter this, the brute grips his weapon tightly and slams it into the ground, shattering the earth to ruin Tiny's footing and force him to slow down. As Tiny leaps into the air to avoid the resulting shockwave, he finds Drexler's hammer already swinging toward him, forcing a desperate, narrow dodge. He notices that even though the hammer is much larger than a longsword, Drexler wields it as if it weighs nothing. Tiny realizes Drexler usually fights with a shield, meaning his style is heavily dependent on defense. He decides to switch tactics. As Drexler swings the hammer at him again, Tiny leaps high into the air once more. Drexler bellows a warning for our boy to stop scurrying around like a cornered animal. From the sidelines, Esgard observes that Tiny has begun to read the rhythm of the battle, slipping past every heavy swing with newfound ease. Witnessing this effortless evasion, Esgard starts to acknowledge that the claim of being one of the 10 knights might not be mere arrogance. Yet, despite admitting the boy possesses remarkable talent, Esgard finds himself far from satisfied. His patience finally snaps, and he shouts for Drexler to stop bringing him such embarrassment. Fueled by frustration and stung by the rebuke, Drexler lunges forward with every ounce of his strength. A wave of alarm washes over Esgard as he realizes the knight is calling upon the devastating power of his soul weapon. Though Esgard understands the immediate need to intervene, his command to halt comes a moment too late. Rather than seeking safety, Tiny charges directly into the path of the oncoming storm. As Esgard questions whether the boy has lost his mind, the air itself seems to fracture. A massive explosion erupts at the point of impact, swallowing both combatants in a blinding flash of light and force. This huge blast results in Tiny to fall to the ground. He lies on the ground badly injured from the impact. This sight triggers an immediate wave of anger in Esgard, who turns his frustration toward Drexler. Though Drexler tries to explain that the injury was unintentional, the Lord is in no mood for excuses. He rushes to Tiny's side, scolding him for being so reckless when the goal was just to test his abilities, not to get him killed. Despite his broken state, Tiny flashes a grin, insisting that the outcome counts as his victory. As the Lord looks at Drexler, the reality of the clash becomes clear through the cause and effect of their exchange. When Drexler unleashed his soul weapon, Tiny didn't just take the hit, he launched a counter-offensive. While the force of Drexler's weapon sent Tiny crashing down, Tiny managed to land a strike on Drexler's face simultaneously. Esgard points out that Tiny nearly died for a hollow win, but Tiny remains stubborn. He explains that his entire life has been a series of desperate struggles, and without pushing himself to these dangerous limits, he never would have overcome his past obstacles. His primary concern isn't his health, but whether he successfully proved his worth to the Lord. Moved by this display of pure grit, Asgard realizes why his future self chose to trust him. He acknowledges Tiny's spirit and promises to uphold his end of the bargain by giving Tiny exactly what he needs. Tiny eventually loses consciousness. He wakes up later, surprised by how quickly his body is mending. The Lord is waiting for him, noting his impressive recovery speed before leading him away for a private discussion. As they walk, Tiny learns he has been out for half a day. He wonders if a high-ranking priest healed him. Their walk is interrupted by angry Chloe, who scolds her father for dragging a wounded person out of bed. The Lord defends himself by pointing out that Tiny's injuries were his own doing. He reminds her that he wouldn't intentionally harm the person who saved her life. This remark creates a moment of confusion for Tiny. While he believes Chloe was the one who saved him, the Lord seems to think the opposite. When Chloe expresses her worry, Tiny takes the blame for his own greed and apologizes for the scare. Chloe asks him to act like a kid he is. However, when Chloe gives him a look of genuine surprise and appreciation, the Lord's protective fatherly instincts kick in. He warns Tiny against having any inappropriate thoughts about his daughter. Tiny tries to clarify that his shock stems from being called a savior, as he remembers a different timeline where he failed to defeat the Dark Mage. Asgard quickly shuts down this line of conversation, realizing that those events haven't happened yet because of the time jump. He dismisses Chloe so she can focus on her coming-of-age ceremony, leaving him alone with Tiny to discuss more serious matters. She agrees to leave reluctantly. Later, Asgard offers a crucial warning. Tiny must hide the fact that he is a time traveler, especially from the priesthood. He explains that the flow of time and space is the domain of the creator. Even the goddess cannot legally interfere with it. For a human to defy these laws is seen as the ultimate sin, which is why the Valentia family keeps their secrets hidden. When Tiny questions the goddess's role as the supreme creator, the Lord reveals that the true scriptures, containing the full history of the world, have been scrubbed from public temples and are now only held by ancient noble families. They agree to keep Tiny's secret within a tiny circle, including the knights who are going to be their future comrades. They decide to exclude a group known as God's Hand from their list of allies. Tiny is eager to find the 10 knights of the Azran kingdom and use his future knowledge to train them into a powerhouse force. When the Lord tries to pry for specific future techniques, Tiny boldly reminds him that he needs to give him something before asking anything in return. He mocks the Lord, calling him a forgetful old man, which results in a swift smack to the head. The Lord eventually drags Tiny outside. He decides that before they move forward, he needs a lesson in respect. However, he intends to keep his word. He prepares to mentor Tiny by introducing him to a secret growth technique passed down through the Valentia bloodline, the ability to manipulate gravity. The training session begins on a rocky note as Tiny fails to pay attention and starts snoring. This lack of focus earns him a sharp smack from Asgard, who is eager to start their lesson. The Lord explains that the Valentia family's growth system is built on 4 pillars: mastering mana, learning a specialized style of swordsmanship, acquiring a stage 3 attribute, and eventually gaining a stage 7 aura ability. Tiny realizes that this comprehensive approach is exactly why the family maintains such immense power. Since our boy prefers the weight of a heavy warhammer over a thin sword, Asgard decides to skip the offensive swordsmanship training. Tiny reflects on his own goals, feeling that if he can master the Lord's legendary defensive skills, his combat abilities will be flawless. However, the Lord reveals a more enticing offer. He chooses to teach Tiny how to acquire an attribute instead of just defensive moves. Our boy doesn't look happy to know that. Meanwhile, a mysterious group of mages gathers to discuss the death of Elaine. Their leader notes that she was a vital tool meant to destroy the heart of Elfheim. They suspect her killer is a young descendant of the Morse family, referring to our boy. Fearing the Empire might get to our boy first, the leader orders his subordinates to gather intelligence on him immediately, though he emphasizes that their primary focus remains their business with the Kharan Kingdom. Back at the training grounds, Tiny is skeptical about the possibility of choosing a specific attribute. He assumes he will naturally regain the explosive attribute from his previous life once he reaches the 3rd stage. Asgard corrects him, noting that while Tiny is just a child, his body is unusually heavy due to his secret growth technique. He points out that he had used heavy weapons and armor, so he draws a connection between weight and energy, explaining that the heavier a person or their armor is, the slower they usually become. The Lord introduces the concept of gravity, a force identified by a minority of mages. He explains that by mastering this attribute, Tiny can turn his heavy mass into an advantage, allowing him to store vast amounts of energy and increase his strength exponentially. Asgard points out that can gain basic attributes at expert rank with this ability. While he continues explaining the concept, Tiny struggles to grasp the scientific theory. When the Lord describes gravity as a force that pulls objects toward the ground, Tiny dismisses the idea as nonsense, arguing that if the ground were pulling them, everyone would be stuck to the floor. The debate grows heated as the Lord tries to explain why objects fall from high places, only for Tiny to shrug it off as a simple fact of life that requires no further thought. Frustrated by Tiny's stubbornness and lack of intellectual curiosity, the Lord decides that a physical experience is the only way to teach him. He drags the boy to the edge of a high roof, At that moment, Tiny notices mana in Esgard's fist. Under the threat of being dropped, Tiny finally admits that gravity might be the reason people fall. Despite the answer, the Lord drops him anyway to ensure the lesson sticks. As Tiny plunges toward the earth, he panics and activates his divine steel armor to survive the impact. He ends up crashing directly onto Wolong, who has just arrived on the scene. Esgard descends and asks if the power of gravity is clear now, though Tiny is traumatized and desperate for a verbal explanation instead. Esgard insists on repeated practical experience and drops him several more times. Eventually, Tiny wakes up to find his chest glowing under Chloe's healing touch. She mentions her surprise that he has already reached the expert rank, leaving Tiny confused about when exactly he managed to level up during the chaotic training. Our guy sits in disbelief, processing the fact that he has already ascended to the expert rank. He realizes that the terrifying experience of being repeatedly dropped from the roof by Esgard actually worked, forcing his body to adapt to the pressure of gravity. Chloe watches him, comments on the brutal training method of her father. She is totally impressed by him to reach expert level. She adds that the entire Blue Wing Knight Order is buzzing with rumors about his genius. When Tiny points out that she should be busy preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony, Chloe brushes it off, claiming she only has to practice basic etiquette. Tiny offers a casual vote of confidence that she will handle the event well, which startles her for a moment. Then, he gets a playful smack from him. She proudly declares that she is the main character of the day, so success is a given. In a sudden shift in tone, she tells Tiny that since her father trained him, they are essentially family now. She gives him permission to call her sister, which surprises him. Noticing his reaction, she points out that this is a massive honor coming from the daughter of a duke. Tiny finds the situation slightly laughable but plays along. Chloe asks him to promise to keep their family bond a secret. Before leaving, Chloe mentions that Drexler is looking for him. A while later, Tiny finds the knight in the middle of an arena, surrounded by an audience of high-ranking men. Drexler acknowledges Tiny's new expert status. Tiny confirms it, while noticing the presence of audience, which proves that he isn't summoned for some ordinary matter. Suddenly, the knight drops his weapon, challenging Tiny to a hand-to-hand rematch. He admits that his performance in their previous spar was embarrassing for a knight of his standing, and offers to help Tiny adjust to his new power level through a revenge match. Tiny doesn't hesitate. He charges forward with such force that the ground beneath him cracks. The speed and weight of his movements shock Drexler, who struggles to believe this is the same boy from a week ago. Tiny delivers a powerful blow against Drexler's shield, forcing the veteran knight back. As they clash, the energy released from their exchange sends ripples through the arena. Drexler's hands tremble from the sheer weight of Tiny's strikes. Tiny lunges again, his weapon clashes with his shield. He accelerates his pace, unleashing a barrage of 23 rapid attacks. His opponent also notices how fast he becomes. The audience watches in awe, marveling at how Tiny can swing such a heavy mace with that kind of velocity. Drexler also grabs his weapon, decides that he doesn't need to hold back. As the clash again, Tiny begins to find his rhythm, sensing the flow of mana and applying the gravity concepts he just learned. He realizes that by manipulating his weight, he can make his swings feel light or heavy depending on the need. To test this, he again attacks his opponent with full force. Drexler's eyes widen to feel the impact of our boy's strike. To finish the match, he leaps high into the air and activates his battle technique, Form 1 Lightning Smash. The resulting explosion shatters the arena floor. As the dust settles over the cracked arena, Drexler realizes that further fighting is no longer necessary. Tiny thanks him for his help. Drexler jokingly claims he held back significantly during their exchange. Tiny also counters this by revealing he hasn't even tapped into his spirit summoning abilities yet, and he summons Wolong. Laughing at his sheer confidence and undeniable skill, Drexler officially welcomes him into the prestigious ranks of the Blue Wing Knights. However, Tiny immediately kills the mood by stating he has no intention of joining the order, leaving Drexler standing there in total shock. Shocked by his prowess, Drexler realizes Tiny has already mastered the inner secrets of the Valentia family. Later, Esgard casually informs Tiny that he forgets to tell the Blue Wing Knights about his globe-trotting future plans. It's better if he won't be affiliated with any specific organization, but he exceeds his expectation. Tiny humbly credits the Lord's guidance for his rapid growth. Sensing that the first major disaster is looming, the Lord reveals that preparations are nearly complete. As a final piece of equipment, he decides to give Tiny an artifact warhammer. It's a weapon infused with semi-permanent magic worth years of a knight's salary. Tiny humbly requests him not to go that far for him. Interestingly, the Lord admits he had been crafting this for months, originally intending it as a retirement gift for Drexler. Later, Tiny heads over to Randall's Hammers, the workshop of an elderly dwarf blacksmith. Esgard wants him to adjust the weapon to suit our boy. Initially, Randall is insulted, feeling that tuning a master-level weapon for a kid is a waste of his talent. Tiny knows from Heinen that a master dwarf always wants to find a worthy welder for their weapon. To earn his respect, Tiny demonstrates his expert-level mana. The dwarf uses his truthful eye, which is a racial ability to sense the honesty in a person's emotions. He finally realizes Tiny is the real deal. He asks him to wait, agrees to show him the weapon. A while later, Tiny is inspecting his future weapon. He informs him that the artifact from the Duke is being fine-tuned shock absorption spells, so he needs to add protective magic. Tiny asks about offensive enchantments. The dwarf is not happy with his demand. Our boy wants it to be perfect because it's not every day to see a new Warhammer artifact. Anyway, he still agrees to take it as it still has 3 types of magic. Randall mentions he has another weapon tucked away. A massive warhammer made of compressed black steel with weight-amplifying runes. The previous owner abandoned it because it was simply too heavy to lift. Tiny's eyes light up when he hears it. Dwarf tells him that it features shock amplification and self-recovery. Tiny immediately demands to see it. A while later, despite the hammer weighing over 100 kilograms, Tiny lifts it with ease and slams it down, shattering the workshop floor. He recognizes it as being remarkably similar to Nocturne, his weapon from his previous life. He asks Randall to modify the handle so he can continue using it as he grows taller. The angry dwarf eventually agrees, when Tiny mentions that the Duke's family will pay double. His new weapon is named as Stamp. Returning to the castle, Tiny updates the Lord, who is relieved the stamp hammer found a home so Drexler can keep his original gift. With 2 weeks until the weapon is ready, Tiny plans to focus on training. When he uses the term of the Eastern language, Esgard is surprised to hear it. The Lord is impressed that Tiny is studying Eastern languages, noting that it provides a perfect cover for his mysterious background. However, the mood shifts when they discuss Chloe's upcoming engagement to the Crown Prince. Tiny warns him once again that the prince is destined to die on the wedding day. This incident will be leading to a second disaster where the imperial family is wiped out. Consequently, the nation will be destroyed. In his past life, Chloe became known as the Crown Princess of Misfortune. Esgard admits that he knows all of this, but he remains confident that he can change this fate. Tiny points out that they don't have accurate information. Esgard comments how amazing Chloe is, but he also knows that she needs to learn many things. Tiny also admits as he knows she will be left to manage a crumbling empire in misery. Esgard is determined to make his choices carefully this time. Tiny doesn't argue but expresses his resolves to save Chloe in his own way if the Lord's plan fails. The conversation takes a sharp turn when Tiny speaks about Chloe with a bit too much familiarity. The Lord's protective fatherly instincts flare up instantly, and he delivers another smack to Tiny's head, accusing him of developing feelings for his daughter. Outside, the atmosphere is much more festive. Crowds are gathering at the castle for the coming-of-age ceremony. As the ceremony draws near, a subordinate stands by the window and informs the Lord that an unexpected number of guests have arrived. Because the event belongs to the Valentia family, nobles gather in large numbers. Genus Freewell, captain of the Blue Wing Knight Order, ensures that every detail moves smoothly, so that nothing disrupts the occasion. The Lord acknowledges his effort. He then mentions that a representative from Lohiter has also arrived. Unfortunately, it is the troublesome third son. The dukedom of Lohiter holds great authority within the kingdom and has competed with the Valentia family for generations. Since their rivalry runs deep, sending someone like him feels disrespectful. The Lord shows surprise orders that he be reminded clearly that he stands in Valentia territory. Janus explains that preparations are already in place. The Lord expresses that he can always rely on him. However, he suddenly studies Janus carefully and wonders aloud if he hides any illness. Janus feels confused by the sudden concern. The Lord dismisses the thought quickly and claims it is nothing. He adds that Janus does not need to personally manage the ceremony. Janus refuses to step back. Chloe feels like family to him, almost like a sister, as he wants to stay involved. The Lord accepts that and reassures him that there is no need to apologize. Chloe has always followed Janus closely, almost as if he is also his elder brother. The Lord then shifts the topic and brings up marriage. Janus becomes visibly confused. He dismisses and reminds the Lord that such a question should not be raised again. The Lord grows nervous and apologizes, blaming the pressure of the ceremony. He then allows Janus to return to his duties. After Janus leaves, the Lord reflects quietly. Janus became captain after his father's death and has always remained dependable. Then he recalls Tiny once mentioning that he has never heard of Janus in the future. That detail unsettles him. Marriage or illness cannot explain his disappearance. A 6th level mana user would not fall in an ordinary battle. Because of that, the Lord concludes that the second calamity must be the reason. At the same time, Tiny trains outside and breathes heavily while thinking about Janus. He reflects that Esgard makes a valid point. With so many nobles tangled in political tension, trouble at the ceremony seems highly likely. The number of powerful figures involved increases the risk. Soon Chloe approaches him. He worries that being outside might be inappropriate since many delegates have already arrived. Vivian explains that she even tries to stop her from wandering freely. Chloe admits the room inside feels suffocating, and she feels more relaxed here. She also feels happy because she can meet Wolong. Tiny summons Wolong and offers to let her spend time with it. She becomes excited and holds Wolong in her arms, feeling that being beside him makes everything less boring. At that moment, Tibron von Lohiter arrives and greets Chloe boldly. He praises her beauty and introduces himself with pride. Chloe feels surprised when she realizes he belongs to the Lohiter family. He presents himself confidently and behaves as if their connection is already decided. He suggests that since this is their first meeting, they should spend some time together and even bring alcohol as if it suits the occasion. Chloe feels confused by his behavior. Offering alcohol before any engagement is announced seems improper. Vivian steps forward immediately and makes it clear that Chloe must attend other guests. Tiburon reacts with arrogance and questions how a female knight dares interrupt him. He orders his muscular subordinate, Graham, to step forward. Graham positions himself in front of her and insists that this conversation belongs between noble children only. Vivian responds firmly that his reasoning makes no sense. Graham then shifts his tone and explains that his young master has waited sincerely for years, requesting understanding. Tiburon presses again for a chance. Tiny observes everything carefully. Graham's smile appears even more suspicious than Tiburon's arrogance. Tiny decides to intervene. He casually asks Chloe about them, which leaves her confused and irritates Tiburon immediately. Tiburon orders Graham to remove the child at once. Before he can react properly, Tiny strikes him with a single slap and sends him flying high into the air. Tiburon crashes down violently onto the ground. Fueled by anger, Graham rushes toward Tiny again. Tiny responds just as easily and slaps him once more, sending him over a nearby building. From a window inside that building, a noble watches in complete shock. He cannot believe that a single blow from that young boy knocks down a trained knight so effortlessly. As Graham keeps falling, his mind drifts to how it all happened. He gets a flashback of when the Lord orders him to accompany his third son to create a scandal at Chloe's ceremony. He hesitates and points out that this act will stain Lohiter's name. The master dismisses the concern at once. Tiburon no longer belongs to Lohiter. He was already going to disown and expel, which makes him nothing more than discarded waste. Solving a problem so cleanly in exchange for a single piece of trash feels efficient. He receives a reminder to follow orders, act ignorant, and forget everything afterward. As Graham crashes down, two nobles watch the scene from a window above. They are amazed to see that an expert knight has been taken down by a child. The sight unsettles them. One of them struggles to place Tiny responsible, while the other concludes that no ordinary genius could do this. Someone like him must be a monster. The thought amuses one of them. Duke Valentia unknowingly raising such a creature feels entertaining, and meeting that boy becomes a tempting idea to him. Their conversation then shifts to Duke Alan Khan Lohiter. They suspect that Duke Lohiter is merely pretending to be loyal to the imperial family, while trying to sabotage the alliance between the Imperials and the Valentias. They scoff at the idea of Lohiter rivaling the Valentia family, especially since Duke Valentia has been a powerful aura user for years. One noble comments that the Emperor doesn't want Esgard to become too powerful. They look at the two men the boy knocked out and mention those guys need to be dealt with anyway, but the other says it's of no use. It's because the young masters of Valentia, who are very protective of their little sister, have just returned home. Back inside, Esgard informs Tiny that Tiburon's bad behavior caused his expel from Lohiter, so Tiny won't be legally charged for assaulting a noble. However, the Lord slams the table and warns Tiny to stop solving every problem with violence, reminding him that he doesn't want the boy in jail before the Demon King army's arrival. Tiny points out that the guests were acting very suspicious. This prompts a sudden outburst from him, who loses his own cool and screams about how dare anyone make a move on his daughter in his own home. Tiny thinks how Esgard is completely ignoring his own advice about holding back. As Tiny stands there, he is nearly trampled by two aggressive young men, Chloe's brothers, who are hunting for Tiburon to teach him a permanent lesson. Tiny accidentally knocks one of them, Tren, to the ground during the confusion. The brother is shocked to see a child withstand their momentum. They recognize Tiny from the rumors about his fight with Drexler and realize he is the one their father is teaching. The eldest, Aaron, expresses his respect for Tiny's talent, but cuts the meeting short to continue their pursuit of Tiburon, vowing that he won't leave the territory alive. Tiny recognizes Aaron as the future heir, but realizes with a jolt of concern that the second brother wasn't in his original timeline. He worries this brother might die in the future, just like Genus. On his way back, Tiny vents his frustration about the Azran imperial family, who are obsessed with their golden dragon bloodline and limit guests based on noble status. His grumbling is overheard by two nobles who suddenly appear. One taunts him for saying insulting things aloud. Tiny immediately senses that the man is wearing a magical disguise to hide his true face. He introduces himself as Baron Narsar, a guest for the ceremony. Narsar mocks the Duke's judgment for taking in a kid like Tiny. Tiny sharpens his tone, reminding him that he is being disrespectful on Valentia land. Narsar immediately laughs it off and tries to act friendly, even offering to buy Tiny dinner to build a bond of friendship with him. Tiny considers beating the truth out of the stranger right then and there to know his identity, but he remembers what Esgard said to him and decides to wait for a better moment. However, when Narsar asks if Tiny can arrange a meeting with Chloe, Tiny loses his patience. Without a word of warning, Tiny delivers a massive slap that sends him flying into the sky. Narsar's partner is shocked and Tiny simply smiles at him. Tiny finds himself in a tight spot as he again loses his temper. His thoughts are cut short when Ixilin launches a sudden attack. Tiny barely dodges the strike and manages to clash swords, but his opponent is fueled by rage, vowing to rip him apart. The situation turns dire when Tiny senses mana space control around him. He realizes with a shock that he is facing a challenger rank knight. Ixilin threatens to cut him, but Tiny relies on his iron god armor for protection. Seizing a moment, Tiny summons Wolling behind his enemy. The sight of a spirit beast catches Ixilin off guard, giving Tiny an opening to land a punch. However, the attack does absolutely nothing. Ixilin doesn't even flinch. Instead, he grabs Tiny by the shirt and tosses him away like a ragdoll. Tiny regains his balance just as the knight prepares a devastating blow against him. His spirit wolf comes between them. Next moment, he is crashed to the ground. Just as Ixilin moves in for the kill, Narser arrives and commands him to stop, taking full responsibility for the misunderstanding. Later, Genis meets with Tiny to clear the air. Tiny offers an apology, explaining that he acted out of suspicion. Janus decides to let the matter slide since the noble involved has granted forgiveness. He still gives Tiny with a stern warning. He explains that Tiny shouldn't underestimate Valentia or those visiting it with special permission. Tiny feels the man's intimidating aura and listens as Janus encourages him to be more cautious so he can reach his great potential. Before Janus leaves, Tiny tries to dig for information and asks about Narsar. Janus decides to keep it as private information. Tiny questions again, confirming if he's the Imperial family part. Janus regrets telling him anything. He understands the fact of a challenger rank being uncommon. He then instructs Tiny to keep secrecy, and Tiny agrees. Tiny pieces the puzzle together on his own. He concludes that the mysterious powerhouse must be an inspector for the Imperial family, sent because Chloe's upcoming ceremony is essentially the official announcement of her engagement to the Crown Prince. A week passes, and the day of the ceremony finally arrives. The castle is packed with guests. While Janus focuses on making the day perfect for their sister, Tiny focuses on the buffet. Janus watches with irritation as Tiny stuffs his face, telling him to slow down before he hurts himself. Tiny dismisses the concern. Janus decides to slide the matter as he understands that Tiny needs the calories to fuel his growing body. Their conversation is interrupted by Narsar, who approaches Tiny asking for a conversation as Janus is busy with official duties. Tiny quickly apologizes for his previous discourtesy. Narsar surprises him by being incredibly gracious. He claims he was actually impressed by Tiny's decisive personality, and even tells Tiny to hit him again if he ever acts arrogant in the future. Tiny is left feeling completely weirded out, wondering if the man has some kind of twisted personality. The festivities truly begin as the host announces the star of the show. Chloe enters the hall alongside her father and two brothers, looking absolutely stunning in her ceremonial attire. Narsar is visibly awestruck by her beauty. Watching him stare at Chloe with such intensity, Tiny feels a surge of protectiveness. The nobles also stare at her and notice how stunning she looks. She stays calm as she knows her life is officially changing forever from this moment on. Tiny watches her and remembers the sweet way she asked him to be her brother. This memory triggers him to let out his mana, which brings Wolling into the hall and leaves everyone totally speechless. Esgard looks shocked too. Wolling acts like a big puppy around Chloe before she sits down and tells him to stay put. Some people murmur by complaining about a dog being at a fancy party, but Wolling suddenly starts glowing. He grows into a massive giant wolf right there, making everyone freeze in fear. They realize this isn't a normal animal but a powerful awe. Narsa thank him for the scene. Tiny just finds his act of thanking annoying and thinks there is something fishy about him. He silently decides that if he keeps being like this, he might have to slap him again. Esgard walks up to her daughter and gets a bit emotional, mentioning how proud her mother would be. This makes everyone feel a bit heavy and sad, though only the people who know the family's history really get why. Then, the Lord puts on the medal in her neck and announces the big moment. He points his finger, light flashes everywhere, and a magical projection of her fiancé appears. The man introduces himself as Bradley Van Aslan. He explains that he can't be there in person but is grateful to be her fiancé. Vivian in the crowd recognizes his voice and thinks he's the reincarnation of a legendary king. Tiny isn't impressed because he remembers that in his past life, he died for no good reason. When Narsar tries to jump in, Tiny holds him back and tells him to relax. He has told him spell Narsar backward, and Tiny realizes it spells Azran. As he goes ahead, Tiny starts to panic. He realizes the guy he once beat up is actually the Crown Prince. He feels a wave of dread thinking about the trouble he's in. Genis notices he's shaking and asks what's up, so Tiny just blames the heat. Genis tells him not to worry because Prince has already forgiven him. He clarifies that he will be safe and sound in Valentia. Her informs him that the Crown Prince is the one who pushed for this marriage against the Emperor's orders. This makes it clear the Prince is officially on their side now. Later, Genis mentions Esgard wants Tiny to meet him after the ceremony. When they meet, the Lord thanks Tiny for Wolling because it helped Chloe stay calm. They then start discussing some serious problems. He ponders what Tiny has told him. A powerful artifact will be gone missing, and a giant monster called a kraken will destroy the capital. He wonders why a kraken will be showed up instead of any other monster. Tiny suggests they investigate. Then he asks about the hammer stamp. The Lord informs about the tuning and tells Tiny to head to the blacksmith the next day to get his weapon. Tiny then gets to the blacksmith's shop, and the new weapon is a total game changer. The blacksmith points out that it's heavier for more power, repairs itself automatically, and is perfectly tuned to Tiny's specific mana. The blacksmith admits the weapon feels creepy and unnatural. He wonders how his son created something so intense. Tiny picks it up like it's nothing, and the blacksmith advises to give it a test swing. It feels smooth, like the weapon is actually cooperating with him. He's pretty happy with it. Later on, Tiny is riding his familiar outside the city to see how the weapon handles while moving. He's really impressed and feels thankful to Randall for getting this done. Wooling starts acting high energy and speeds up, which Tiny just figures is because the wolf loves running under the moonlight. He checks his pace and realizes they're moving so fast, they'll hit the port city of Enixon in just a week. Meanwhile, in a dark room somewhere else, the demon followers get word that Tiny has left the Duke's lands. He's annoyed that Tiny is riding a top-tier spirit beast that's way faster than a normal carriage. Once he confirms Tiny is heading for Enixon on his way to Karun, the leader decides this is the perfect time to get rid of him. He gives the order to contact the Tamers and take him out. Back on the road, a group of Black Knights jumps out to block Tiny's path. They're super rude, mocking him. They remind him that they are on the same level. He won't win against them even if he will be relying on his spirit beast. They start charging up their mana, ready to teach him a lesson with force. One of them fires an arrow, but Tiny just slaps it out of the air like a fly. This totally freaks them out because that was supposed to be a high-level attack. They try to convince themselves it's just a trick and charge again, thinking they can win with numbers. Tiny isn't interested in the chatter. He swings his hammer, crushing one of the knights instantly. The guy realizes too late that Tiny's power is the real deal before he hits the ground. Tiny calls them out for being vermin who follow demons instead of real knights. As the rest of the knights realize they were lied to about how strong Tiny actually is, they try to run away in a panic. However, Tiny isn't about to let them go. He chases them down and slams his hammer into the earth, splitting the ground open and trapping them in the cracks. Now finished with them, he is loving the new weapon. But he stops to wonder how these guys knew exactly which road he was taking. He feels a bit of regret for killing them all since he can't question them now. Suddenly, a massive tree crashes down behind him. A huge two-headed troll steps out of the dark. Tiny realizes things just got a lot worse, as a high-level monster has arrived, and it's locked onto him as its next target. Tiny notices the massive two-headed troll and realizes he is in a ridiculous situation, because a rank 5 monster has no business being in this area. These creatures are strong enough to fight elite mages, yet this one charges at him with an axe. He barely dodges the swing before a voice from the shadows orders the beast to kill him. This confirms that the monster belongs to the magic tamer, and they sent it specifically to wipe him out. He understands that the troll is being controlled. He sends Walling to take out the tamer, but the mage uses a magical weapon to force the troll into a frenzy. The monster hurls its axe again, and even though Tiny dodges, the force is so strong it snaps trees like toothpicks. The troll is incredibly fast and keeps attacking from behind, which starts to get on Tiny's nerves. He knows trolls are rank 5 because they are pure muscle and heal almost instantly, so he decides to be patient and waits for a gap in its defense. The fight gets even more dangerous when the troll spits out a cloud of poisonous smoke. Tiny feels his body weakening, but he uses his mana to stay upright just as the axe comes down at his head. He swings his new hammer upward with every bit of strength he has, and the impact is massive. The extra weight of the weapon works perfectly, and for a second, it looks like he has the upper hand. However, the monster's wounds heal right in front of his eyes. Tiny has to back off and keep jumping around to avoid getting crushed. He keeps landing heavy hits, but the troll just keeps fixing itself. The tamer watches from a distance, thinking Tiny will eventually run out of energy. The fight continues, but Tiny eventually runs out of room to retreat. Then he notices the troll is finally exhausted. The tamer's plan backfires, though, because the troll starts slowing down first. The constant healing is draining the monster's energy faster than it can recover. The tamer panics as Walling lunges out and pins him to the ground. With the tamer occupied, Tiny charges the troll one last time and pours lightning into his hammer. The resulting explosion is huge, and when the dust settles, Tiny is left standing there holding both of the monster's heads. He heads over to the captured tamer to get some answers. The man explains that their group is based in a lawless city run by a mayor who leads a city alliance. Tiny doesn't buy the whole story because the organization wouldn't just throw away a high-level tamer like this. He pushes harder until the man admits they are the ones who are going to steal the artifact from Karun. Tiny makes it clear that the man's life depends on naming the person in charge. The person tries to explain that he will die if he will reveal the name. Tiny points out that it's just a theory. Then he threatens him to take a chance. Once he finishes up, Tiny travels to the port city of Enixon. Tiny remembers that Esgard mentioned a contact would be waiting for him at a local pub. He finds the building and walks in, but he freezes the moment he sees who is sitting there. The person sent to help him is Esgard himself. Esgard offers a quick apology, and his body suddenly shifts into the form of a completely ordinary-looking guy. He casually mentions that the shop doesn't serve drinks to kids, leaving Tiny totally frozen. The man's face is unrecognizable, but what's even more terrifying is that Tiny can't sense a single drop of mana coming from him. There isn't a spell to break or an illusion to see through. The disguise is just perfect. Nearby, a couple of guys start laughing and tell Tiny that the bar isn't a playground. One starts making a rude comment about Tiny's black hair, but Wolling instantly slides between them. The sight of the wolf sends the men scrambling back in a total panic. Tiny makes a mental note that Wolling probably shouldn't have done that, but he decides some people just need to be put in their place. The man in disguise watches Wolling and realizes Tiny is a spirit summoner. He connects the dots, realizing Tiny is the special order customer he was expecting, and apologizes for the slow greeting. He leads Tiny into a back room. Tiny hands over a silver tablet, which the man confirms is the official seal of the Duke of Valentia. The man explains that he is the leader of Black Wing, the Duke's secret intelligence group. These guys aren't just elite fighters, they are the best spies in the world. He introduces himself as Jay, the commander of the whole operation. Tiny is confused because a guy in Jay's position should be an incredibly powerful warrior, yet he still can't feel any mana from him. Jay drops a bombshell. His mana has never actually awakened. Tiny is stunned, but Jay just laughs it off, shifting back into the Esgard's form for a second. He explains that while having no mana makes disguises a bit of a headache, it's also a lot of fun because nobody can track him. Tiny admits the tactic is incredibly bold and dangerous. Jay agrees that the thrill is the best part. Turning to business, Jay informs Tiny that a 7th Circle mage named Gale Anderson, known as the Warlock of Tsunami, has vanished. Tiny knows exactly how bad this is. A mage that is powerful who controls the sea. Jay explains that Gale went missing 2 weeks ago while out at sea, and all communication went dead. This creates a huge problem because Gale was supposed to provide a letter of recommendation for Tiny's mission. Jay hands Tiny a new identity tablet, explaining that they have a backup plan. Tiny is glad that Esgard keeps his promise. Tiny then mentions a name he squeezed out of the tamer earlier, Hustle, a devil worshipper linked to the Karun disaster. Jay notes the name, suspecting it belongs to an orc or a werebeast. He promises to look into it. Suddenly, a frantic knock at the door interrupts them. An agent tells Jay he has to leave because they have arrived. Tiny thinks it's some major threat, but it turns out the big presence is just a massive crowd of hungry customers. Jay ends up spending the afternoon serving food in a packed restaurant. Tiny watches the chaos, wondering how a fake pub meant for spying actually manages to be a successful business. 2 days later, Tiny is at the Flaxen docks. He's in disguise with his face covered as he prepares to board a ship for Karun. When the attendant asks for ID, Tiny lets a bit of mana flow into the seal. The attendant nearly jumps out of his skin, shocked to see a noble traveling all alone. Tiny tells a cover story about being from a fallen noble house, which makes the attendant feel so bad that he starts apologizing for being rude and wishes Tiny a safe trip. As he walks onto the deck, Tiny thinks about the history Jay gave him for his fake identity. He is pretending to be a descendant of the Moors family. They were a group of nobles who were framed as devil followers and disappeared 40 years ago. Since the family was known for having black hair and black eyes, the disguise fits perfectly. He's officially a runaway from a tragic family line, though he thinks the son of a chivalrous elf part of the story is a bit much. Just as he gets settled, his instincts flare up. He feels dark mana shifting nearby, and he realizes the source of the power is coming from somewhere inside the ship itself. Tiny feels the mana shifting around him and instantly realizes the evil energy surrounded. It isn't just 1 or 2 people either. The dark vibe is spreading through the entire crowd on the ship. He realizes their plan is way worse than just a random attack. It feels like they are preparing to turn everyone on board into human sacrifices. The violence kicks off when a man lunges at Tiny, aiming a knife right at his head. Tiny doesn't even flinch. He catches the guy's wrist with his bare hand and snaps the bone like a dry twig. As the man screams and blood pours out, the crowd freezes in terror, realizing the guy Tiny just maimed is bleeding. When someone yells at Tiny to let go, he does the opposite. He kicks the dropped knife into the air, catches it, and in one smooth motion, drives it into another man's chest. The guy dies instantly, coughing up blood, but the weirdest part is the thick, stinking smoke that starts rising from his body. It smells like something rotten, and the passengers start panicking, shouting that the dead man was a demon worshipper. One guy thanks Tiny for exposing the threat while trying to get close to him under the guise of following protocol. Tiny isn't buying the act for a second. He grabs the man, twists his arm, and slams him into another accomplice. As they both go down spitting blood, Tiny just calmly keeps count of the bodies. The rest of the group realizes the game is up and starts running, screaming that Tiny is a murderer, but the truth is obvious. Every single one of them is a demon follower. The ship's captain runs over, pretending to be outraged and shocked. He tries to apologize and blame everything on corrupted underlings, asking Tiny to help him clean up the mess. Tiny just mocks his acting skills and kills him on the spot. When the captain's head hits the deck, the smoke rising from his neck is even thicker than the others, proving he was the most corrupted of them all. Later, the scene shifts to the castle, where a report is given to King Imud van Karen. It turns out the crew that had been running this shipping route for 5 years was totally corrupted. Several sailors were infected with a junior-level evil disease, which gave them enough power to run the ship, but the captain had reached a blader level of corruption. The king is informed about these followers that reaching that level of evil requires the sacrifice of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent people. These sacrifices give demon worshippers massive power and can even help high-level evil clans tear through the boundaries between dimensions. Tiny tells him that these demon followers are like a plague on humanity. The king admits he hasn't seen a case this bad in 30 years and realizes he's been way too relaxed. He gives Tiny credit, using his fake identity as an elf-blooded spirit summoner, for stopping what would have been a massive slaughter. The king is curious about Tiny's spirit beast and asks to see it. The king's advisors freak out, saying it's dangerous to show off such a rare spirit, but Tiny doesn't care. He summons Walling right there. The king is visibly shaken by how powerful and real the spirit is and immediately asks for a private talk. Even though his guards are worried about him being alone with a stranger, the king sends them out of the room. Once they are alone, the king gets straight to the point. He tells Tiny that he knows the whole quarter-elf story is a total lie. Emud looks him in the eye and demands to know the real reason Tiny came to the kingdom. King immediately catches Tiny in a lie regarding his heritage, explaining that black hair and elven blood are a biological impossibility. This revelation leaves Tiny stunned, though the king quickly clarifies that this knowledge is a closely guarded royal secret. Tiny immediately apologizes and admits his true purpose involves hunting demon followers to prevent them from stealing a divine artifact and triggering a disaster in Karun. The king's sharp intuition continues to pressure Tiny as he identifies him as a native of the empire. He explains that this creates a diplomatic hurdle, as Karun maintains a stance that favors the kingdom's alliance over the empire. Despite the inherent distrust toward an imperial citizen concealing his identity, the king decides to extend his confidence. He bases this trust on Tiny's status as a spirit summoner, falling back on the common stereotype that those with pure enough souls to command spirits must be inherently good. Tiny feels a twinge of guilt over this assumption, knowing from his past life that spirit summoners are not always virtuous. Tiny uses the opening to request a formal meeting with the guardians of the artifact. He promises to do his best for Karun. Granting the request, the king decides to trust our boy. Later, the king bypasses traditional ceremonies and officially appoints Tiny as a knight, and appoint him the duty of guarding the sacred artifact. As the badge is pinned to his chest, Tiny reflects on this being his first knighthood in this life, vowing to use this fresh start to protect humanity. The conversation takes a darker turn when Tiny informs the king about an individual named Hustle as the mastermind, noting the name's orcish origins. The king's expression shifts to one of deep seriousness upon hearing this. He asks whether his information is reliable. Tiny explains that a fifth circle mage is the source of information. The king asks for some time to think about it, telling him to leave. Elsewhere, the tsunami sorcerer creates a magical shield with his weapon around the Kraken, utilizing all his strength. He's huffing when a man steps and compliments his effort. He shouts and recognizes the man as Hustle. He comments how our boy can threaten their plans. Meanwhile, Tiny joins the Divine Artifact Protection Troop, where his presence sparks immediate resentment. The veteran soldiers are skeptical of a child's combat record. One member, Mason, very loudly insults Tiny for receiving high authority and rank without earning his stripes. Tiny is annoyed and he sighs. He gets that the king allowed this appointment because the artifact is now a mere symbol, and the protection unit is effectively a dumping ground for failures. Knowing he faces an internal power struggle, Tiny decides to assert his dominance immediately. Tiny talks to Mason and casually starts a conversation. When Mason tries to use his seniority to intimidate him, Tiny summons his familiar. The sudden display of overwhelming power terrifies the knights. Tiny then claims them to have the upper hand. He adds that he was looking for a demon follower he could use as an example anyway, and asks if they are interested. All of them immediately panic. They deny and salute him, so Tiny advises them to perform their best from now on. He still feels something is wrong and remembers the expressions of the king. He suspects that the king already knows about Hustle. His thoughts are interrupted by a man's voice. The man laughs and appreciates our boy for knocking out the demon followers. He shows his pleasure to meet our boy and introduces himself as Truman, the captain of the Divine Artifact Protection Unit. Tiny also greets the captain politely. While meeting, our boy secretly thinks that the captain's strength doesn't match with his high rank. Since the captain knows Tiny volunteered for the job, he gets straight to the point and brings up his interest sacred artifact. This sudden topic makes Tiny pretty suspicious because it hits too close to the Karun disaster. He plays it cool and acts interested, but he makes sure not to say too much. The captain already figured Tiny would be curious, so he takes him to a new spot to explain how things actually work. He drops a bunch of books on the table and explains that people have the wrong idea about these holy tools. He uses the holy barrier as an example, pointing out that it only works on small rank evil and completely fails against real demonic energy. Because of these limitations, most people just think the artifacts are for show. To fix Tiny's perspective, the captain recommends a specific book that talks about an ancient deal, promise if the mythical age, proving these tools were meant to be our ultimate shields. Listening to this, Tiny realizes he totally misjudged the guy. He doesn't feel any evil vibes coming off the captain at all, so he lets his guard down. The captain eventually decides that reading about it is boring and tells Tiny that seeing the real thing is way better. Because of that, he leads him into the most secure part of the castle. On the way, the captain asks for his name and explains why everyone thinks guarding these things is a low-level job. Tiny figures because the artifact is just a symbol, but the captain opens a door and reveals the real deal. Inside is a massive glowing artifact called Humanitas. It's huge and beautiful, and it just hangs there in mid-air. The captain explains that the guardian job is unimportant because the artifact doesn't need protecting. He adds that nobody knows why it floats, and that people believe only someone truly worthy can touch it. Because everyone thinks the artifact can protect itself, they don't bother giving it a high-status guard. Tiny decides to see what happens and reaches out his hand. The second he gets close, his whole body envelops with light. The captain is absolutely floored because he's never seen that much power before. Tiny feels something weird too. Because he is so sensitive to mana, he realizes the artifact's barrier is actually vibrating and responding specifically to his own energy. The captain just grabs his shoulder in shock, realizing Tiny is basically talking to the artifact. Later on, they head back outside and the captain admits Tiny is full of surprises. He mentions that he's been around for years and has never seen anything like that. This makes Tiny respect him more. He sees that even if the captain isn't the strongest fighter, he actually cares about his job. Suddenly, a jerk named Greg Simbo from the Royal Knights shows up and starts acting like he owns the place. He treats the captain like garbage and focuses all his trash talk on Tiny, calling him a holy half-elf. Tiny casually corrects him and says he's a quarter elf, even though it's a fake identity. Greg starts mocking the idea that elves are heroes and tries to pick a fight to prove Tiny is a fake. Tiny doesn't even blink. Since he sees the attack coming a mile away, he moves out of the way, grabs Greg's arm, and slams him into the floor. Greg tries to keep talking back, so Tiny just picks him up and thrashes him into the ground again to shut him up. As Greg lies there admitting he messed up, the captain watches from behind, completely stunned. Meanwhile, some mysterious guy is watching everything from above, thinking to himself that things are finally getting interesting now that Tiny is around. After that, Robert Dumble from the Royal Knight Order steps forward to challenge Tiny, only to be immediately knocked out by a sharp slap. This defeat triggers a rush from the other knights, but Tiny efficiently knocks them down one after another without breaking a sweat. The situation escalates when the vice captain, Randolph Grandchest, joins the fray and clashes weapons with Tiny. After being pushed back, Randolph earns a bit of praise from Tiny for being somewhat useful, leading Tiny to inquire if he knows a man named Hustle. The vice captain admits he has no clue who that is, leaving Tiny wondering why no one recognizes the name. The atmosphere shifts when a man with overwhelming mana steps into view, commenting on how Tiny showed no mercy to the fallen knights. Tiny recognizes this newcomer as a high-level expert, likely at the Challenger grade. The man introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, the captain of the Royal Knight Order. Tiny tries to be respectful, but Liam brushes off the formality, explaining that he is just an old-timer looking for a bit of excitement. To sweeten the deal, Liam offers to trade information about Hustle if Tiny agrees to be his sparring partner. Realizing this is a rare chance to fight a top-tier opponent and get the answers he needs, Tiny eagerly accepts the challenge. Tiny launches a full-power attack, resulting in the crack in the ground. He warns Liam not to underestimate him. Their weapons collide with massive force, but when Tiny attempts a follow-up kick, but he doesn't budge, Tiny darts back. He realizes Liam has a stone-like defensive attribute. Tiny notes that Liam's style is perfectly suited for heavy combat, feeling the weight and stability of a true Challenger grade knight. Despite the power difference, Liam is impressed by Tiny's flawless technique and decides to get serious, rushing in to continue the duel. The two exchange a series of rapid strikes. Liam notices how our boy needs only maturity and experience. Tiny wants to learn the way Liam maintained his center of gravity while having heavy pressure. Tiny manages to land a 4-hit combo, forcing Liam to admit that the word genius doesn't even do Tiny justice, calling him a monster instead. Tiny takes the compliment and keeps the pressure up until Liam decides to wrap things up. Liam unleashes a final blow that disrupts Tiny's balance and forces him back, ending the spar before things get too out of hand. Satisfied with the experience, Liam promises to fulfill his end of the bargain regarding the information. Later, Tiny processes everything he learns, contemplating the mysterious truth behind Hustle's identity. After the fight, Liam explains how much he appreciates such a surprising experience in his later years. Tiny also appreciates the fight session and silently admires his skills. Keeping his promise, Liam shares some intel about a man named Ritman. He describes Ritman as an imperial knight who only answers to the king and travels so much that he likely knows who Hustle is. Liam even offers to set up a meeting, but a messenger suddenly runs in shouting Tiny's name because the king needs to see him immediately. When Tiny arrives, the king informs him that he already found the person Tiny wanted. Standing right there is Ritman, the East Coast Passage expert. Tiny is stunned, wondering when he ever asked the king to find this guy. especially since it is the exact same person Liam just mentioned. Ripman greets Tiny as the hero who took down the demon followers and asks if Tiny was looking for him. Tiny tries to be polite. The king notices this while Tiny is frustrated at him for not warning him before in order to put on an act. To cover his tracks, Tiny nervously explains that since he looks like he does, he thought he might belong to the Eastern continent and mentioned wanting to visit there. Ripman buys it, noting that the king never hesitates to reward people and has always been generous whenever Ripman finds a new travel route. The king then reminds Tiny that he cannot leave for the east until he fulfills his promise to wipe out the demon followers. Tiny is confused why the king is bringing this up so suddenly, especially in front of Ripman. He checks Ripman's mana and sees it is totally normal, meaning the Wolling would not stay still if he were a demon follower. However, he notices Ripman's mana form is a strange mix of beast and human, which reminds him of what Jay said about orcs or beastmen. The king tells Ripman that he will be a huge help in killing the cultists, which shocks Ripman because he was supposed to leave the next day to look for someone named Gale. The king stays firm and cancels that trip, telling him that dealing with the immediate danger comes first. Ripman reluctantly accepts the order. Tiny realizes that even though there is no evil energy, this man is definitely Hustle. Later, the king asks Tiny for his thoughts, and Tiny admits the man doesn't seem like a demon follower. The king insists that Tiny stays by his side to be absolutely sure. Tiny asks why the king is going this far, and the king reveals a mana oath on his chest, glowing with lightning. Basically, mana oath is a promise bound by one's own mana that causes a painful shock to the user's mana circles if broken. Tiny thinks a level 3 shock could be really dangerous for an old man, and asks why he would risk this for someone he barely knows. The king explains that his bloodline can see the future in dreams. He has been dreaming about the divine artifact disappearing and monsters destroying the capital over and over again. Since Tiny arrived and said the artifact would disappear, the king realized the dreams were a warning. He would rather be a cowardly old man with a grudge-holding subordinate than let his kingdom fall. Just then, Tiny hears a noise and realizes Hustle has just left the castle. Tiny hops onto his moonwolf and speeds away, noting that the wolf doesn't sense any demonic energy either. He considers that the real Hustle might be someone else, but the man's sudden flight from the castle makes the answer obvious. Tiny decides to chase him down to secure the evidence he needs. Meanwhile, a group of men work secretly at night to load a ship on the river. Hustle appears behind them, surprising the crew who expected him back the next day. He explains that things went wrong because the king ordered someone to be by his side. Though the men are confused by the king's timing, Hustle tells them to not argue and prepare for an immediate departure. Suddenly, a fire explosion rips through the ship. Tiny stands in the middle of the wreckage and confronts them, calling them demon followers and demanding to know what they are doing out so late. The group panics as they realize they are under attack. Tiny charges with a mana-filled strike and wipes out 4 of them in the blink of an eye. He lands with total confidence and offers the survivors a chance to surrender. While the followers call him a monster, Hustle keeps his cool and informs his men that Tiny is just an expert-level fighter who is likely exhausted from his flashy entrance. He claims Tiny is just trying to stall for mana, which makes Tiny realize his bluff has been called. Hustle decides to end things right there and rushes Tiny. They clash, and Tiny manages to stop Hustle's sword with his bare hand, creating a gap for Wolling to strike from behind. The wolf claws Hustle's back, leaving him wounded and screaming in rage. Hustle threatens to tear Tiny apart and attempts to force a reverse summoning on the wolf to send a massive shock through Tiny's body. He slashes at the wolf, but Tiny manages to protect the specific area being attacked to save mana. Hustle finds this level of control ridiculous and realizes he must kill Tiny immediately. Tiny slashes through the rest of the followers in one hit and tells his wolf to focus on moving since his mana is running low. As they fight, Tiny remembers what the king told him about Hustle's past. Most beastmen inherit the traits of land animals, but Hustle is a rare mutant born with the traits of a sea creature. Because these mutants remind the beastmen of a tribe that opposed their god, such babies are usually killed instantly. The king explained that he saved the survivor and used a mana oath to hide his identity because he needed his special skills. Back in the present, Hustle asks if the king mentioned anything else as water begins to swirl around his weapons. Tiny finally remembers the king's final warning of never fighting him near the sea because he is actually a killer whale. Tiny notices the water seems to fuel the power of Hustle's soul weapon, which makes the situation a lot more dangerous. Hustle stands directly on the surface of the water with a sword in each hand, waiting for Tiny to make the next move. Tiny charges forward, taunting him. He puts all of his strength into a massive hammer strike. Hustle manages to block the hit with his swords, but the force is so overwhelming that it forces him to crouch down. Hustle internally notes that Tiny's physical recovery speed is completely abnormal. Tiny doesn't let up and continues to press the attack, his eyes burning with frustration and rage. Hustle starts to worry because he knows that if the fight drags on, backup will eventually arrive. Tiny delivers a punch so heavy that it sends Hustle flying backward. Instead of recovering, Hustle uses the momentum to dive deep into the sea. Tiny assumes his enemy is trying to run away, but a massive wave suddenly towers over him. Hustle calls out that Tiny is no ordinary kid before a giant wave erupts from the water. The creature informs Tiny that they will settle their score another time before turning toward the open sea. Because of the orc's incredible speed, Tiny realizes chasing it across the water is impossible. He feels a surge of annoyance until he notices his wolf leaping through the air as if the wind is solid ground. Tiny realizes the Wolong just revealed a new special ability, though he decides they should save the strategy for using it for their next encounter. He watches the horizon, knowing the orca promised a rematch and wondering what other schemes his enemies are cooking up. Deep inside a cave, Aritman arrives and expresses his satisfaction with the situation. He informs Galeth that he has met all his expectations. Gale is furious and mocks him. Ritman brushes off the rudeness and offers him food, explaining that he needs to stay conscious to finish the job. He points towards the Kraken, asking how they should handle it. Gale looks terrified by the creature's presence. The Kraken opens his eye and cracks appear on the shield. Ritman explains about the monster that releasing it would allow the baby to contact its mother telepathically, but killing it would also alert her. Either choice would lead to the destruction of Karun. Because he wants Galito feel the pressure, he reminds him that saving his hometown depends on his cooperation. Gale insists that God will eventually punish him. Ritman laughs this off and drops the food, explaining that he has felt cursed since the day he was born and now only lives for revenge. Meanwhile, Tiny and Liam stand before the king to deliver a report. They inform the king that the people responsible for the recent cargo transport are actually followers of a demon. The cargo itself is revealed to be a massive collection of ritual items worth half the kingdom's entire annual budget. The king regrets not doubting Ritman sooner, describing him as a man driven by a desperate need to prove his worth to a world that rejected him. Tiny interrupts the king's thoughts to share something he learned from Liam. He explains that Ritman's work was kept so secret that almost no one had even heard of him. The king explains that Ritman likely wanted this anonymity to avoid being hunted by werewolves. Tiny points out that they should have been suspicious from the start, because truly ambitious people never hide their presence. The king agrees and decides it is useless to dwell on his past mistakes. He then asks Tiny if there is any other way to find the rest of the demon's followers. Tiny confirms that he has a plan and explains that it will succeed as long as the king provides the necessary support. Our boy then arrives at the hotel, disguised in a hood with luggage behind him. Jay greets him with a formal apology, initially not recognizing him because working hours haven't officially started yet. Once Tiny reveals his identity, Jay reacts with pure shock at the sight of him and the massive amount of gear he brought along. Tiny catches Jay up on everything, explaining the complicated situation involving the demon followers. Because Tiny can't sense any demonic energy from Hustle, he realizes that he hasn't turned into a monster, but has simply chosen to work with the enemy. Jay feels a deep sense of shame because he wanted to impress Tiny with the Blackwing's power, but Tiny reassures him by suggesting they still have a perfect opportunity to prove their worth. Tiny pulls a box onto the table and produces a royal scroll, informing Jay that the king granted him a special favor to take over the remaining cargo. He explains that since the Blackwing has elite trackers, they should be the ones to handle the forensic side of the shipment to identify the culprits. Tiny starts emptying the crates, but Jay hesitates because the task is incredibly difficult. When Tiny pulls a live frog out of a box to emphasize his point, Jay explains that their previous attempts failed because the enemies are too careful about covering their tracks. Tiny panics, worried that all his hard work was for nothing. However, Jay cheers him up by pointing out that they now possess almost all the ritual items the demon followers need. Because these specific ingredients are rare and were mostly lost in the Karun fire, the cult can't just buy them anywhere or remake them quickly. Jay proposes a clever trap. They will open a store in Karun that sells exactly what the cult is missing. Since the followers are desperate to save time, they will have no choice but to show up at this specific shop. Tiny is impressed, noting that Jay isn't just a businessman, he is a genius strategist. Before they get to work, an assistant brings out a local specialty of chicken. Tiny initially refuses, claiming he doesn't have time to eat, but Jay convinces him to take just one bite. The flavor is so incredible that Tiny's plate ends up empty before he even realizes what happened. He is baffled by how good the food is. As Jay asks for the review of the food, Tiny simply suggests him to start cooking for his earning. He takes the compliment believing to be proud of his scale and comments now they can infiltrate easily. He confidently declares to start the mission of finding the demon followers. 2 months later, at night, 2 hooded strangers approach the store. They are nervous if that is the right location. One reassures the other that the owner is just a typical businessman looking for a payout. The other one is scared for not following their elder's advice, but he assures him about the investigation. They knock and enter, hoping to finish their business quickly. Jay welcomes them and looks over their shopping list. As he scans the items, he realizes these are exactly the ritual components he was told to watch for. He knows the targets have finally walked into the trap, and that it is time to alert Tiny. Jay keeps his cool and tells the customers to wait while he gathers the items from the back. While he pretends to be busy, he overhears the men whispering about their elders' orders to be extra cautious. Suddenly, another hooded man enters the shop. While they are still arguing, a shadow appears. They panic as someone enters. However, the newcomer asks to join the conversation with a smirk. The tension peaks among the first two as they recognize him as their elder. Jay assumes him as their partner and wonders if they'll share it with him. The newcomer expresses his impatience, explaining that he came to rush them because their assignment is too critical to risk failure. The two subordinates try to reassure their elder, claiming they kept their master's identity a secret and double-checked everything. In response, the elder releases a wave of dark, suffocating smoke that instantly occupies one of them. He undergoes a disturbing physical transformation right in front of Jay. He drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The elder casually instructs Jay to have an assistant clean up the resulting mess. He approaches Jay with deep suspicion, noting that the shop's appearance is a bit too convenient for his liking. To test him, he unleashes another burst of dark fog that knocks Jay unconscious. A while later, Tiny eventually finds Jay and shakes him awake, noticing that his clothes are partially torn. As Jay struggles to remember the details, he calls himself lucky. He recalls the elder noticing he lacks mana entirely, which is likely why Jay was spared. The visitor had simply collected his dark energy back into his hand, and threatened to kill Jay if he spoke a word of the encounter. Jay points to a pile of ashes on the floor, noting that the elder is confident he can dispose of Jay at any moment. Tiny isn't satisfied with letting this go just because Jay isn't a mana user. He argues that leaving such a clear trail is a sign of the enemy's overconfidence, and suggests bringing in a professional mage to track them. Jay hesitates, explaining a theory that the danger is much worse than they imagined. He compares the elder's power to the overwhelming aura of a high-ranking captain from the 7th Corps, something that feels almost beyond human. Tiny remains unmoved by the danger, insisting that they must get to the bottom of the mystery regardless of the risk. He explains that if a plan doesn't work, they simply have to force it to work. Jay is impressed by this logic and pledges his full support to Tiny's mission. During the following month, the knights focus heavily on their drills while Tiny spends his time researching. Because of his studies, he manages to pinpoint the movements of the enemy and discovers that a massive ritual is planned to take place on the nearby islands. To handle this threat, he coordinates an ambush alongside the Black Wing and shares just enough intel with the royal family to ensure they get some official support. While Tiny is busy reading, he overhears a couple of knights whispering about the absence of Liam, assuming he's just away on a break. Tiny mentions that the king is sending reinforcements, which catches the others by surprise. Just then, a captain enters the room and complains about how many knights have been sent on vacation lately. He mentions that even Liam is gone, leaving him with nobody to go to the bar with. When Tiny asks if they are close, the captain explains that they are old friends who usually hang out together. He invites Tiny to dinner, but Tiny politely declines. The captain jokingly asks if Tiny is also planning a vacation, and Tiny plays along, saying it seems that way. The captain simply tells him to get some rest and come back feeling refreshed. When the day of the mission finally arrives, a group of traitorous knights creeps toward the divine artifact. They feel confident because a key member of the guard is missing, making it the perfect time to steal the object. As they burst into the room and stand before the relic, they declare their success. Suddenly, Tiny reveals himself from behind a wall. He explains that he had a hunch this would happen. He is glad he chose to stay behind. The group is completely stunned by his sudden appearance. Tiny points out that their movements were incredibly easy to predict. He admits he is genuinely shocked to see Captain Truman among them. Our boy demands justification from the captain. One of the knights defends him, explaining that Tiny is just a stranger who doesn't understand the man's history. This captain founded the order and trained a generation of warriors, yet he feels insulted because he was sidelined to guard a mere relic. Tiny inquires if the captain always intended to be a knight, prompting Truman to reflect on his past. He recalls realizing his own physical limits early on because he stood next to a much more gifted comrade. This realization led him to focus on service and administration instead of elite training, but his path was blocked when a baron and baroness forced his transfer to this quiet post. Truman feels the current king treated him unfairly by ignoring his situation. Because of this neglect, he turned to Rittman, the only person who offered him a new sense of purpose after a lifetime of being overlooked. He believes Rittman's plan to build a new kingdom is for the greater good, but Tiny sees it differently. Tiny views the captain as a victim of Rittman's manipulation, and recognizes that the man is trying to justify a dark alliance with demons. Truman declares there is no turning back and orders his squad to capture Tiny, convinced that future generations will eventually validate his choices. The knights charge with their swords, but Tiny meets the challenge head-on. He swings his weapon, smashing and throwing them away in different directions. Truman is in total disbelief as one person dismantles his entire unit. Tiny openly enjoys the fight, displaying such high-level martial arts that the captain realizes his squad has already lost. With wounded men scattered across a floor covered in blood, Truman decides he must use a desperate trump card to change the outcome. The captain throws a red orb toward Tiny. When Tiny bats it away, the object hits the floor and releases a thick, poisonous dark smoke. It grows rapidly and eventually forms into a massive demon. The monster lets out a deafening roar that shakes the room. Truman is suddenly terrified because the demon's presence is dangerously close to the holy relic. Just then, the demon turns on the captain, lifting him high into the air to swallow him. Tiny immediately delivers a crushing hammer blow that severs the demon's arm. The arm falls to the ground, pinning the bleeding captain underneath it. Truman is confused and wonders why Tiny bothered to save him. He demands to know where the beast came from, and the captain explains with his remaining strength that Rittman gave it to him as a last resort. As the demon screams and prepares to attack again, Tiny notices the sacred barrier of the artifact is already beginning to dissolve the creature. He realizes Rittman set the captain up for failure by giving him a monster that would naturally be destroyed by the very relic he was supposed to save. The demon ignores its injuries and flies toward the divine artifact. Tiny shouts a warning and launches himself into the air. He punches a massive hole through the monster's torso with his weapon. The demon's eyes still burn with hatred. It tries to gain altitude for another strike. Tiny refuses to let anything happen to the artifact he is sworn to protect. Meanwhile, at the island's shore, a hooded guy stands over several fallen bodies. He notices the chaos on the island and asks his companion for an explanation. The companion examines strange marks on the ground and identifies the presence of concealment magic. He explains that the ritual on the island is likely a distraction and that the real target is Karun. This realization brings a sense of dread as he concludes that Tiny is in extreme danger. Tiny understands that demons value obedience more than their own lives. The monster lunges at him without hesitation, ready to fulfill its order. Tiny swiftly dodges the attack and moves behind it, targeting its blind spot. With all his strength, he slams his hammer down onto the demon's head. Blood sprays across the ground as the creature collapses. Even so, Tiny knows it is not finished yet. Refusing to take chances, he climbs to a higher spot to gain momentum. Then he launches himself forward and delivers one final crushing strike. The creature cannot endure it. The impact is so powerful that the demon's body bursts apart. Tiny jumps back in time, leaving behind nothing but a severed arm. Breathing heavily, Tiny realizes how strong the Demon King's followers truly are. Their magic is far greater than he expected. When the dust settles, he notices that Captain Truman has disappeared. Despite the betrayal, Tiny refuses to let him escape. He mounts his wolf and immediately begins chasing him. Meanwhile, Truman is badly wounded. Blood drips from his body as he stumbles through a dark tunnel. His steps are weak, and each breath feels heavier than the last. At the end of the tunnel, he sees a door glowing faintly with mysterious light. Believing he has finally reached safety, he collapses in front of it. As his strength fades, he thinks about the demon he just faced. Surviving it feels like a miracle, yet he knows his injuries are fatal. His dream of building a new kingdom is gone, and the faith he once trusted no longer comforts him. Suddenly, Tiny appears before him. Truman is shocked to see that the boy survived the demon. Tiny coldly remarks that hiding in a sewer was a poor choice. Truman does not argue. He simply smiles weakly, knowing his end is near. Tiny demands answers about the enemy's plans, but the captain's voice is fading. With great effort, Truman whispers something about a promise. Moments later, his head falls back and his breathing stops. Tiny stares at the lifeless body, thinking that this miserable end came from choosing demons over honor. The silence does not last long. The Wolling senses a strong mana presence behind the nearby door. Staying alert, Tiny steps inside. There he finds the tsunami sorcerer lying face down on the floor. When he turns the body over, he realizes the sorcerer is already dead. This confuses him, because the mana his wolf sensed could not have come from a corpse. Then he notices a small kraken baby nearby. It is not breathing either. When Tiny touches the creature, a flood of memories and knowledge rushes into his mind. He understands that the sorcerer used his final energy to protect the young creature. At that moment, a terrifying evil aura fills the room, as powerful as the sin of gluttony itself. Tiny knows he cannot waste another second. He quickly uses his remaining magic and casts a powerful mana restoration spell. A massive beam of light shoots upward into the sky, cutting through the darkness like a pillar of hope. Back at the palace, the king sees the pillar of light from his study and immediately recognizes it as the work of the Gale. The king secretly believes the legendary Kraken is already moving toward his kingdom. Just then, the first prince, Henry von Karen, rushes into the room. He reports the arrival of a massive tsunami heading straight for the city. The wave is moving too fast for a full evacuation. He urges the king to declare the highest level of emergency at once. The king feels a deep sense of despair. If the old legends about the Kraken are true, then Karun may not survive this disaster without a miracle. Just then, a calm voice interrupts. It questions whether the king plans to give up so easily. Tiny steps inside, carrying the lifeless body of the tsunami warlock, Gale, over his shoulders. The royal aide tries to stop him for breaking protocol, but Tiny ignores the protest and gently lays the body on the floor. He explains that Gale fought bravely to protect Karun until his final breath but was killed by the demon followers. The king burns with anger. realizing that one of the kingdom's 7 pillars has fallen. Still, Tiny says there is hope. Before dying, Gale prepared a special shield meant to protect the city in its darkest hour. The king is unsure. He argues that even holy power has limits. A divine artifact alone may not be enough to stop a creature as massive as the Kraken. Tiny reminds him of the ancient scriptures. They clearly state that God-given artifacts are stronger than any monster. If they place their faith in that power, it will overcome the beast. Tiny's confidence reignites the king's spirit. He immediately orders a full emergency response. Mages are commanded to shield citizens from the rising waters. Soldiers are told to guide people to the inner square or transport them to nearby islands for safety. However, a night soon brings terrible news. Every ship in the harbor has been destroyed. The last escape route is gone. Outside the city, an enemy elder watches the wreckage floating in the water with satisfaction. He knows the people are now trapped. Because part of their earlier plan was exposed and disrupted by the knights, he orders his deputy to call for reinforcements and eliminate anyone who stands in their way. Dark demonic smoke spreads around him as he watches the Kraken draw closer. He laughs quietly, saying the true performance is about to begin. Inside the city, panic spreads as the tsunami nears. The mages push themselves beyond their limits, using every drop of mana to slow the sea. It is a dangerous effort that leaves them exhausted and barely standing. At the same time, Hustle observes the chaos from afar. He waits for fear to reach its peak before activating sea evil magic. His goal is clear. He wants to erase the royal bloodline and destroy the light of the divine artifact forever. He announces to his followers that the hour of Malum has finally arrived. 2 days pass. The city remains flooded, and the people are drained from constant fear and struggle. Tiny watches the tired citizens and the worn-out king. He gently suggests that the monarch should rest, even for a short while. But before any decision can be made, the air suddenly changes. Tiny feels a strange and overwhelming energy approaching. His expression turns serious as he understands that the main threat has finally arrived. In the distance, a towering wall of water rises like a mountain. Above it, enormous tentacles stretch toward the sky. The giant form of the Kraken appears, casting its shadow over the city. At that moment, it becomes clear that the final fate of Karun is about to be decided. Because the sea erupts without warning, panic spreads across the land. The sight of the massive creature rising from the water sends people running in every direction. Liam struggles to process what he is seeing, while the king stands frozen as the truth settles in. The Kraken has truly come. In the middle of the chaos, Tiny rushes to the king carrying a heavy bag. He explains that it contains what Anderson left behind for them. The king understands immediately and calls for Wolling. He places his trust in Tiny, knowing there is no time to hesitate. Tiny mounts Wolling and takes off, confident that this is his responsibility. As he moves, the king is struck by a memory. He recalls the demon follower apologizing for leaving his side, explaining that he fought until the very end for the sake of the king and the nation. The demon follower had promised to leave behind the remains of his devotion within Tiny. That memory strengthens the king's resolve. Tiny flies through the air with Wolling while the Kraken chases close behind. When the creature surrounds him, he notices that its main body is far away. Wolling reacts sharply, which makes him realize there might still be a way. The feeling of soaring through the air reminds him of something he has experienced before. Because of that memory, he activates the third state of Spirit Summoner. Lightning connects him to the wolf at incredible speed, and the power feels both overwhelming and thrilling. He lands directly on one of the Kraken's tentacles and prepares to move toward its main body. Suddenly, the creature releases a deafening scream. The force of the sound shakes him, and he covers his ears to endure it. He assumes the Kraken senses him because of its child. The demon follower had once explained that traces were left inside the baby Kraken's body. Even if the creature only thinks like an animal, it can still recognize who killed its offspring. That explanation now makes sense. Tiny swings his hammer with full force and strikes. The impact drives the baby Kraken's body into its mother. For a moment, he believes the plan has succeeded. Instead, the giant Kraken releases another overwhelming roar, followed by a violent surge of power. The explosion throws Tiny off balance. He closes his eyes as he falls from Wolling, regret filling his thoughts as he wonders if he made a mistake. Before he hits the ground, someone catches him safely. A calm voice reassures him to relax his body. When he looks up, he recognizes Gina standing in front of him. At that same moment, a massive tentacle slams into the ground nearby, creating another explosion. They remain standing in the middle of destruction. Tiny worries that Genus being there could cause political trouble, but Genus explains that the situation is more urgent and that he is disguised, so there will be no issues. Tiny knows Genus is no ordinary knight. A man with silver mana and cold attributes who reach challenger rank at a young age is someone truly rare. Because of that, Tiny feels relieved. They notice the Kraken suddenly becoming calm. That change feels strange. At the same time, Tiny senses something else. The followers of the devil lie unconscious on the ground. Their presence explains the earlier explosion. He realizes the blast was part of their plan. Even so, Anderson's strategy has worked to some extent. Then the enormous Kraken rises again, shocking them both. Fear returns instantly. Genus steps forward, confused because no followers of the devil remain nearby. Tiny understands that something is still hidden. He needs more information, so he asks about the summoning magic Genus had been investigating. Genus explains that most of it should have been destroyed, though the spell was designed to conceal the presence of something. That detail connects everything in Tiny's mind. The followers must be hiding something important. He suddenly realizes the truth. The divine object is their target. Without wasting time, Tiny summons the spirit of the silver wolf and closes his eyes. In his vision, the palace appears. He focuses harder, demanding a more precise location. The image sharpens and reveals the followers of the devil heading toward the castle. Because of that confirmation, he immediately rides Wolong and speeds away. Genus questions leaving the Kraken behind, but Tiny knows their true priority. Protecting the divine object comes first. Only by securing it can the holy promises remain intact. The city falls into a nightmare as the Kraken's massive tentacles smash through the streets. Fear grips every corner of the capital. Near the cathedral, the knights protecting the divine artifact struggle to keep their composure. Although the holy object casts a protective aura over the grounds, the soldiers' hands tremble. They tell themselves that as long as the cathedral stands, the city has a chance. That small hope shatters when a dark figure emerges from the shadows. The intruder laughs at the hidden spells meant to protect the knights and mocks their desperate stand. These are demon followers, and to them, the knights are merely a minor distraction. Hustle raises his hand, releasing a cloud of suffocating energy from his palm. A dark beam follows, and the soldiers scream as the heavy mist overwhelms them in an instant. At the same time, Tiny and Genus charge forward on their mounts. They are closing in on the location of the divine artifact. Tiny assures Genus that the goal is just ahead. Before they can reach it, more demon followers block their path. Tiny grips his hammer in frustration, feeling the weight of the chaos surrounding them. Genus does not hesitate to take charge of the clearing. He fires a powerful beam from his hand, scattering the enemies with incredible speed. Tiny watches in awe, reminded once again of the sheer power Genus possesses. As they move, Genus wonders if the followers can even handle the divine artifact, considering the ancient restrictions placed upon it. Tiny admits that it is possible because he has seen it happen before. This memory creates a heavy sense of dread. The Kraken's destruction feels too calculated to be a random event. He fears that a much larger disaster is unfolding. This fear is confirmed when Liam suddenly appears, weapon drawn, reuniting with them amidst the ruins. Before they can speak, a giant tentacle slams into the earth right in front of them. The impact leaves all three men stunned. As the dust settles, Tiny sees a demon follower standing ahead, holding the core of the divine artifact. The sight proves his worst fears. The artifact has already been stolen, and its disappearance is exactly why the Kraken was able to appear. Without the holy object, the ancient protections are gone. Janus finally understands the gravity of the situation. They are not just fighting a monster, they are facing a black magician from the seven-circled dark warlocks. The enemy smiles, looking entertained by the challengers. He recognizes the strength of a descendant of Moors and two elite knights, viewing them as a genuine threat to his master's plans. Dark lightning crackles in the opponent's hand. He decides to finish the fight immediately and strikes out with his power. Genus senses the lightning heading toward Tiny and moves instantly to act as a shield. Liam joins the defense, bracing against the electrical surge. The demon follower mocks their struggle and continues to pour out destructive energy. Tiny realizes they cannot survive a defensive battle for long. The only way to stop the madness is to reclaim the divine artifact. He spots the demon follower ascending into the air and immediately steers Wolong toward him, determined to take the core back. From below, the demon follower aims a bolt of lightning at the climbing rider. Genus leaps into the sky to intercept the blast. Liam watches in shock as Genus takes the full force of a seventh circle attack head-on. It is a dangerous move, but Genus does not waver. Genus performs the first equinox technique of the Valentia swordsmanship. The freezing song of his blade clashes against the dark energy. As the shadows begin to press in on him, he recalls the king's command. The king insisted that protecting Tiny is essential for the safety of the entire world. Faith must be maintained, even when the path is difficult. Genus lands firmly on the ground, intending to obey the orders of the king. He triggers the demon follower to face him alone. Liam warns him about escalating danger while the demon follower grows irritated. While Genus thinks he's solely relying on Tiny now, the demon follower grows more amused when he sees both Genus and Liam standing together. Because they are challenger rank knights, he decides to test them properly. Dark lightning gathers in his hands and bursts forward with crushing force. Both knights brace themselves and hold their ground. Liam pours all his strength into his defense, then pushes forward and sends a powerful sword strike toward the demon follower. The demon follower barely reacts. He releases lightning into the ground instead, triggering a violent explosion that disrupts Liam's attack. He mocks the effort, convinced nothing they try will work. That confidence fades when he senses energy building behind him. He turns too late. Genus's attack spirals around him like a tornado and slams him down. Liam rushes toward Genus, relieved that they might manage this fight after all. He admits he never expected Sir Tiny to have someone like Janus by his side. Janus does not dwell on the word friend. Before either of them can settle, a cold voice cuts through the air. The demon follower rises again, now shielded by dark lightning swirling around him. He finally knows Janus' identity and calls him Valentia's dog. Liam immediately understands the reference. Janus realizes his disguise has failed. The demon follower, now serious, declares he will eliminate them personally. Dark lightning condenses into an even more terrifying attack and shoots toward them. Both knights instantly realize they cannot fully block it. The strike lands close enough to blast them away. As Janus steadies himself, he understands how dangerous this opponent truly is. He shifts into a fighting stance, ready to close the distance and strike before another attack forms. Just as he prepares to move, a sudden presence interrupts his focus, forcing him to stop. Elsewhere, the demon follower carrying the divine artifact turns and finds Tiny racing toward him on Wulling. Tiny charges without hesitation and strikes. The impact knocks the demon follower off balance, sending him falling into the sea below. Tiny watches him drop and assumes it is over. That assumption breaks when the figure rises from the water again. It is Hustle. Because they are now over the sea, Hustle feels confident. He calls Tiny foolish for starting a fight in water, where he holds the advantage. Tiny refuses to back down and rushes forward with his hammer raised, determined to change the outcome this time. Hustle prepares himself and unleashes waves of water attacks, vowing to turn the sea into Tiny's grave. Water surrounds Tiny completely. Hustle believes victory is certain. Then Tiny's voice echoes from above. Hustle looks up and realizes Tiny is floating high in the air. The sudden shift shocks him. Tiny has grown much stronger than expected. Tiny swings his hammer and launches his counterattack. He moves rapidly through the air, closing in on Hustle and striking with force. Hustle decides to retreat instead of clashing head-on. He dives deep into the sea, fleeing with the divine artifact. In the depths, he hides the artifact inside a whale and attempts to escape unnoticed. Tiny tracks the movement and crashes down toward the whale. He strikes its neck with his hammer and forces it to release the divine artifact. The moment he grabs it, relief flashes through him. Because he refuses to let Hustle escape so easily. Remembering he still has unfinished business, he raises his hammer again and smashes the whale with lightning. Blood rises through the water, followed by a violent explosion. The whale dies beneath the surface. Tiny exhales and panic grips him. If this continues, he will not be able to protect the divine object, and Karun will fall. Because of that realization, he understands there is only one option left. He has to stop the Kraken himself. Tiny feels a heavy, evil pressure start to crush his head. This pain becomes so intense that he quickly unwraps the divine artifact and holds it high toward the sky. He begs the giant beast to stop its attack because the nearby people are suffering. The Kraken refuses to listen. It explains that everyone must be sacrificed to clean the world of evil. Since the artifact is no longer in its original home, the beast feels free to break its old promises. It lifts a massive tentacle to flatten the city, showing it has no intention of stopping. Tiny stands his ground and shouts for the monster to quit. This defiance turns the Kraken's anger directly toward him. The beast recognizes him as the one holding the power, but asks why it should ever forget the pain of losing its child. The weight of this divine rage hits Tiny so hard that he coughs up blood. Even through the physical pain, he senses that the beast isn't just angry, it is actually heartbroken. Because he understands this grief, Tiny promises to hunt down the people who killed the beast's child. He tells the Kraken to trust him and end the violence. The beast doubts his strength at first, but Tiny admits he will find a way to grow stronger. This honesty changes the Kraken's mind, and the divine beast finally agrees to help him. Nearby, Janus finally wakes up. Liam is relieved to see him alive, and Janus admits he really thought that spot would be his grave. Their attention shifts to the demon follower, who is gritting his teeth in anger. Even though things look bad for him, the villain refuses to quit. The follower flies into the air, surrounded by dark lightning. He mocks the knights and prepares a massive wave of darkness to burn everything. Before he can finish, a giant tentacle slams into him. He realizes this isn't an accident when the Kraken begins to beat him over and over. Liam watches in confusion, wondering why the beast is suddenly focusing only on their enemy. As the Kraken marks the follower with a permanent wound, Janus understands what is happening. He notices the beast's power isn't hurting the knights at all. This leads him to realize that Tiny actually succeeded in his mission. The injured demon follower still won't give up. He calls out a strange, unnatural power that creates a giant red flower in the sky. This plant grows fast and shoots out vines to trap the knights. As Janus and Liam fight the stalks, the follower screams and hides inside the closing petals. The knights think he might be running away, but the plant suddenly turns toward the city. Liam charges at it with everything he has, but his attacks don't work. The vines toss both knights aside like toys. They scramble back to their feet and sprint toward the castle to stop the monster. When they get close to the city, they freeze in shock. The knights who were supposed to be guarding the castle are standing there, but they look like lifeless walking corpses. The knights in front of the castle no longer look human. Their eyes are empty and terrifying. They repeat the same words again and again, chanting about death and glory as if someone powerful is controlling them. Not far away, Hustle slams his hand down in anger. Because of the interference, an important task has been ruined. Even so, he convinces himself that the goal can still be reached somehow. He openly challenges the so-called weak knights to stop him if they can. Genus and Liam hear everything. When the man mentions a goal, Liam immediately understands that the direction leads straight to the king's chamber. If that is the target, then the king is in danger. The possessed knights rush at them, still repeating their twisted orders. Liam decides there is no time to hesitate. He tells Genus to handle some of them and charges forward. He strikes carefully, using the flat side of his sword so he does not kill them. Even though he hates seeing fellow knights like this, he forces himself to push through. The only priority now is reaching the king. Genus notices Liam holding back his lethal force, and decides he will act with slightly more restraint. Inside the royal chamber, the demon follower already stands before the king. One knight is lifted into the air by dark lightning, struggling helplessly. The demon follower crushes his face and slams him to the floor without mercy. He then steps closer to the throne and introduces himself mockingly, as if royalty deserves at least that much courtesy. The king immediately recognizes him as the mastermind behind the chaos. The demon follower confirms it proudly. As a reward, he declares that the Karun bloodline will end tonight. Dark lightning surrounds him as he prepares to strike. Before he can finish, Genus appears from behind and attacks. The demon follower belittles him, claiming his attacks are useless. At that same moment, Liam strikes from the other side. They apologize to the king for arriving late, explaining they only just reached the castle. The king feels relief seeing Liam alive. The demon follower laughs at their presence and insists it only means more deaths. He gathers an enormous amount of dark lightning and prepares a devastating attack. Liam quickly realizes the truth. Even if he dodges, the king will not survive the blast. There is only one option. He apologizes in advance and pulls Genus in front of him as a shield. Genus does not understand what is happening before the attack crashes into them. In that instant, Liam remembers the king appointing him as a royal guard and placing trust in him to protect the city. When the smoke clears, Liam kneels on the cracked floor while Genus lies unconscious nearby. Regret hits him hard. He blames himself for not always fighting with his life on the line. He feels unworthy of being called noble. The king steps forward despite the danger and reminds him that evil power targets weakness of the mind. What matters is never giving up, even after reckless choices. Liam urges the king not to strain himself, but the king insists he can handle it. Then Janus regains consciousness and lashes out in anger. He makes it clear that he survived only because of himself and condemns Liam for using him as a shield. He does not hide his resentment and refuses to forget what happened. Liam accepts the blame and promises to make it right later. For now, the enemy still stands. Above them, the demon follower is shocked they survived. Enraged, he gathers even more dark magic. Janus quickly understands they have only one chance. They must completely destroy his evil energy. The demon follower unleashes his attack, believing it will end everything. Janus activates his second technique and swings his sword, creating the Song of Crazy Winds. The sheer force surprises the demon follower, who cannot believe someone of challenger rank can produce such power. At the same time, Liam attacks from behind with Karun's Royal Guard fourth technique, striking with full strength. Their combined blow smashes into the demon follower like a boulder. He screams as his body bursts into smoke and vanishes. For a brief moment, they think it is over. The king collapses from exhaustion, and his subordinates rush to him in panic. Janus quickly notices something wrong. He points out that they only managed to cut off one of the demon follower's arms. That means he escaped. Elsewhere, the injured demon follower curses in frustration. He tries to call upon shadows, but they no longer respond. Nearly 30% of their forces were committed to this mission, and yet he still ended up wounded. The situation is slipping from his control. Then he looks up into the sky. Tiny rides above on Wulling, holding the divine object. The sight fills him with disbelief. Somehow, that young boy now stands at the center of everything. The demon follower stares at Tiny in disbelief. Tiny answers calmly, almost teasing him, which only fuels the demon follower's anger. Dark magic gathers in the demon follower's raised hand. He admits he does not understand how Tiny obtained the divine object, but decides it no longer matters. He releases a wave of evil energy straight at him. Instead of retreating, Tiny smiles and urges Wulling forward. The wolf accelerates directly toward the attack, shocking the demon follower. Tiny activates Iron God. He adjusts his weight with precision, grounding himself heavily while accelerating and lightening his body at the moment of launch. With his iron body reinforced, he crashes straight into the dark attack and pierces through it. The demon follower cannot believe what he is seeing. Tiny pushes forward without hesitation, declaring he is coming for him. He calls Wulling again, mounts swiftly and charges. His hammer slams into the demon follower and sends him crashing down. The demon follower mocks him, but Tiny senses the truth that the enemy is weaker than before. So, he prepares to finish it. Suddenly, the demon follower raises a finger and gathers an enormous amount of evil magic. Even with one leg already lost, he smiles as the dark energy spreads everywhere. He admits that Tiny has forced him to use this final measure. The energy begins to accumulate violently. Tiny immediately recognizes it. The power resembles a fire sacrifice. The demon follower screams that he will burn and kill Tiny in the most painful way possible. He releases the explosion of dark energy. Tiny feels the danger instantly, realizing that long-range attacks will not help here. In that desperate moment, he remembers what the divine object taught him. Normally, activating soul requires reaching a superhuman state, but he reflects on the experience he had with his own soul before. Holding the divine object tightly, he closes his eyes and focuses. The demon follower assumes Tiny is finished. Then he senses something shift. Tiny activates soul. Shock floods the demon follower's face. Someone of expert rank should not be able to do that. Before he can react properly, Tiny opens his eyes and seizes the opportunity. He raises his weapon and attacks. The clash destabilizes the demon follower. He loses balance and begins to fall from the sky. As he drops, he screams in disbelief. Tiny moves beneath him and realizes he has succeeded. Desperate, the demon follower grabs Tiny's arms and refuses to accept defeat. He swears he will tear him apart even if it is the last thing he does. Tiny does not resist. Instead, he smiles. The reason becomes clear when the Kraken appears behind them. The demon follower panics and tries to escape, claiming the beast will not catch him this time. Tiny tightens his grip on his leg and stops him. The demon follower warns that Tiny will die as well. Tiny calmly points out that this means the demon follower will certainly die. Before the demon follower can break free, a massive tentacle crashes down and engulfs him. Smoke fills the air as his presence disappears completely. Tiny begins falling from the sky. Panic strikes him again, because he does not have enough mana left to summon Wolong. From this height, the fall will kill him. He curses the situation, refusing to die like this. Then the fall stops. He realizes he has landed on the Kraken itself. The surface beneath him feels strange, yet steady. The divine beast holds him carefully. The Kraken speaks, its voice no longer filled with rage. It thanks Tiny for his help and admits that its anger has finally eased. Tiny smiles and brushes it off as nothing important. Not long after, the kingdom of Karun announces what happened. The demon followers nearly destroyed the kingdom, but one young hero prevented its fall. The enemies were defeated, and even the Kraken was dealt with. In recognition of his bravery, the king grants Tiny the title of Shining Knight. 3 months pass, and because Tiny trains without distraction, his growth becomes obvious. When Genus watches him now, he struggles to believe how much he has changed in such a short time. Tiny explains that he focuses only on improving himself and uses a secret growth method, which is why his progress speeds up so quickly. As they walk together, Genus notices how much the kingdom has been restored while he is recovering. The damage from the battle is nearly gone. Tiny reminds him that he was seriously injured in the last fight and questions whether he should already be moving around like this. Genus brushes it off and admits that the overflow and injuries slow him down, especially because Liam once used him as a shield, but he insists he is fine now. He then turns the focus back to Tiny. Tiny forced out the power of a sacred artifact while still at expert rank and fought someone far stronger than himself. That kind of strain always leaves consequences. Tiny admits that his hands still tremble and that his mind and body feel slightly out of sync. He laughs it off, but Janus understands that such symptoms can signal deeper damage. Tiny looks at his hands and reflects on what really happens. Because his mana and stamina are nearly depleted during the battle, his body and soul fall out of balance. While trying to recover, he stumbles upon something unexpected. He discovers how to control the power of the soul. This power feels similar to mana, yet it functions differently at its core. By using it as a substitute for his exhausted mana, he reduces the damage to his body. He demonstrates quietly by forming magic without drawing on mana. The magic sword rises and cracks a stone nearby. That moment confirms it for him as he unlocks a new path. He realizes that the old legend about reaching the level of an aura master through training the soul might actually be true. Because he refuses to give up back then, this possibility now opens in front of him. Genus feels relieved that Tiny recovers properly. Then he brings up something important. He shows Tiny a letter that outlines their next destination. The Duke intends for them to head directly to Elfenheim, but Janus prefers to stop at the capital first. He wants to report everything that happens to the Valentia family before moving on. Tiny reads the letter carefully. He understands that the second disaster will occur during the Azran imperial family's wedding. Elfenheim might only be an excuse. After learning in his previous life that Genus eventually dies, Tiny suspects someone may be trying to send them away from the true danger. Still, he knows the third disaster will happen in Elfenheim, and he needs to meet Estina there. He remembers Chloe telling him to treat her like a sister. To him, she has become someone close, almost like family, and he feels a deep-seated desire to protect her if possible. At the same time, his thoughts drift toward the capital. In his past life, even Genus's captain fails to prevent the tragedy there. If both of them go now, perhaps the outcome can change. After weighing everything, Tiny makes his decision. He chooses to head to the capital first. Janus smiles because that aligns with what he hopes for. Meanwhile, in the castle, the king addresses everyone, including Tiny and Genus. He announces that reconstruction progresses well. Following the advice of the Radiant Knight, warnings about sacred artifacts and demon followers are sent to every nation. To restore stability and prosperity in Karun, it is time for Prince Henry's coronation. The king places the crown upon Henry's head. Henry accepts it humbly and admits he still feels unworthy of the throne, but he wants to express gratitude to the Radiant Knight once more. Tiny feels confused because he already receives thanks earlier when he borrows the sacred artifact. He believes he has been rewarded enough, but Henry insists it is not sufficient. At his signal, the soldiers bring forward a special item. Henry explains that enchanted armor is unnecessary for Tiny at his current stage of growth, but this object is different. It is one of the artificial artifacts once used by a former king of Karun during his adventures. It is the necklace of mana. Because Henry values Tiny and wants to reward him properly, he brings out one of Karun's royal artifacts. He explains that it once belonged to the traveler king of Karun, and places the necklace in front of Tiny. Tiny grows tense, thinking Henry is offering something too valuable for him to accept. Henry makes it clear that he originally intended to give Tiny a set of transcendent armor. However, every piece of that armor is registered as a national treasure. So, he chooses the necklace instead and explains that it still carries 6th class magic. Tiny feels uneasy. He already knows Henry is good by heart, but this level of generosity feels overwhelming. He reflects about transcendent armor, especially the 7-circle type with superhuman strength. It is so rare that even the 10 knights of the continent have barely touched it. Only the weapon masters have touched it. The king reassures him that even if all the mana inside the necklace is used, it restores itself within a day. Hearing that, Tiny accepts it respectfully and considers it an honor. Henry personally places it in his hands and reminds him that whenever he looks at the necklace, he should remember that the city will always stand behind him. Because of this gesture, the people around them begin cheering, raising his title of Radiant Knight with pride as Henry lifts Tiny's hand in front of the crowd. Later, outside the city, Genus speaks warmly about the greatness of the people celebrating them. Tiny then decides to pass the necklace to him. Janus freezes in shock, feeling the weight of such a treasure. Tiny explains that he cannot handle large amounts of mana yet, and would not be able to use it properly for now. For that reason, it would be better if Janus keeps it safe. Genus agrees to register it properly through the tower and promises to guard it until Tiny is ready. Tiny feels relieved because he truly needs Genus to stay strong. As he turns away, a heavy thought crosses his mind. He knows he is leading Genus toward the place where he once died in his past life, and that memory sits quietly in his chest. Soon they stand before a river. Genus assumes they must rent a boat, but Tiny decides otherwise. Because he wants to save time and money, he summons his moonwolf and moves forward without hesitation. Genus is left stunned but climbs on. As they cross over the water, Genus clings tightly, fear taking over his body. Tiny notices his condition and checks on him calmly. Genus tries to endure it, but the speed overwhelms him. Tiny realizes that while riding the Wolling feels natural for a master, it is not easy for others. Eventually, Genus cannot hold it in and vomits from motion sickness. When they reach the other side, both of them collapse on the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. The nearby townspeople stare in confusion. Genus admits he thought he might actually die. He suggests renting horses next time. At that moment, Janus suddenly realizes something is wrong. Tiny also senses it at the same time. His violet wallet is missing. He quickly thinks back and suspects it may have fallen into the ocean while he was busy helping Genus. Genus blames himself immediately, his voice shaking with guilt. Tiny reassures him that money can always be earned again, and reminds him that free cities usually prepare emergency funds for situations like this. He gestures toward 2 large men nearby who are harassing a young boy, and a scream soon follows, cutting through the air. Later that night, as they approach the castle, Tiny reflects that because this is a free city, those money bags likely already found their way into certain pockets. Janus, still tense, addresses Tiny by his title, Radiant Knight. Fear mixes with determination as he gathers his courage and questions whether Tiny plans to damage his own reputation. Genus believes that acting without investigation or understanding the situation will only create chaos in society. Because of that belief, he urges caution before using force. Tiny smiles slightly, recognizing Genus's strong sense of responsibility. He even notes that Genus rides 3 times faster than an ordinary horseman, which shows remarkable talent. Tiny follows him, hoping bringing Genus along was the right decision. Genus signals that he understands, but suddenly Tiny increases his speed and overtakes him, leaving Genus stunned. Before the upcoming ceremony, Tiny decides to ask Genus about something important. He brings up the second prince. Janus shares that the prince's public reputation seems decent, and that he is said to be close to the crown prince. Hearing this, Tiny grows uneasy. In his past life, rumors claimed the second prince attempted a coup and died alongside the crown prince. That memory clashes with what he hears now, making him question what is truly happening within the imperial family. Meanwhile, inside the palace, a child sleeps peacefully in the empress's lap. The second empress, consort Cartia, already knows the plan collapses badly. So when a demon follower contacts her through a glowing orb and avoids giving details, it only makes her angrier. She reminds him that they have prepared for years and even spent 3 full months arranging every step before execution. Since all that effort leads to nothing, her trust begins to crack. The demon follower tightens his grip around the orb in anger. He makes it clear that she is free to break the deal anytime. She is angry to hear this. He claims it as embarrassing for them, reminding her when she wanted the hateful bloodline of Azron erased completely. He pushes her to think carefully because opportunities like this rarely come twice. Her hand trembles, but her ambition remains stronger than her fear. She needs assurance that their final goal will succeed, and he confidently guarantees results. At that moment, her son wakes and calls for his mother. The shift in her expression happens instantly. She sets the orb aside and turns gentle. When he speaks about his upcoming class and shows insecurity about being only half imperial without golden eyes, she refuses to let that weakness grow. Because she wants him strong, she encourages him to keep improving just as he always has. His mood brightens immediately. He proudly declares that when he grows as strong as his older brothers, he will carry her on his back and run around the imperial palace 10 times. She smiles warmly and expresses complete faith in him. The child continues sharing stories about his last class, unaware of the darker schemes moving around him. Elsewhere, among the demon followers, the second elder gathers his members. He admits their mistake but explains that even with more preparation, the outcome might not have changed. The first elder suffers heavy injuries and undergoes recovery, and many resources are already lost. Their frustration turns toward Tiny, blaming him for ruining everything. They track his movements and discover that he heads toward Azrian. Since a major event is soon to unfold there, suspicion rises. However, they cannot confirm any direct link to Valentia, because they must prioritize their larger objective. The elder orders them to focus on the great deed they plan to execute using the Blue Fox. Back in the palace, Crown Prince reads a report and notes that someone voluntarily comes to present himself. Standing before him is the second prince, Royd van Azran. Royd explains that he intends to cooperate with a domestic intelligence group. Crown Prince points out that such rough work does not suit him, especially since Royd tends to follow rules strictly and command people directly. Before the discussion deepens, his knight interrupts from behind. The topic shifts toward the second empress and Tanel. News about them has been scarce. Royd reveals that their mother recently summoned the knight leader again, who still commands the Imperial Knight Troop. Because this continues repeatedly, Royd believes the authority of the Knight Troop must be strengthened. He also senses that their father's lingering disdain for the Imperial Knights influences these decisions. Royd adds that their mother still treats Tanel like a small child, even though he is already 14. That immaturity becomes more obvious because our boy of the same age leaves a far stronger impression. The older man recalls our boy who once slapped him so hard that he spun through the air several times. Both he and his subordinate remain shocked at the memory. Our boy now stands at the center of rumors across the continent. When Royd reacts with anger at how such arrogance went unpunished, the man accepts responsibility instead. He explains that he earns that. He then reveals Tiny's identity clearly. The Knight of Radiance who saves Karun from disaster is the same person. Royd freezes in disbelief. He connects the name to the one who stops the Kraken and captures devil worshippers. Rumors describe him as a half-dwarf around 20 years old, yet Crown Prince insists he is only a child. The thought unsettles Royd deeply. Crown Prince quietly hopes to meet him one day. Meanwhile, in Azrian at Valentia's second mansion, Tiny stands before Esgard. He stares at him in disbelief, shocked at how much his body grows in just a year. His blunt reaction irritates Tiny, especially after everything he accomplishes recently. Still, the Duke soon acknowledges his achievements and praises his success. However, praise is not the real reason for this meeting. The king shifts to the urgent matter ahead. A second disaster approaches within the imperial palace during the crown prince's wedding. Without assistance from someone inside who can interfere with the imperial barrier, such a scheme would be impossible. Because of that fact, Esgard concludes that there must be a traitor of humanity within the imperial family itself. The Great Barrier stands as more than a wall of magic. It links directly to the outer walls of the capital and filters out evil energy before it can enter. Because of that, it does not only block enemies, it also freezes and suppresses corrupted mana. Its effect spreads through the entire city like silent protection. Only a few people can move freely without restriction. The Imperial family, the Imperial Knights, and the Imperial Wizards are exempt from its influence. Everyone else remains under its control. For that reason, no large-scale disaster can take place inside the palace unless someone from within interferes with the barrier itself. That conclusion leads to only one possibility. A traitor must exist among the higher ranks of the imperial family. Esgard narrows it down further and explains that the only person he fully trusts is the crown prince. He also rules out second prince. They recall the second sister again to analyze their situation. That means someone else has already fallen under the influence of demon worshippers. Such manipulation could only succeed if the target lacks awareness. His words come out harsh, and Tiny reacts instantly, feeling accused. Esgard criticizes his reckless nature and explains that no matter how much he clarifies things, Tiny tends to charge forward without thinking. Tiny remains outwardly calm, refusing to show how much the words bother him. Asgard reminds him that he was ordered to go to Elfenheim. Tiny explains that he had his reason to not to do it. Asgard lets it go this time. Their conversation is interrupted by his servant. He informs him in urgency that the Weapon Master Bad requested a sparring match with him. In the Kingdom Alliance, only one superhuman currently stands at the top. Grid Van Selden, the Weapon Master, makes his strength known to the entire world. During the long war between the Kingdom and the Alliance, he repeatedly clashes with Asgard and holds the Alliance together. Even after the war ends, he continues fighting the Asgard, pushing their rivalry further. 3 years ago, Grid became an aura user, which places him at the highest level. A year ago, Asgard reaches the same stage. Their rankings stand equal after that. Tiny remembers clearly how the world shakes during one of their clashes. The battle between two superhumans leaves a mark that no one forgets. He tightens his grip and crushes the paper in frustration. He feels that the timing is completely wrong. Instead of focusing on stability, someone chooses to measure strength again. Tiny notices his irritation and suggests accepting the challenge, but with conditions that could benefit their larger plan. 1 week later, the Colosseum outside the capital fills with people. The arena is prepared for a fight between two superhumans, and the crowd gathers in massive numbers. Some in the audience whisper as they recognize our boy as the Radiant Knight. Others doubt it, claiming he should look much younger based on rumors. However, tension spreads as well. Some people quietly question why the Emperor permits such a spar. Aura-inflicted wounds do not heal easily, and a serious injury could mean national loss. Rumors begin circulating that the Emperor does not fully support the Crown Prince's upcoming marriage. These whispers reach Genus' ears, and worry pushes him toward the Duke. He expresses concern about the Emperor's true intentions behind approving the fight. Asgard remains steady. Even if permission had not been granted, he had planned to request it personally. He assumes the Emperor allows it because of trust. Tiny watches him and senses something different. Compared to the past, Asgard now shows stronger loyalty and less suspicion. Suddenly, an announcement spreads through the arena that the Crown Prince has arrived. The Crown Prince's appearance challenges the rumors of conflict between Valentia and the Imperial family. Tiny studies the Crown Prince carefully. He believes the Emperor still holds reservations toward Valentia, and the Crown Prince must be aware of that tension. Both Tiny and Asgard bow respectfully. From the Prince's decision to attend despite the sensitive situation, Tiny concludes that he can trust him for now. The Prince greets Asgard warmly after a long time apart. He then turns his attention to Tiny, almost failing to recognize him because of his growth. He admits that his fiancée expresses interest in seeing Wolling. Tiny understands and uses his mana carefully to summon the Wolling within the barrier, shrinking it into a small, harmless dog-like form. He presents it calmly. The Prince holds the small wolf with visible relief and reassures Tiny that they stand on the same side. After that, he leaves the arena. Asgard later informs Tiny that he has already warned the Crown Prince to remain cautious about demon followers. Extra guards are placed inside the palace, especially around Chloe. Tiny accepts the responsibility without hesitation. Not long after, a thick fog rolls over the Colosseum. The temperature drops suddenly, and confusion spreads among the spectators. Through the shifting fog, the Duke's opponent appears, his presence carrying the same overwhelming aura as before. He watches closely and remarks that the grid remains unchanged. The air turns heavy as Grid steps into the arena and faces Egard directly. In the audience, Tiny sits beside Genus, who is nervous. Grid starts with a mocking laugh, mocking Asgard for facing him. Asgard isn't impressed, and points out Grid's arrogance for crashing the official celebration uninvited just to cause a scene. Because Asgard maintains a imperial composure, he questions if Grid even understands how low his current status is. Grid finds this informal way of speaking incredibly annoying. He insults Asgard's speech for not being fit for a noble. Asgard just smiles back. He suggests that instead of critiquing someone's vocabulary, Grid should probably watch his own reckless behavior. As Asgard gathers his mana, he explains that he would much rather sound a bit rough than act as shamefully as Grid does. Grid matches this by releasing his own mana, deciding that the verbal fight is over. The host interrupts to shout the rules, reminding everyone that transcendent weapons are not allowed. He announces Asgard's specific request. The loser has to follow whatever demands the winner makes. Grid draws his weapon, fueled by a desire to settle an old score. He mocks Asgard for choosing a sword, but Asgard warns him that it is time to stop being so reckless. Grid claims his new status as an aura user gives him the right to act as a senior, promising to defeat Asgard. This arrogance triggers Asgard's temper. He raises his weapon and launches a direct strike, but Grid stops the blade easily with his own. Grid scoffs at the weak effort and sends Asgard flying backward with a counter move. While Asgard recovers his balance, Grid prepares a major charge to show off what he calls true swordsmanship. He rushes forward with his blade pointed straight at his target. To his total shock, Asgard activates a basic edge parry. Grid realizes, too late, that Asgard used this simple technique to redirect all of Grid's destructive aura and power. Asgard slashes back, forcing Grid to use a shield to dodge. Grid leaps high into the sky to create distance, but from below, Asgard sarcastically thanks him for the demonstration and offers to return the favor. Grid just laughs and generates a massive ice arrow in midair. Asgard looks up in shock as the arrow streaks down, resulting in a massive explosion upon impact. As Asgard tries to steady himself on the crumbling ground, Grid doesn't let up. He activates a secret technique called Icicle Cascade, raining down a flurry of ice spears. Asgard keeps his guard down, dismissing the ice as nothing more than a minor annoyance. This mistake leads to another massive explosion as the spears hit their mark. Grid screams that his secret technique is far more complex than Asgard imagined. However, Asgard simply sighs and slams his sword down, creating a counter-explosion that clears the area. Grid stands frozen in shock, wondering how Asgard managed such a feat. As the smoke clears, Tiny in the audience smiles while the rest of the arena stays covered in thick mana. The spectators are terrified, wondering if these two are monsters because of their insane speed. Asgard mocks Grid again, asking if swordsmanship involves using so much magic. Grid admits he probably can't win with just a sword, calling Asgard a worthy old nemesis. Asgard is disgusted that Grid would go back on his word so easily. Grid doesn't care about the shame and announces the start of round 2. He lunges forward with a lethal intent, and their blades clash again. Grid questions the point of Asgard's dignity while Asgard criticizes Grid's wild fighting style. Their clashing auras cause such a violent explosion that the mages maintaining the stadium barrier have to pour in more mana to keep it from shattering. Janus watches in awe, noting how Grid's use of the freezing attribute is a masterclass in combat. When Tiny asks who will win, Janus expresses confusion. Both have been aura users for different lengths of time. Suddenly the Grid is pushed back. He twirls his weapon and prepares a final move to end the fight. Argai realizes the Swordmaster's defeat is near, noting that while the story usually goes this way, the outcome is going to be very different this time. Grid decides to finish it, so he gathers all his mana and rushes forward. Ice spears form around his weapon and shoot toward Duke Asgard as he charges in. Because he wants to overwhelm him at once, he combines magic and sword in the same strike. Asgard does not retreat, instead, he activates the mighty force field. The ice spears pass around him and break apart without touching his body. Grid freezes for a moment as the defense works too perfectly. He reacts instantly, however, and uses his next trick. He raises his weapon, releasing a tremendous amount of mana, and swings it again and again. Massive waves of mana burst out in every direction, and the impact shakes the entire arena. The audience notices that the eastern section of the barrier collapses first, with the western section following shortly after. As cracks spread across the northern shield, spectators panic and check whether anyone is hurt. Fortunately, no casualties occur, but fear spreads through the crowd. Even Janus stands stunned at the scale of destruction. When the smoke clears, the host announces the result. Asgard von Valentia wins, and the audience erupts with excitement. Many praise the Empire's swordsmen, claiming they have no need for a weapon master, while Janus celebrates with visible relief. Grid steps forward, trembling. He confronts Asgard directly, unable to accept what just happened, as he remains convinced his final strike should have landed cleanly. However, he recalls that the moment his blade reached Asgard, the man instantly reinforced himself with a shield. In that same second, Asgard countered. At that moment, Grid felt the mana inside his entire body twist and his balance vanish. The distortion nearly tore him apart. He realizes that if Asgard had not stopped his swing midway, death would have surely followed. Because of that awareness, he surrendered. Now he demands an explanation. Asgard calmly reveals the technique is force field manipulation. It may appear simple, almost like a trick, but its effect proves undeniable. Grid cannot understand how such a method could even be developed, yet Asgard does not elaborate further. As the winner, Asgard steps forward and declares his request. Grid braces himself, expecting humiliation or political damage. He already worries that this defeat will weaken the Alliance's reputation. He admits that he never imagines losing to his longtime rival, yet a promise remains a promise. He offers his life if he fails to fulfill the demand. Asgard does not seek blood. Instead, he requires Grid to remain in the Imperial capital until the Crown Prince's wedding ceremony ends. That is his condition as the victor. The audience reacts with surprise and admiration. Many praise Asgard's generosity toward an old enemy. Grid feels uneasy, as he senses there is more behind this request. Asgard informs him to come and discover the reason himself. Grid leaves with frustration burning inside him. News of Asgard's victory spreads across the Empire overnight. People begin calling him the Sword Emperor. The title echoes through the streets. The next day, Tiny reads the reports quietly. He notices that Asgard gains the same nickname he once held in the past timeline. That detail confirms that some events still move along familiar paths. A knock interrupts the moment. A subordinate informs Asgard that Grid requests a meeting. Grid enters the room without delay. He takes a seat and goes straight to the point. Asgard removes formal distance and treats him directly, showing that long rivalry removes the need for politeness. Grid insists that nobles must maintain dignity even in private, especially before subordinates. Tiny observes and comments that those who carry power should behave with discipline. He mentions that such habits often form after painful experiences. Grid reacts sharply. Tiny continues calmly and refers to a private story. He recalls that Grid once killed his cousin when he was young and unable to control his strength. The memory hits hard. Grid rises in fury and demands to know how Tiny knows such a secret. Tiny explains that the story comes from Grid himself in another time. Grid refuses to believe it. He insists they have never met before. Asgard finally intervenes and reveals the truth. The technique that defeats Grid comes from that Tiny standing before him. Grid, fuming in anger, glares at Asgard and demands to know what he is scheming and refers to him with his nickname. Asgard notices that Grid would not call him by that shortened name if he's irritated. He urges him to calm down, stressing that the topic at hand is no trivial matter. Grid forces himself to breathe. If Asgard went this far to arrange a meeting, it must be serious. Still wary, he mutters that this feels like trusting a dangerous ally. Asgard notes how long it has been since Grid used that nickname. Grid shrugs it off, claiming the full name is too bothersome. Then he gestures impatiently for them to explain. Tiny watches him carefully and comments some things cannot simply be told. They must be understood firsthand. That only makes Grid more irritated. He snaps that if he hears another vague answer, he will not hold back. Tiny laughs at the threat, amused that age has not softened him at all. Asgard quickly cuts in, telling them to stop circling each other and get to the point. Then Tiny drops the truth. According to the original course of events, Grid would be 56 this year. Their paths were never meant to cross until 15 years from now, when streaks of white would already be running through his blue hair. The certainty in Tiny's tone unsettles him. Grid lowers himself into a chair, stunned by how specific it sounds. He admits he can picture himself as that older version. But if that timeline was real, how grim does the future become? Tiny assures him that things will be different now. The 10 Knights will intervene before disaster strikes. Grid frowns at the unfamiliar term. Only 7 Knights currently exist. Aside from Tiny, he wonders about the other 2. Tiny explains they cannot yet be approached. One known as the Grim Reaper is still undergoing training somewhere unknown. The demonic knight remains within the Sage's magic tower. The names sound theatrical, but Grid understands their implications. If conflict truly escalates, unconventional forces will be necessary. He finally connects the reason he was asked to remain in the Imperial capital. It is meant to prevent a catastrophe. Tiny confirms that assumption without hesitation. Asgard remarks that the young Duke is perceptive. Grid's thoughts shift to the strange technique used during his duel. He demands an explanation. Tiny admits that in the future, he instructs Asgard in that very method. The revelation hits like a shockwave. Grid presses further about the official result of their past clash. Tiny states it was considered even. Yet in terms of refined swordsmanship, Asgard eventually surpasses him, earning the title of Swordmaster only after Grid himself acknowledges it. Grid refuses to accept that quietly. He insists on arranging another duel immediately. Tiny leans closer and advises patience. Instead of rushing, he offers to reveal fragments of abilities Grid will master later on. He whispers specific guidance. As the explanation unfolds, Grid's eyes widen. He begins to see new possibilities in his own power. Asgard observes silently as tension eases. Then another detail resurfaces in Grid's memory of the conversation. 5 transcendent weapons. He currently wields 3. Tiny confirms that the number will indeed grow. But Grid cannot ignore the bigger question. Why share knowledge of the future at all? Wouldn't keeping such insight grant an advantage? Tiny responds without hesitation. If events unfold incorrectly, the world itself may fall. He has never chased status or riches. More importantly, he believes Grid is someone who honors his word, even at the cost of his own life. Those words strike deeply. Grid laughs, tension finally breaking. He admits that, given everything said, doubt feels pointless. He agrees to follow their plan. Asgard immediately warns him that none of this can reach another soul. Grid retorts that he is not foolish. Tiny gives him a skeptical look and reminds him that in the future, he and Heinen frequently claim discretion, only to cause trouble afterward. Grid looks offended but cannot entirely deny it. Asgard bluntly advises him that when uncertain, silence is safer than bravado. Grid grudgingly accepts the advice and leaves. Once he is gone, Tiny and Asgard remain by the window. Tiny questions whether revealing so much was the right choice. Asgard remains confident. Grid's strength is essential to him. As per his heritage, he will stand at the center of negotiations between the Empire and the Alliance, alongside the Magic Tower. Tiny nods, trusting that Grid will keep his commitments. Still, one concern lingers. He quietly asks when Asgard intends to inform Genus. Asgard pauses on this question. Tiny wonders if informing Genus sooner might help him prepare for what is coming. Asgard decides to wait until the current situation ends because he believes the news would only burden Janus further. Since no one values Genus more than he does, Tiny insists they must stay ready for any outcome. Asgard agrees and mentions that he and the Crown Prince are closely watching everything. When Tiny shows clear distrust toward the Crown Prince, Asgard asks for a reason. Tiny explains that the Imperial family previously destroyed their own country through internal power struggles. Asgard warns him to be careful, as the Imperial Intelligence Agency is likely already gathering information on them. Tiny admits his real fear is that the threat might not involve demon followers at all. Asgard explains that if this is just an internal struggle for the throne, he cannot legally intervene. Tiny realizes this means they might have to stand by even if the capital falls. While Asgard doubts the palace defenses would fail, Tiny remains suspicious. He suspects a member of the Imperial family might actually be working with the demon followers. When Asgard asks for a plan, Tiny reminds him that he isn't bound by the laws of Valentia. He grins and explains his intent to find the suspicious Imperials, disable them, and then escape. Asgard thinks this sounds insane but eventually stops arguing. They shift their focus to Tiny's physical growth and mana. Asgard notes that Tiny is very close to reaching the Blader rank and offers to personally oversee his training. Tiny remembers how grueling this training was in the past but prepares himself anyway as he chases him off to begin. A month of intense training follows. Tiny exceeds every expectation by mastering martial skills and heavy weapons with extreme precision. His hammer strikes with massive force, and he even learns to create tornadoes by projecting his mana. He reflects on how most Bladers at this stage can extend their power, so he pushes himself even harder. Asgard still worries that Tiny's plan will make him a wanted criminal, but Tiny stays focused on his mana development and time management. Later, Genis arrives, and Asgard informs him that Tiny is about to reach the Blader rank. He tells Genis to visit the Dragon's Eye base once the rank is official. Genis is skeptical that a child can achieve so much so soon. However, when he enters the training area, he is shocked to see a massive tornado. He watches as Tiny pushes his personal limits to master a skill exclusive to Bladers. A huge explosion shakes the entire room, forcing Genis to shield his face from flying debris. Tiny successfully executes a secret technique called Turbulent Storm. He celebrates the victory but immediately feels the physical toll on his body. His back strains and his stomach growls because his mana is forcing his body to adapt to this new strength. Genis watches in silence before clapping. He is both impressed and amused, admitting he never thought someone so young could reach the Blader rank. Tiny confuses when he sees Genis and wonders why he came. Genis explains that Asgard asked him to observe his training, and he arrived because Asgard informed that Tiny is on the verge of surpassing his limits. Tiny silently mocks Asgard. His stomach growls loudly, and Genis points out that it's probably lunchtime. Tiny admits he's starving from all the training. Genis suggests they eat together, mentioning about sharing an important detail. Tiny asks about it, and Genis leads him to a nice nearby restaurant. Later, Tiny notices his dyed red hair and questions whether it was necessary. Genis explains it was Asgard's direct order. He clarifies that since Tiny has been assigned a mission, he needs to blend in. His Radiant Knight reputation is already well known. As they walk, people murmur about him, speculating that he is a mixed-blood elf and commenting on his unusual hair. Genis quietly tells Tiny his new alias, Torin, a knight in training from the Valentia family, and that he is Genis's aide. Tiny questions the name, and Genis says Asgard insisted. Tiny reacts, thinking Asgard's orders sound harsh, and Genis warns him to watch his language. Tiny apologizes, admitting he feels doubt and frustration. Genis reassures him, explaining that controlling emotions helps unite mind and body, forming a strong foundation for reaching higher levels, a lesson he learned from Asgard. Tiny recalls a past life memory when he knocked down a few men and Estina questioning whether he had hurt others unnecessarily. He remembers admitting he had, and she told him that learning to control emotions would let him achieve far more. Returning to the present, Tiny notices that his mana has changed color after reaching Blader rank. Genis explains that according to the Valentia family's secret growth technique, the color of one's mana reflects the strength of their will and the essence of their soul. Maintaining composure builds resilience and lays a foundation for future power. Tiny realizes the color reflects his soul and wonders why it changed. Genis informs it's because a spirit has formed, condensing the power of his soul. Tiny experiments by combining his mana and soul energy in his hands, one side light, the other heavy. Genis asks what he's up to. Tiny focuses completely, compressing both energies, then releases them in a controlled explosion. The resulting circle rises into the sky, triggering a massive blast of wind and startling everyone nearby. Genis watches in awe and calls it incredible. Tiny confirms that he can now use the technique. Genis struggles to comprehend what he just witnessed. Tiny admits he doesn't fully understand it himself yet, but recognizes the breakthrough. Genis remarks that learning a large-scale technique in a single day is impressive. Tiny thanks him for the guidance, and Genis reassures him that it's fine. After all, they are his family. Outside, people whisper about Tiny, warning each other to stay away, drawing attention wherever he goes. They reach the restaurant, an extravagant place meant for nobles, and Tiny complains it's too fancy and suggests eating at the mansion instead. Genis smiles, reminding him not to underestimate the captain of the Blue Wing Knights. Inside, Tiny devours plate after plate while waiters keep serving him. Genis stares, shocked at his appetite, noting that some people can truly eat much more than he expected. Tiny reflects that his mana has grown. his gravity attribute doubling from before, and that only the strongest opponents are a match for him now. Janus asks if he's full. Tiny admits he still wants more. The waiter informs them he's consumed 150 servings, totaling 11 gold. Janus reluctantly pays, still regretting his money. He holds and goes through the menu while Tiny questions why he only had one dish. He stares at the restaurant sign outside the menu and then asks Janus about the restaurant, realizing it isn't ordinary place. Before he can confirm anything, Janus blocks every sound around them with a flick of mana from his finger. Tiny is amazed to see such perfectly controlled mana and attributes. Janus explains that from the outside, it is just a high-end restaurant. In reality, it's the capital headquarters for Dragon's Eye, the Imperial family's intelligence agency. Right now, the Crown Prince is the one managing the organization following the succession. Janus declares that this is the safest place for the Valentia family at the moment. It is Esgard's order to bring him here, as Tiny understands the reach of the Imperial intelligence network. There is another reason Janus has brought him here. Chloe's wedding is happening in 10 days, and only members of the Imperial family, Imperial Knights, and direct descendants of the Valentia family are invited. To get around this, Tiny is disguised as an aide to accompany Esgard, who doesn't believe the knights are skilled enough. Tiny points out that they should move sooner, but Janus reminds him he's an undercover aide and hands him an address to use in case of an emergency. Looking at the document, Tiny asks what it is. Janus replies that it shows the location of a sacred artifact. Since Tiny is already protecting the Quran artifact, Janus believes he can handle protecting this one as well. After a little hesitation, Tiny shows the confidence that he can pull it off. Janus then asks him to familiarize himself with the map. When they are done, Tiny bumps into someone. At first, he ignores the person, but then he looks through the disguise and realizes it's the Crown Prince. A moment later, Tiny is sitting right in front of him. The Crown Prince expresses his surprise at seeing Tiny there. Getting straight to the point, Tiny tells him he already knows that the Prince and Esgard are trying to track down every demon follower. The Prince confirms this, while also expressing his confidence in Tiny's abilities. Tiny requests that he share the internal matters of the Imperial family, so Tiny can be prepared for any potential risks. When the Crown Prince doesn't give an immediate answer, Tiny wonders if he has overstepped. He even thinks about the potential scolding he might get from Esgard for being so bold. Then, to his surprise, the Crown Prince agrees to tell him. He has already gathered a great deal of information through the Dragon's Eye. So the Crown Prince asks what exactly Tiny wants to know. Tiny gets straight to the point. He wants to know if the prince suspects anyone in the Imperial family of wanting to overthrow them. The Crown Prince shocks him by revealing there are actually 3 parties likely to do it. First, there is the Second Empress, the mother of his brother. Tiny is taken aback that the prince suspects the mother instead of his own brother. The Crown Prince continues, mentioning a rumor that his father destroyed her family years ago after they rejected his proposals. While it's just a rumor, if it's true, she has a massive motive. When Tiny asks about the second party, the Crown Prince points to the Imperial Knights. Because of the unfair treatment knights receive compared to mages, they are a prime group likely to revolt. Finally, he reveals the most shocking suspect of all, his father, the Emperor himself. He doesn't know the exact reason, but his father holds a deep grudge against Esgard, especially after Esgard's famous victory in the exhibition. The Emperor is reportedly furious at how popular Esgard has become. He warns Tiny to be extremely cautious, as reports suggest the Emperor controls a fearsome, secret militia with incredible strength. Since this is a top-secret matter, he tells Tiny to keep it under wraps. Tiny thanks him for the intel. The Crown Prince then gets up, as he is scheduled to escort Chloe to meet the Emperor today. Chloe is finishing up her etiquette lessons. Her teacher praises her for being such a quick learner before finally ending the class. Once the teacher leaves, it's clear Chloe is exhausted. She doesn't understand why it matters so much how she sits or where she keeps her arms. Since she only sees Vivian at night lately, the stress makes her wish she had just devoted herself to the temple instead. Just then, the arrival of her fiancé is announced. She is surprised to see him, commenting on how often he visits these days, which makes him blush. He shyly tells her that just seeing her face makes his day, bringing a bit of color to her cheeks as well. Eventually, he brings up her meeting with his father later this morning. Chloe remembers it, of course. He requests that she endure it for his sake, if the Emperor says anything offensive. When she asks why, he explains that his father holds a grudge against her father. Chloe has heard the rumors, but she dismisses them, thinking that if they were true, the Emperor wouldn't have chosen her to be his daughter-in-law. The Crown Prince assures her that he is different from his father, and hopes they will get along better in the future. He mentions that the Emperor is in a bad mood specifically because of the pressure to finalize this marriage. When he asks for her understanding, she agrees, though she silently resolves to report the Emperor's animosity to her father. Later, the two of them go to greet the Emperor. The Crown Prince expresses his hope for the Emperor's well-being. The Emperor sarcastically confirms that he is doing just fine, especially since his son is busy dealing with all the estate affairs for him. The prince politely reminds him that he only handles these authorities because it is his father's will, but that the Emperor holds the real power. Then the Emperor darkly tells him to return that authority to him. The crown prince diligently begins to say that if he wishes it, he will do so. But the emperor cuts him off. He claims that if the prince gives up his power, the nobles will protest. The emperor clearly knows that no one wants a ruler who hands people over to the magic tower and the knights or pushes them away. The crown prince reminds him that his current role is in line with imperial law. This only irks the emperor more. He expresses his displeasure not just with the law, but with the prince choosing Chloe as a partner. The crown prince remembers his father's words. He hates that the prince chose the daughter of a man who claims to be his equal. When the prince protests that Sword Emperor is just a nickname, he is interrupted by Chloe. Chloe formally introduces herself, boldly calling herself the daughter of Asgard, the sword of the empire. The emperor is taken aback by her nerve. She admits her father became famous after winning the recent exhibition, but argues that his fame brings goodwill to the empire as well. The emperor laughs at this, thinking to himself how the crown prince has chosen a partner just as stubborn as he is. He comments that he can't dislike a girl with such a backbone, but he doesn't hesitate to warn both her and her father. At that exact moment, Walling senses a wave of danger coming from him. Simultaneously, Tiny gets a warning through his familiar. He realizes the emperor is targeting Chloe. Meanwhile, the emperor continues his rant about blood supremacy and the divine birthright to rule humanity. He subtly jabs at Chloe, stating that anyone who considers themselves above the imperial line will never rise again. Chloe understands then that he is obsessed with the Azran bloodline, but she wonders if he wants something even bigger than just the empire. Chloe gulps after listening to this. Before she can say a word, the crown prince steps in front of her, subtly asking his father to compose himself. In response, the emperor simply dismisses them. As they leave, the emperor thinks about how far his son has taken things, which clearly disappoints him. A figure from the shadows asks why he spoke to his son like this. The emperor just blames his old age. Then, the shadow asks the real reason behind his hatred for Asgard. The emperor remembers 40 years ago, when Asgard came to the imperial palace as a 10-year-old. Back then, the emperor was just starting his sword training. He offered to teach the boy, but Asgard was so talented that he actually defeated the emperor. Shamed, the emperor gave up on becoming a knight. He tried to be a mage instead, but soon realized he lacked the talent for that too. However, he claims there is nothing personal about his rejection of the Valentia family. It's simply because he doesn't like their family name standing on equal footing with the imperial family. To him, that kind of influence threatens the fundamental order of his empire. For him, it is a form of treason. He is frustrated that his son doesn't see things this way, and he is equally frustrated by the law. The law is the reason he can't exert total control over the continent. The imperial family is bound by rules, unable to make quick decisions while the nobles only grow stronger. For him, full control is necessary to unify the continent. The shadow agrees with him. The emperor is certain he will be able to seize power once the empress and the demon followers make their move. The shadow reminds him that they don't have enough power to take down Asgard yet. The emperor knows it, that's why he wants more power. He asks about a secret weapon, but the shadow apologizes, saying she isn't ready yet. The emperor knows the girl has outstanding talent. The shadow confirms she is the greatest genius since the establishment of their shadow corps. If her talent is nurtured, she will become the greatest assassin and aura user the emperor has ever had as a subordinate. But it will take 10 years. The shadow consoles him, noting that a joint attack with the magic tower mages will be enough to take Asgard down. The emperor smirks at this. Finally, he asks for an update on his son. The shadow informs him that the prince is monitoring things using the dragon's eye but has yet to make a move. The emperor orders the shadow to give the prince all the information he needs, but not to let him find out about the ultimate plan. The shadow understands that the crown prince will realize the truth far too late. Moreover, the emperor knows that if Asgard is killed by demon followers, he can justify it by claiming it was caused by the growing, unchecked power of the nobles. The shadow promises they will shape the situation in his favor. Suddenly, the shadow receives a message in an ancient language and informs the emperor that he has received word from his men. The emperor is glad to hear it. Meanwhile, Tiny tells Asgard that the emperor is also threatening Chloe, which shocks him. Tiny plays with the idea of assassinating the emperor, but quickly takes it back after seeing Asgard's dark glare. The Lord wonders why the emperor is doing this, questioning if he is still holding a grudge over a defeat from 40 years ago. Despite everything, Asgard is still ready to support the emperor. Tiny cuts him off, as he doesn't consider that old incident a big deal. The Lord is furious that Tiny doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation, but Tiny retorts by asking if this is more dangerous than the Demon King's army. Asgard reluctantly answers that it is not. Tiny solemnly replies that these internal squabbles will be minor problems once the Demon King's army descends. Then, all of humanity will have to unite against them. He has first-hand experience with this. Asgard points out that even so, they can't just ignore the problems at hand. They need to empower humanity to fight back. Asgard envies how simple-minded our hero is, though Tiny is not happy about being called that. Still, Asgard thanks him for clearing his mind, right until Genus frantically enters the room, claiming there is an emergency. He informs them that they have just received an emergency report from the Dragon's Eye. Multiple rebellions are erupting in small towns directly under Imperial control. Esgard is ready to listen, but Genus adds the kicker that the Emperor has issued an order for the Valentia family to deal with them. Genus hands him the official order. Esgard reads that the Emperor is requiring him to suppress a rebellion in a small town to prove his worth and potential as his in-law. Esgard darkly states that they have a deadline, the wedding day. Tiny doubts that a small town soldiers would have the guts to start a rebellion on their own. Genus has heard it might be the work of demon followers leading the charge. Janus is concerned about the terrible timing. After thinking it over, Tiny guesses that the demon followers want to split the Imperial capital's forces. Esgard agrees, noting they are making it clear they plan to mount an attack on the wedding day. Janus points out they don't have hard proof of a wedding day attack yet, but Esgard is confident it's coming. He assures Janus he'll explain everything later, but first, they need to deal with this immediate problem. Janus understands and starts reporting that the rebellions are happening in small towns like Serengal, Ligu, and Karina. Imperial knights and mages have already been sent to Serengal and Ligu. Even the fire and ice mages were dispatched. That leaves them with the task of suppressing the rebellion in Karina. Since it is located between the Empire and Valentia, they have the option to send their own knights. Esgard finishes his thought, noting they need to send the strongest knights they have to finish the job before the wedding. Genus confirms this but points out a problem. Valentia's elite knights are currently stationed in the Imperial capital. If they go to Karina now, they won't make it back in time for the wedding. Esgard realizes this is the Emperor's plan to weaken his forces. Esgard brings up the option of defying the order, which shocks both his men. However, he points out he isn't actually going to do that. Chloe and his family come first, and it would ruin her reputation if they withdrew from the wedding now. He wonders if that was the Emperor's goal all along. Suddenly, Tiny comes up with a plan to finish the task in a week. He'll go and deal with the rebels himself. They guess he plans to use Wolling as a mount, and he confirms it. It will take him 3 days to get there and 3 to get back, meaning he'll only need 1 day to crush the demon followers. Janus points out that it works in theory, but it's dangerous in practice. Esgard agrees, since Tiny will be facing dozens of knights and soldiers, not to mention potential traps. He can't risk Tiny's life. Tiny insists that for the sake of victory, they need to take risks. It's how he has always lived. He asks Esgard to request the Imperial family's sacred artifact for him to use. Later, the Crown Prince is shocked to hear this demand. He is confused about how Tiny can even carry such a giant artifact. His aide informs him that Tiny is able to use the core of Karun's artifact. The Crown Prince didn't expect that, so he agrees to give his permission. It is a way to compensate for the fact that he can't stop his father. The Emperor receives word that the sacred artifact has disappeared, which he suspects is the Crown Prince's doing. He notes it went missing after Torin, a knight from the Valentia family, entered the palace. The Emperor dismisses the loss, thinking the artifact is just a symbol, but his shadow shocks him with the news that Torin is heading to Karina. The shadow adds that if Tiny can use the artifact, he can destroy the demon followers with sacred light and dispel the dark magic affecting the citizens. The Emperor is furious that the Valentia family won't suffer any losses at this rate. He angrily orders them to make sure Tiny doesn't come back. The shadow assures him that he has already sent his secret weapon after him. He is sure she can take care of one knight. Meanwhile, a girl is observing our boy as he heads toward Karina. She notices Wolling looks like a direwolf species. She can't catch him now because he is moving too fast, so she decides to wait for him on his way back, assuming he'll return by the same route. Meanwhile, our boy is feeling pretty hungry because he was only able to catch and eat a single boar during his 3-day journey. Wolling also whines in agreement. He asks if there's a way to reach the 4th stage as a spirit mage, but Wolling answers that it's simply too much for them right now. He knows he already reached the highest level in his past life, so he is sure the process won't change this time around. The only real difference is that now he can grow as a spirit mage as well. If his soul quality improves, it will help him enter the uncharted territory of an aura master. He is hyped thinking that he'll hit that 4th stage eventually, even if it takes a little longer. He hopes to get some help from Estina. Finally, he reaches his destination. The plan is to suppress the rebellion fast and get moving. Meanwhile, outside the inner castle of Karina, the rebellion leader claims he isn't doing anything wrong for his cause. He justifies himself, claiming his family was forced to submit to the Lord of Karina for generations. Back then, he was nothing but a mere toy, so he feels justified in killing the current lord. At that moment, a demon follower named Jeroni assures him he has done nothing wrong. Instead, as the new lord of the town, he needs to face the danger ahead. Jerome already knows Tiny is coming for them with the sacred artifact. He confirms that Tiny left 3 days ago and assumes it will take him a few more days to arrive. He tells the new lord to get ready. The lord is taken aback, realizing Jerome is leaving him to face this alone. Jerome answers that they have no way of helping him directly, since Tiny possesses the sacred artifact. The lord panics, unsure of what to do. The follower tells him to use that specific method. As the lord of the town, he will lead the knights and set a trap. With no other choice, he agrees. The demon followers emphasize that this is all for the sake of the new world. Now he stands waiting for Tiny to arrive, his mind filled with thoughts of this new world. Meanwhile, the demon followers are gathered. They discuss their upcoming counter-strategy against our boy. They don't actually think the Lord can hold his own against Tiny, but their main plan is to use the battle to analyze Tiny's abilities. They also plan to figure out exactly how he is transporting the sacred item. Suddenly, they hear a commotion outside. They immediately realize that Tiny has arrived. They panic, realizing he made it there much faster than expected. Their leader tries to calm them down, but as one of them looks outside, they confirm Tiny is already there. The leader orders them to activate the trap immediately, as they don't have time to escape. His subordinates protest, worrying about their lives, but the leader firmly states that they can't outrun Walling anyway. Before they can even activate the trap, our boy challenges them to come outside. The next moment, he takes Amor's core in his hand. Every one of the demon followers is overwhelmed by the sacred light. The leader immediately realizes that this light is the power of the sacred artifact, and they need to activate the trap before it's too late. The leader begins to chant a spell, his mind filled with thoughts of sacrificing himself for the new world. However, his chant is cut short by our boy's intervention. Without wasting a second, Tiny throws his hammer toward him. The next moment, a massive explosion rocks the area. Tiny is taken aback. He knows his weapon didn't cause a blast that size. He realizes the leader must have triggered a final, desperate sacrifice, likely weakened by the artifact's holy light. Suddenly, Tiny freezes as he sees what's right in front of him, a massive cache of bombs. He remembers from his past life, his companion telling him that the explosives used by the demon followers are more powerful than any artifact, and they will explode the moment they are heated. His eyes widen as he sees the casings already starting to crack. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he knows he has to act immediately. He decides to use a new skill, one he hasn't properly tested since that one time in the Imperial capital. Gathering mana in his hands, he unleashes a wide-range attack using his destruction attribute. The resulting explosion is enormous. As he struggles to neutralize the force of the blast, both he and Wolling are thrown back by the shockwave. A while later, he finds himself standing amidst the crumbled ground. Thankfully, he managed to survive the center of the blast. Suddenly, he remembers that the Imperial Palace must be looking for the sacred artifact, so he needs to contact them immediately. He heads inside a building and demands a communication device from the new Lord. The Lord pleads for his life, but Tiny just repeats his demand. The Lord answers that they don't have such high-tech upgrades in such a remote area. With no other choice, Tiny dashes back toward the capital. He is frustrated with the Lord of Karina for being so behind the times. He apologizes to Walling. The poor guy just recovered, and now they have to sprint back for the wedding. His sentence is cut short, however, when an unexpected weapon passes across his body. He stops Walling just in time before the arrow hits him. It whizzes past his head. He realizes that if it weren't for his heightened senses, he might be dead already. He wonders who could have set a trap out here. The next moment, another arrow rushes toward him, slashing his cheek. Before he can even steady himself from the ambush, he is attacked by a spear. He immediately recognizes the skill. It belongs to the Grim Reaper. He asks what she's doing here, then immediately regrets it because, in this timeline, she doesn't know who he is yet. In a flash, she is attacking him again. He grabs her next strike with his bare hand and launches a counterattack of his own. Tiny is in a tough spot. He hasn't had a moment of rest since dealing with the mess in Karina, and his mana is almost completely depleted. He stands on guard, weapon ready, waiting for the next strike. When it comes, he protects himself with his steel armor. All of her arrows are repelled by his weapon, but there's a catch. The shadow poison coated on the arrow is starting to take its toll on him. He is in a difficult situation because he might actually die at this rate. However, he can't bring himself to kill a future member of the 10 Knights, so he decides to try a different approach. He tells her he knows she is working for the Imperial family. After a pause, she hesitantly asks how he could possibly know that. She takes the bait. In the future, she might not have replied at all, but luckily for him, she is still inexperienced. He boastfully adds that he even knows her technique is called shadow art. Now she is truly curious, as that's a fact only she should know. Or so she thinks, since her future self was the one who told him. He continues, telling her he even knows how to use it himself. He knows he'll have to pour every last drop of his mana into this bluff. She doesn't believe him and sends another arrow his way, but he is already trying to copy her technique. She immediately recognizes that he is using Illusion Step. Tiny is glad she fell for the trap. He doesn't have enough energy to use it again. He baits her further by claiming they are from the same family. When she hesitantly asks if he is the Radiant Knight, Tiny Morse, he gets a reaction he didn't expect. She is skeptical that he is really a descendant of the Morse family like the rumors say. When Tiny answers affirmatively, she still doesn't buy it, because she is also a descendant of that same family and believed she was the only one left. This is news to our boy. Even her future self never told him she was part of the Morse family. Luna, on the other hand, claims she believed she was the sole survivor of the Morse bloodline. That's the whole reason she follows the Imperial family, so she can eventually claim her territory and revive her family. But now that she believes our boy is also a descendant, she can't bring herself to kill him. Still, she wants to know how he is so sure about her affiliation with the imperial family. He realizes she's no fool, so he reasons that since only the Imperial and Valentia families knew about his mission to Karina, it's obvious the Imperial family is trying to eliminate him. She accepts his answer. Tiny then asks her what her specific mission is and why she was ordered to ambush him. She answers that she doesn't know the real purpose behind the hit. She is merely following the Emperor's orders to kill him, whether before he reaches Karina or before he can return to the capital. Tiny immediately understands that he isn't the true target. The Valentia family is. He can't believe that while demon followers are wreaking havoc in Karina and infiltrating the Empire, the Emperor only cares about his power plays. In his mind, he asks Esgard if he truly thinks he can protect this kind of imperial family. He then expresses his urgency to get back to the capital. When he calls her big sister, she is totally sold. Since he is 14, she is technically older than him. She immediately accepts the role, hugging him and welcoming him as her family. Tiny feels guilty about the lie, however, and plans to apologize to her later. He is worried about her failed mission, but she consoles him, saying she will handle the report. Meanwhile, the demon followers are meeting. They are shocked to hear that Tiny survived the explosion. Moreover, they can't believe he is on track to reach the imperial capital in just 3 days. They are worried he will tell everyone about the underground bombs. One of them points out that no one is going to believe him anyway. Another raises the assumption that he might have infiltrated the imperial capital by concealing his identity. Even if no one believes him, they realize he is still a risk to their plan. They decide to move the rebellion ahead of schedule. The subordinates protest, arguing that it will disrupt their plan because the wedding day is the only occasion when the entire imperial family will be gathered in one place. The leader points out that there is another occasion they can use as their chance. The occasion is the rehearsal, which is a day before the wedding meant to ensure everyone follows proper etiquette. The leader believes the entire imperial family, minus the emperor, will be there. When someone questions the emperor's absence, the leader orders them to tell the Blue Fox to take care of him. Meanwhile, the second empress learns about the demon followers' plan. Gruel claims things are turning out in their favor, especially with the emperor out of the way. Otherwise, he would make things difficult for them. She doesn't believe the emperor was ever a real challenge. She thinks he only ascended the throne because he was the eldest. She is surprised Gruel, in his position as captain of the Imperial Knights, would be afraid of him. Gruel knows the emperor himself isn't the problem, but the Imperial mages, specifically the pure-blooded sorcerers under his command, will be a major issue. She warns him about the Imperial family's assassins. Gruel doesn't believe they exist beyond mere rumors, which makes her furious. She has seen them with her own eyes. They killed her family right in front of her. She reminds him that she knows this better than anyone, as she is going this far specifically for revenge. Gruel charms her, kneeling and ensuring her that their child will be emperor if things go their way. She reminds him that they are finished if they fail, a fact he already understands. At the same time, the emperor finds out about the change of plans. The shadow reminds him that the second empress altered the access date on the barrier stone. They guess the attack will happen on the rehearsal day. The emperor realizes everyone in the imperial family will be there except him. The shadow suspects they will try to assassinate the emperor while he is alone. The emperor doesn't see the demon followers as a real threat, and doubts they could ever handle Esgard. In fact, he wants him to deal with them for him. The shadow points out, however, that he won't be able to protect the emperor if he's busy with Esgard. The emperor consoles him, claiming he has other ways to protect himself. The shadow asks whether it is truly necessary to kill Esgard to have full power. Instead of answering directly, the emperor issues an order to be updated with hourly reports. Once he is sure his life is out of danger, the shadow will eliminate Esgard. He then orders the shadow to take Ludwig with him, as Ludwig is destined to die. The shadow is hesitant, but the emperor angrily dismisses him. Before leaving, the shadow hesitantly informs him that the rebellion in Karina has been quelled. The emperor is not happy that Tiny survived. The shadow tries to explain that they took every precaution, but the emperor is beyond furious and won't listen to excuses. He isn't worried that Tiny is alive. He is worried the Valentia family succeeded without taking any losses. In a rage, he orders the shadow to eliminate the Valentia family. The crown prince also finds out about the second empress's plan. His aide informs him that Gruel has assembled his squads and changed the strategy. He guesses they will target the rehearsal day. The crown prince raises the same question. The emperor won't be there. The knight replies that her collaborators will deal with him. The crown prince knows her aides are demon followers. Ixalan asks if they should stop them, but the crown prince wonders if they can even kill the emperor without inside help. He gets a reply that with Ludwig by the emperor's side, it will be difficult. The crown prince agrees, noting Ludwig is the only one who has stayed loyal. He understands that because of the emperor's hatred for Esgard, he has treated the knights poorly, leading them to commit treason with the empress. Now he needs to stop his father from killing Asgard as well. He tells Ixilin how this opportunity will give him a chance to cut the corruption from his family without dirtying his own hands. Ixilin is taken aback to realize the prince doesn't plan to stop the rehearsal attack. Instead, the crown prince orders him to warn the Valentia family and tells them to come to the Crane Palace a day before the rehearsal. He will tell Asgard about the plan there. In her room, Chloe is exhausted from wedding preparations, wishing she could just have bride lessons again. She also misses Wolong and wishes for a cute child. Vivian comments that Chloe was like a child to her once, but now she is getting married. Chloe takes the chance to tease her, telling her to confess to Genus. Vivian denies her feelings while admitting her admiration for him. Chloe offers to tell him on her behalf, but Vivian furiously refuses. Chloe then expresses her envy for Vivian, the luxury to fall in love easily. Vivian asks if she is unhappy with the marriage. Chloe answers that it's her obligation to her family, and besides, the crown prince is her best option. Still, she jokes that she wants Vivian to go on dates for her. Their conversation is cut short by a knock from the crown prince. Chloe immediately fixes her hair. He enters, notices Vivian's presence, and reveals he has come to tell her something very important. Our boy and his familiar finally reach the capital. They are tired to the bone, but Tiny knows he needs to report to Asgard first. Suddenly, he sees the Valentia brothers rushing toward him. They inform him of the change in plans. He needs to get to the wedding hall immediately. Inside the wedding hall, everyone is gathered for the rehearsal. The priest asks them to be silent as the ceremony is about to start. Gruel is also present. His demon aide has already instructed him to gather mana in the orbs once the plan starts and throw them. It will summon the destroyers, who will take care of the rest. At the time, Gruel questioned how he would know when to start or if he would get a signal. The follower simply answered that he would know when the time comes. Now, standing in the middle of the ceremony, he still doesn't know exactly when to throw the orb. He also notices that Asgard is paying close attention to his subordinates, making Gruel suspect that Asgard is onto him. He decides he needs to eliminate him. He immediately summons Estruel and orders him to take care of Asgard. Meanwhile, Asgard suspects they are scheming something, but he doesn't know the specifics yet. So far, they haven't picked up any dark aura. Following the Crown Prince's instructions, he is keeping a close eye on the room, but hasn't found a substantial lead. He remembers the Crown Prince informing him just yesterday that the demon followers are planning a coup during the rehearsal. Asgard suggests canceling the rehearsal, but the Crown Prince sees this as the perfect opportunity to catch the demon followers. Instead, he asks Asgard to protect the Imperial family. When Asgard questions whether the Emperor is aware of the situation, the prince confirms that he is. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince glances around, observing everything. There is one thing he doesn't quite understand: how Gruel plans to break the Imperial Palace barrier. Even with demon followers backing him up, that is something Gruel shouldn't be able to do alone. He consoles himself with the thought that Asgard will handle things if they go south. His hands are shaking as he tries to focus his mind on the plan. Suddenly, his younger brother Tanel grabs his hand, assuming the prince isn't happy about the marriage. The Crown Prince's expression softens. Tanel is the most innocent of all his siblings, and he knows the boy might hate him after today's events. He tries to reassure him by saying he is excited, but Tanel isn't convinced. The prince explains that there are simply many things on his mind that Tanel will only understand once he's an adult. Tanel congratulates his brother on the marriage in advance. The Crown Prince is distracted by Asgard's voice, which is currently scolding his sons for being there. Asgard stops mid-sentence when he sees a small version of Wolong, which means Tiny is finally back. One of the brothers explains that since Tiny isn't allowed in the rehearsal, he is waiting outside with the rest of their knights. At that moment, Wolong jumps into Asgard's hand. Through his familiar, Tiny relays a critical message. There are certain artifacts nearby that don't contain mana. He is trying to find them. He immediately realizes that these manaless items is the key to the enemy's original plan. Just then, Estruel addresses him. He expresses his suspicion that someone is planning a major incident during the rehearsal. He claims that he and his men are ordered to prevent anyone from entering except the Imperial family and their delegations, and he asks Asgard to cooperate. Asgard is beyond furious once the weight of those words registers. The implication that he would ruin his own daughter's wedding is an insult he can't ignore. Estruel blandly tells him he is just following orders. Asgard challenges him, demanding to know exactly whose orders he is following. He threatens to kill him right then and there if he doesn't get an answer. The crowd starts murmuring at the sight of Asgard turning against an Imperial knight. The Crown Prince notices the scene escalating and steps in to stop Asgard. He turns to the knight, reminding him that he is effectively blocking Asgard from attending his own daughter's rehearsal. Estruel apologizes but drops a bombshell. He is following the Emperor's direct orders. The knight adds that if Asgard defies this, it will be considered an act of treason. Meanwhile, Tiny is watching everything unfold through Wolong's eyes. He is worried about Asgard, but his primary focus is finding the bombs. He knows they look like black beads, so he rushes through the area to find and defuse them. Back at the ceremony, Asgard is stunned to hear the orders supposedly come from the Emperor. The Crown Prince cuts him off, accepting the situation despite Asgard's protests. The prince apologizes and requests that Asgard obey. Watching this, Gruel assumes the prince must know something. Regardless, Gruel decides that if he can't use the orbs on Esgard, he will use them to wipe out the imperial family. Esgard continues to protest, arguing that the knight must be lying. The prince emphasizes that they lack the proof to challenge it now, and trying to confirm the order would take too long. Esgard warns him that he won't be able to protect the family this way, and mentions the mana-less artifacts. However, the crown prince seems indifferent, hinting at a much bigger plan that might involve sacrificing a few good apples alongside the bad ones. He assigns Esgard another task entirely. As the rehearsal proceeds, the priest announces Chloe's arrival. The crowd murmurs in awe of her beauty, and the crown prince praises her as he reaches for her hand. Just as she takes it and they step forward to begin, a strange sound echoes behind them. The ceremony continues anyway, and someone lights the candles. Meanwhile, Tiny, still in his Wolling form, is incredibly frustrated. He is trying to find the beads, but there are too many in different colors, and he isn't sure which ones are the explosives. He wonders if he should just destroy them all. Suddenly, a servant smells something strange, and guests comment that a scent is coming from the candles. Wolling is instantly alerted. He recognizes the smell as the precursor to an explosion. Finally locating the bombs, he realizes it's too late to be subtle. To save everyone, Wolling transforms into his full-spirit beast form to intentionally scare the guests. His plan works. People scream and start running for their lives. In the middle of the chaos, Gruel wonders if this is finally the signal to throw his orbs. Gruel notices that Wolling isn't attacking the imperial family. Instead, the beast is trying to interrupt their plan. Our boy decides to spit the bombs out of the building, realizing the bombs were hidden inside cake. However, Gruel jumps him, causing Wolling to spit the beads just outside. Since the casings are already cracked, a massive explosion erupts a moment later. The Emperor witnesses the blast. His subordinate informs him about the new artifacts used by the demon followers, noting there are no reported casualties yet. Watching the scene unfold through a magic orb, the Emperor shows no concern for the bystanders. For a fleeting second, he looks like a caring father worried about his sons, but then he grins. He realizes their deaths will serve his cause perfectly. Their sacrifice will give him the ultimate excuse to seize the absolute power currently divided among the nobles. With that power, he can finally conquer the entire continent. His subordinate darkly agrees with his vision. Meanwhile, Gruel gives the order to wipe out every member of the imperial family. Because of that command, the soldiers move at once and begin cutting down the Imperials with their swords. The chaos spreads quickly. Seeing this as the moment he has been waiting for, he decides not to waste it. He pulls the explosive marbles from his pocket and considers starting immediately, while the Crown Prince searches for Chloe. Around him are the wounded bodies scattered across the ground. Blood covers the floor and cries for help to fill the air. But Prince focuses only on finding the princess. He always expects danger. That is why he had informed Esgard that removing rotten flesh requires cutting into healthy flesh as well. Even with that mindset, he never imagined the situation would turn this terrible. The day before, he had arranged everything. He ordered Ixalan that the Emperor would be killed by demon worshippers the next day. At the same time, he commanded him to finish the Emperor himself if the worshippers failed. Now he realizes he almost dies before completing any of it. He sees demon worshippers slaughtering the imperial family without mercy. Anger pushes him forward, so he attacks them. While fighting, his thoughts remain fixed on Chloe. He trusts the plan he prepared for her, and knows his father-in-law will arrive soon. Because of that, he forces himself to calm down. Survival becomes his priority, since staying alive is the only way his efforts will matter. Suddenly, demons appear in front of him and move to strike. Elsewhere, Genus regains consciousness after the explosion. No one had warned him about it. He recalls that the Esgard had ordered him to enter as Chloe's knight. From the shock on the Esgard's face earlier, he understands Esgard also knew nothing about the blast. Genus tries to stand but feels his body numb. His mana feels sealed. He becomes grateful for the mana necklace Tiny gave him. Because of it, he manages to endure the restriction a little longer. Genus notices Chloe beside Vivian and feels relieved that she is safe. Chloe hands Genus a sword and urges him to move quickly since there is no time left. She directs him to follow them because they must reach the prince. At that moment, demons appear there as well. The crown prince continues fighting. He swings his sword at a demon and silently hopes for strength. Before the demon can finish him, Chloe steps forward and cuts it down herself. The prince feels stunned watching her strike the monster. Another demon moves to attack. Genus warns her to stay alert. Both Bradley and the princess sense the incoming danger, but Genus steps into its path and blocks it. He urges Chloe to leave with the prince. Facing the demon, he realizes the mana restriction causes his strike to miss the neck. Even so, he understands he cannot defeat all of them alone. What he can do is buy time. He steadies himself and prepares to hold the line. He uses Valentia swordsmanship in his Supreme Art second form and activates his variation of the Song of the Violent Wind. The Crown Prince watches him form two blades and finally recognizes him as the Knight of the Storm. The demons roar and charge. Another explosion shakes the area. Chloe sees Genus collapse to the ground. A demon reaches toward her and the prince, but Vivian steps in and attacks it, determined not to let any demon touch Chloe. Another demon drops from above to seize her, yet the crown prince pulls her away and saves her in time. He recalls the conversation from the previous day. He had informed Chloe that they had received intelligence about a coup d'etat planned during the rehearsal. She had wanted to cancel it, but he stopped her. He had already discussed everything with Asgard. She had been shocked that he spoke to her father without telling her. Still, he had assured her that he held a plan capable of changing the Empire's fate. To protect her, he had given her his relic. He never intends to put her in danger. When she had asked about the object, he had explained that it was his personal artifact, Defensio. He now remembers promising Chloe that no matter what happens, he will protect her. Meanwhile, our boy regains consciousness after the explosion. His body feels heavy, so he understands he pass out for a while. The shock hits his Welling's form harder than he expects. Even so, he believes Asgard can manage what comes next, since he has already pushed things this far. At the palace entrance, Asgard demands space so he can go inside. The guards block him. After seeing the explosion, he grows tense and presses them about standing still instead of acting. They explain that the Imperial Knights control the palace security and assure him that those inside will handle everything. They make it clear he does not need to interfere. Asgard nearly draws his sword. Then he restrains himself and turns away. From a distance, Tiny watches this and feels confused. The Asgard he remembers would never step back so easily. The hesitation feels unlike him. Tiny approaches him. Asgard checks if he is unharmed and explains they must wait. Tiny does not accept that. He walks toward the entrance. The guards recognize him as a knight from Valentia and block him again, declaring that the Imperial Knight will take control. Tiny ignores the warning and strikes them with his sword. Asgard reacts sharply and reminds him that attacking them counts as treason. Tiny makes it clear that the reason behind his actions no longer matters. What matters is what they can still achieve. Because of that defiance, the guards label him a traitor and move to kill him. Asgard admits that Tiny has forced his hand. Since he already owes him, he finally pulls out his sword. Once he unsheathes it, he cuts through the guards and advances toward the palace. He feels almost grateful because Tiny gives him the excuse to act. Together, they eliminate everyone blocking their way. Asgard then orders the Knights of Valentia to rescue the Crown Prince and Princess. The Valentia Knights move at once. Tiny urges Asgard not to waste another second. They need to break in. Next moment, a sudden storm sweeps through. Asgard recognizes it as Genus. He then questions Tiny about his next move. Tiny leaps toward the Imperial barrier and attempts to break it. Asgard notices and points out that Tiny is still not strong enough. Tiny decides to prove otherwise. He activates his gravity attribute X16. He understands that timing decides everything. With gravity reversal, he prepares carefully. At the right moment, he launches a gravity zig and follows with his battle technique form. His thunder strike crashes against the barrier. Inside, the Crown Prince and Princess hear the loud impact. Asgard comments on the strength of the wall, but before he finishes, Tiny steps off his head and pushes forward. Asgard rushes to Chloe and informs her that her father has arrived. He cuts down a demon while Vivian continues fighting nearby. A demon moves to strike Asgard from behind. Chloe notices first and urgently warns him to evade. Asgard turns instantly and uses Severing, the secret swordsmanship of the Valentia family, to slice the demon apart. He sees Chloe at the back with the prince beside her. He informs the Crown Prince that regardless of any hidden plan, he will not allow his daughter's life to be used as a gamble. The Crown Prince clarifies that his intentions are not reckless. Asgard faces him and brings up that repayment should come through taking full responsibility for Chloe's life. Asgard hears that and senses the battle is nearing its end. At that moment, Tiny notices a figure moving behind Asgard. He warns him immediately. Asgard swings his sword, but the attacker vanishes. The Crown Prince suggests stepping back, yet Asgard halts everyone. He realizes that more shadows tied to the Emperor may be hiding beyond the rumors he has heard. Far away, the Emperor watches everything through his orb and feels satisfied as he believes he is witnessing Asgard's final moments. The Emperor appreciates and credits Ludwig for proposing the use of the shadow. Because of that suggestion, the current chaos becomes possible. Ludwig expresses gratitude. The Emperor then makes his intention clear. Once Asgard dies, he plans to eliminate the other nobles one after another and rule alone. He even wishes that Tiny had died while suppressing the riot. Ludwig believes the Fire and Ice Mage would not fall so easily. The Emperor understands that, yet he remains firm that Tiny must die to gain full control over the Imperial Magic Tower. After Duke, he plans to deal with the rest in time. Ludwig recalls the earlier instruction that the Emperor's death must trigger the operation. When the demon followers question him about the Emperor's staff, he explains that it cannot be ignored. He makes it clear the staff is not decoration. He describes the Emperor as someone without true magical skill, and someone who only gained swordsmanship through Asgard. The Emperor survives by surrounding himself with artifacts. Ludwig considers most of those tools worthless compared to his own strength. However, he treats the staff differently. That artifact can nullify the mana of any mage under the magic tower, including him. When asked how he intends to kill the Emperor, Ludwig assures them a method exists. Soon after, news arrives that demons have appeared inside the Emperor's chamber. The Emperor becomes furious and lashes out at the staff, blaming them for failing to secure the palace. Ludwig reassures him that the defense magic installed in the room can suppress low-class mages. He then requests one of the Emperor's artifacts, explaining that their system requires it to function properly. The Emperor hands it over and orders immediate action. One attendant takes the artifact and leaves. Watching this, Ludwig concludes that the Emperor is more foolish than he expected. Elsewhere, Asgard battles the shadows. He swings repeatedly, yet the attacks fail to strike them directly. The shadows surround the entire area. No matter how many times he attempts to cut them down, they persist. Vivian steps forward to attack, but Asgard urgently warns her that the shadows remain active. The shadow turns toward her and prepares to strike. Before it can reach her, Tiny intervenes and blocks the attack with his sword. He informs Vivian that her mana has been restricted. Because of that, she resorts to normal strikes. Tiny immediately explains that ordinary attacks do not work on shadows. The Crown Prince connects the situation to the Second Empress. He suspects she altered the Imperial Barrier's flow, which causes the demons to lose control. Even so, he recognizes these attackers as part of his father's faction, rather than demon followers. Since the Emperor's office stands at the palace center, he concludes that their real target is Asgard. Asgard orders Tiny to protect the Emperor. Tiny feels surprised because he does not trust the Emperor. The Emperor loudly emphasizes that they only need a justification. Saving him will provide the reason to move against the Imperial Knights later. When Asgard prepares to leave, Tiny assures the older man that he will return soon and urges him to stay alive. The Crown Prince watches Tiny depart. He calculates that if Tiny moves now, Ixalan may arrive first, and that outcome still aligns with the plan. Ixalan observes smoke rising from the palace after the explosion. He considers the possibility that the demon worshippers also aim for the Emperor. He reminds his group not to forget the Crown Prince's mission. Moments later, someone calls out to him and claims to be lost. Ixalan recognizes the person and feels startled. Inside the chamber, Ludwig attacks the Emperor. He senses resistance blocking his power. From that reaction, he realizes the staff has not yet moved far enough away. He feels irritation and thinks impatience may be affecting him. He blames the Queen for exhausting too much mana while altering the barrier flow. Even so, he remains confident because the man who took the staff works under him. Using his strength, he restrains the Emperor. The Emperor questions whether Ludwig belongs to the demon followers. Ludwig rejects that comparison and expresses contempt. He declares himself the true heir of the Asran family and claims the throne as his rightful place. He views the Emperor as unworthy and seated only because of birth. In his mind, the Emperor should have died long ago for the Empire's peace. Since the Emperor relies on artifacts, Ludwig intends for him to perish painfully. He believes that once the Emperor dies during the demon worshippers' attack, order will return, and he will ascend as the next ruler. At that moment, Tiny bursts into the chamber and confronts Ludwig, demanding to know if he is responsible for the disaster in the Imperial Palace. Ludwig demands to know his identity as he has never seen our boy before. Tiny treats it as irrelevant. Ludwig immediately casts a spell across the room. Tiny only reacts with quiet confidence and moves forward. Ludwig grows irritated and insults him. He makes it clear that Tiny does not match the threat he expected. Without delay, Ludwig releases his power. The force strikes Tiny and slams him against the wall with huge force. From that impact, Tiny understands that Ludwig is at least a six-circle mage. What unsettles him more is that Ludwig casts continuously without visible preparation. Tiny rises and attempts to close the distance again. Ludwig fires another spell at high speed. Even while under pressure, Tiny senses something important. His mana body detects that Ludwig is drawing from the excess mana leaking through the Imperial Barrier. Because of that, Tiny believes he can read the pattern. He moves in again. Ludwig keeps attacking, confident in his advantage. Tiny activates gravity transfer and shifts his position. Through instinct and perception, he tracks the path of Ludwig's magic. He anticipates the direction in sequence, first forward, then below, then above. Ludwig assumes Tiny is trapped and expresses confidence. Tiny lowers himself at the right moment. In the next second, he reverses gravity and launches an attack upward. Ludwig blocks again and dismisses him for choosing the wrong opponent. Tiny pulls back slightly and steadies his breathing. He realizes an object is shielding part of him, allowing him to continue. He also understands that if he had reacted even a fraction slower, the previous attack would have crushed him. Ludwig relaxes his guard for a brief moment. Tiny sees that opening and charges at full speed. Just before the strike lands, Ludwig turns and unleashes magic once more. The blast hits Tiny directly. His weapon slips from his hand as he falls again. Ludwig questions his refusal to give up. At the same time, Ludwig hears that the Emperor remains alive. That thought pushes him to act faster. He decides to end it immediately and walks toward the Emperor. Tiny watches from the ground and measures his remaining strength. He doubts whether his body can endure another direct hit. Suddenly, an arrow cuts through the air. The shooter reveals himself as Sir Grid. He expresses regret for arriving late and explains that the complicated route to Island Palace delayed him. Ludwig stiffens at the sight of the weapon master and questions the appearance of the Sword of Alliance. Tiny points out the delay. Grid accepts that he arrives later than he should have and acknowledges it is not honorable. When he looks closely at Ludwig, he realizes he is facing the blue-blooded sorcerer. He admits he did not expect this opponent. Grid then speaks casually about their first meeting and considers leaving Ludwig to Tiny afterward. Ludwig reacts with anger and accuses Grid of interfering in internal affairs. He insists that if Grid leaves now, he will overlook it. Grid glances at the bound emperor and challenges that claim. He implies that this looks less like an internal issue and more like a power struggle disguised as one. He quickly decides that if needed, Ludwig would make a fitting culprit for the emperor's death. Ludwig responds with flames rushing forward. Grid activates his power and withstands the attack, pressing Ludwig back within limits. He counters immediately. In the next instant, Ludwig vanishes. Tiny warns Grid that Ludwig stands behind him. Grid turns at once and questions whether that movement counts as a technique. Ludwig clarifies to him that it is bait and repels Grid's strike again. Grid then notices Tiny rising into the air and charging at Ludwig. He refuses to let Ludwig continue. Ludwig loses his temper and fires another spell, which knocks Tiny back to the ground. Ludwig feels satisfied seeing him fall again. Grid steps in and swings his sword. Ludwig bends low and avoids the strike. He counters with magic at once. Grid pushes forward and releases a fierce attack, ordering him to fall. Ludwig grows irritated when his spell fails to crush Grid. Before he can adjust, Grid closes the gap and strikes again. Ludwig mocks him for not knowing any more tricks and claims he knows it already. At that moment, Tiny attacks from behind. Their powers collide and a violent explosion fills the chamber. The shock breaks Ludwig's hold over the Emperor. The Emperor regains his breath and immediately questions what happened to Ludwig. He wants to know whether he is dead or gone. Grid states that Ludwig has fallen and advises the Emperor to focus on surviving on his own from now on. Shaking, the Emperor rises and walks toward Ludwig's body. He stares at him and struggles to accept the betrayal. He mutters in disbelief at the idea that someone like Ludwig dares to aim for the throne, which makes his blood boil. He rants at the lifeless body, demanding to know who gave him authority and reminding him that he alone raised him to power. To him, Ludwig's betrayal justifies this end. Tiny and Grid remain silent, watching the Emperor's outburst. After calming himself, the Emperor returns to his throne. He acknowledges that both of them fought well and promises generous rewards. Grid refuses. He clarifies that he only came because of his friend Duke Esgard. The mention of Esgard triggers the Emperor again. He trembles with rage and questions why his name keeps surfacing. He declares himself the true ruler and the peak of authority. In his mind, destiny belongs to him alone. Old resentment surfaces as he thinks about how long Duke Valentia has stood in his way. Grid and Tiny exchange confused looks as the Emperor suddenly accuses them of siding with the Duke. He convinces himself that Valentia works with demon followers to stage a false rescue and claim glory. He insists he cannot be deceived. Grid studies him and questions his stability. The Emperor dismisses any concern and claims that soon even the Alliance will belong to him. At that, Grid lifts his sword toward the throne. As the central axis of the Alliance axis and a descendant of the Selden Kingdom, he claims to not ignore such accusations. He treats the Emperor's words as hostility. Tiny steps in and places a hand on Grid's shoulder. He reminds him that the Duke will handle what follows. Grid lowers his sword and turns away, stating that as a foreign guest, he should not interfere further. He expresses brief appreciation for Tiny's effort before leaving, adding that what happens next is no longer his concern. Tiny senses that he has earned recognition. Noise rises outside. The Emperor assumes the prince's escorts have arrived. Ixalan enters and acknowledges Tiny's role, assuring him they will manage the Emperor now. The Emperor demands Tiny's name. Tiny identifies himself and states his connection to the Valentia family. Hearing that name again fuels the Emperor's anger. He orders Tiny to leave at once. As Tiny exits, unease settles in his mind. He summons and leaves the Wolling behind as a precaution. Ixalan observes Ludwig's corpse and reflects on how events unfolded. The Emperor calls him closer and appoints him leader of the Imperial Knightage. His first command is clear. Tiny must not leave the palace alive. Ixalan absorbs the order in silence. He considers the weight of the position. Then he signals the escorts. They seize the Emperor and restrain him. The Emperor shouts in disbelief and accuses Ixalan of betrayal. Ixalan informs him that he has been dethroned and declares himself Emperor Vincent Vanislan. He explains that the former ruler endangered the nation through personal delusion and reckless plotting. The Emperor continues to scream and calls them traitors. Ixalan draws his blade and prepares to carry out judgment. He announces that under the name Bradley Vanisran, he will execute Vincent Van Azren for his crimes. The Emperor begs and threatens to appeal to the Crown Prince. The Wolling watches silently. Ixalan ends it by cutting the Emperor's throat. After everything settles, Ixalan goes to the Crown Prince. Bradley has already stepped into the role of Emperor. He wants confirmation about the former ruler. Ixalan reports that the matter has been handled and the previous Emperor is no longer alive. Bradley reflects on that decision and seeks reassurance. Ixalan stands firm and explains that removing him is necessary because the former ruler is preparing for a reckless war that would destroy the Empire. That reasoning convinces Bradley to steady himself. As he prepares to carry the weight of the throne, Bradley recalls the chaos of that night. He remembers how Genus and Duke Valentia fought to protect Chloe. He also remembers that Grid arrived late but still helped erase the threat. Because of their efforts, Chloe escaped safely. Bradley then focuses on the shadow troops. Ixilian explains that most of them are eliminated during the clash with the Knights of Valentia and Grid. However, the second-in-command leaves earlier for another mission, which means the unit is not completely destroyed. The shadow troops follow one strict rule. They obey only the official emperor. For that reason, they decide to appear again after Bradley's coronation. Bradley moves to the next issue and asks about Cartia and Gruel. He is informed that Cartia and Gruel are already arrested once the riot ends. Ixilian also reports that Prince Tanel, who went missing, is found. Gruel had hidden him after the riot. The truth behind it unsettles Bradley. Ixilian informs him that Tanel is believed to be the child of Gruel and Queen Cartia. The attempted coup aims to place Tanel on the throne. Bradley presses his hand against his head. He already deals with betrayal and now faces a planned coup. Even so, he understands that as emperor, he cannot avoid responsibility. He decides that Cartia and Gruel must be executed to remove the threat. Ixilian warns him that the second prince, Royd, may oppose the execution of his birth mother, Cartia. Bradley concludes that no seed of conflict can remain. Royd will have to understand the necessity. When it comes to Tanel, Bradley chooses differently. Even if the boy is born from an affair, he is still his brother. Bradley decides that Tanel will live within the royal family. With political matters settled for now, Bradley orders Ixilian to gather everyone. He wants to reward the one who changes the course of the crisis in a way that stands apart from an ordinary reward. Soon after, Tiny stands before the new emperor. Bradley offers him a transcendent weapon as a reward. Tiny already understands what such weapons are from his past life as Nocturne. He knows they carry rare and strange properties, and that finding the perfect one is difficult. He believes the Nocturne he will obtain later may already be enough. Even so, he kneels and explains that he has a request instead. Bradley listens as Tiny requests freedom for the descendants of the Morse family, who remain bound under the Imperial family. Ixilian reminds Bradley that Tiny is also the next leader of the Shadow Troops. Bradley responds carefully. He cannot grant full freedom at once. However, he promises that within half a year, the Morse descendants will be released. Tiny expresses gratitude. Bradley adds that granting only that request may harm the dignity of the throne. Therefore, he still allows Tiny to select one transcendent weapon from the Imperial Palace. It will be assigned to him, though it does not immediately become his personal property. Tiny accepts the condition. He understands Bradley's position and appreciates the gesture. At that moment, the Icefire Mage approaches. He greets Tiny warmly and observes that he is more polite than expected. He identifies himself as a pillar of the Magic Tower and informs Tiny that he will guide him to the storage under Imperial orders. They move through heavily guarded halls. The mage explains that this place is far beyond a noble's treasure room. It represents the long history of the Empire, and security here is unmatched. Tiny looks around with quiet excitement. He has never seen this place in either life. He notices immense wealth stored behind reinforced doors, memories from his past life surface. When the demon army invades, the Empire spends everything on war. Much of humanity's war effort and even the allied races rely on Imperial resources. Seeing the treasury now makes him realize how vast that power truly is. The mage reminds him not to be overwhelmed. Tiny clarifies that his focus is not on gold. He senses something deeper, possibly the soul resonance that he needs to reach the level of Aura Master. Refusing this opportunity would haunt him. The mage presents several transcendent items suitable for someone below superhuman level. Tiny expects one or two options, but finds many more. There are boots, wristbands, armor, and other pieces. He studies them carefully, searching for the one connected to soul resonance. The mage encourages him to touch them freely. They will not vanish. When Tiny reaches toward the boots, the mage explains the conditions that only those who achieve Blader class before a certain age can use them. The boots constantly apply 3-circle wind magic and allow the use of 7th circle magic once a week. They greatly enhance speed and are known as the ruler of wind. For someone who fights with a hammer, that speed could create powerful ambushes and final strikes. After explaining at length, the mage returns the boots to their place. Tiny feels surprised after hearing such a long explanation. He clarifies that he is only 14 years old. The mage reacts with shock. Even so, Tiny decides to examine other options. His attention shifts to a wristband. The mage explains that only a minor capable of more than 3rd circle magic can use it. The wristband strengthens the wearer and allows defensive magic of the 6th circle daily, 7th circle weekly, and 8th circle monthly. The item is originally crafted by an ancient transcendent to protect his daughter. The gender restriction remains unclear, but its power is undeniable. Tiny understands that 8th circle magic can even block Gluttony's attack. Still, he feels it is not what he seeks. Finally, the mage presents the last item. Its condition resembles a puzzle. It requires someone who can control soul resonance and who has formed a partnership with a soul. The moment Tiny hears that, excitement fills him. He reaches for it without hesitation. As soon as he touches it, his armor begins to change. The mage quickly warns him to understand its effects. Tiny observes the transformation calmly. He recognizes what it means. This power aligns with his path. It is the key he needs to step toward becoming an aura master. The Ice Flame Mage notices the change in Tiny's armor the moment it reshapes around his body. Because the armor reacts on its own, he understands that Tiny has met its condition. Tiny focuses on what the armor can actually do. The mage explains that the armor grows stronger as its owner improves in spirit techniques. As skill rises, it strengthens the spirit body and deepens soul resonance. That explanation makes everything clear to Tiny. In his past life, he never grasps the key to mastering aura. Now he realizes that the answer stands right in front of him. He learns that the armor is called Divine Armor Animus. The name alone confirms its value. Soon after, the Duke arrives to escort him. He checks whether Tiny has already met the Crown Prince. As they move out, the Duke notices the new armor and learns that it is a transcendent weapon. Because it matches Tiny so well, he considers it rare luck. Inside the carriage, Asgard brings up what he hears from Grid. He connects the disaster to the pure-blooded sorcerer. Tiny confirms it. That confirmation makes the Duke feel relieved that Grid gets involved early. Without him, Tiny might have died. Asgard sees that as a narrow escape. Tiny senses that the Duke still holds back something. Since he already knows how events unfold, he brings up the former emperor. Asgard stops him from speaking further and makes it clear that as a vassal, he should not dig too deep. The less he knows, the safer he remains, especially when it concerns someone above his rank. Tiny sees the difference because this man does not match the swordmaster he remembers. That's why he reveals that the assassins using shadow skills serve the dead emperor. Asgard already knows this from the Crown Prince. Tiny then points out the benefit of the emperor's death. The one who hunts him is gone, and the new emperor now carries weaknesses. The Duke rejects that line of thinking. A vassal should not exploit such matters. Tiny pushes further. If the emperor orders something wrong, blind loyalty cannot be the answer. He reminds Asgard that Grid reports the emperor's plan to start a war. The Duke feels shaken by this. Tiny brings up something deeper. When his daughter faces danger, the Duke cannot even draw his sword. The man from Tiny's past life would never hesitate. That man once accepted sacrifice for a greater goal. Asgard grows angry at that comparison. Tiny remains calm and explains that those words come from the Duke himself in the past. During the battle against the monster king Gluttony, 3 of the 10 greatest knights are used as bait. That decision allows them to reach Gluttony. At that time, everyone trusts Isfardi because he always measures what matters most. When the Duke questions whether he sacrifices the innocent, Tiny recalls that the Duke once claimed he would seek forgiveness with his own death after achieving the goal. Hearing this shakes Asgard. He believes he prepares himself well, yet now he sees that his heart is not ready. He accepts that he must change. That is all he can promise for now. Tiny considers that enough. They arrive home. As Tiny steps out, he feels that it has been a long time since he last sees Chloe. He calls her his older sister in his heart. The moment she notices him, she reacts strongly. At the ceremony, she barely looks at him, but now she stares properly. The small and cute child she remembers is gone. Vivian runs after Chloe, confused by her reaction. Both of them stare at Tiny in shock. His body has changed completely. Chloe even questions if the moonwolf beside him is truly Tiny. She picks up Wallang while still struggling to accept his transformation. Tiny smiles and acknowledges that he has changed a lot. Chloe keeps finding it hard to connect the boy she knows with the young man in front of her. Vivian advises her to calm down. Asgard notices Chloe's strange behavior. Before he can react further, she runs off while holding Wallang. The wolf glances back at Tiny, while Chloe continues to mumble that he used to be adorable. Tiny admits he does not understand her reaction. Later, the Duke meets Grid in private. He brings up what Tiny reveals about the Emperor. Grid first brushes off the old nickname Asgard uses for him and shifts to the real issue. He listens as the Duke repeats that the Emperor attempts to start a war. Grid explains that the official statement claims Ludwig, Cartia, and Gruel join demon followers and kill the Emperor before being executed. Asgard knows that is the public version. However, he wants the truth. Grid confirms that Tiny's words are accurate. The Emperor openly expresses desire to control the Alliance. Grid admits that if he did not encounter the Crown Prince's knights that night, he would have killed the Emperor himself. He reads the tension from their expressions and expects action, but he never imagines they would go that far. Asgard regrets not realizing it sooner. He believes he could have stopped things differently. Grid doubts that. If the Duke knows, he would only waste time protecting a sick old Emperor. Grid lays out the consequences clearly. The Empire now blames demon followers for the Emperor's death. If the threat of demon followers is ignored, unrest will spread across the nation. Under those conditions, the former Emperor remaining alive would only make things worse. From Grid's view, this outcome is the best possible result. He also admits that both he and Asgard share a flaw. Emotion clouds judgment. He forces the Duke to imagine what would happen if he never confronts him. Chloe and the Crown Prince might have died. Grid urges him to wake up and stop clinging to personal standards of right and wrong. When confusion rises, he should listen to others instead of deciding alone. At that, Asgard recalls Tiny's words as well. What matters is not excuses, but action. He realizes Grid stands on the right path. He understands that he must overcome his own narrow thinking. As clarity settles in, he agrees that it is time to move forward with the next step of their plan. Later, the three of them wear black gowns to hide who they are. Asgard prepares to check the public mood after the Emperor's death, so he brings Garen along because he trusts his judgment. Garen has experience observing lands, but this time he does it in disguise. The Duke wants honest reactions, so he expects Garen not only to watch, but also to speak with people directly. While preparing, Garen notices another boy nearby. Tiny removes his cap and reveals himself. Because only a few months have passed, Garen feels shocked at how much Tiny has grown. Tiny explains that he forces his body to train using mana techniques, so the sudden change has a reason. Garen already knows Tiny is not ordinary since the fight with Drexler, and now even his face carries a mature look. Tiny responds with quiet confidence. Asgard cuts their reunion short because the task comes first. Once they enter the town, they hear constant talk about the Emperor's death. Rumors spread that he sides with demon followers. Fear grows because if the strongest city cannot protect its ruler, then nowhere feels safe. People worry about what will happen to the Empire and the world. Garen understands that the public only knows the official story. Because the new Emperor announces the demon followers' involvement, panic spreads faster. Asgard tells that Azran becomes the center of attention regarding demon threats. Soon, other powers connected to the Empire will hear the same news as the new Emperor is soon disclosing about underground bombs. Tiny remembers that in the past, most disasters began from civil wars. If hidden identities come out, chaos will grow even faster. Asgard adds that exposing everything would make action harder. Since the Empire remains strong, it still has the ability to calm the other four forces. He admits that what they accomplish this time is crucial. He looks at Tiny with clear appreciation. Tiny grows shy at the praise. The Duke quickly regains his strict tone and warns him to control his expressions. Tiny answers with respect. Suddenly, Tiny's cap slips off. People recognize him as the Radiant Knight who defeats the traitor. Some even connect him to saving Karun. They notice the Duke nearby and recall that he once presented the Morse family before the new Emperor. Because of Tiny's black hair and eyes, many assume he belongs to that family. The crowd gathers fast. Garen concludes that speaking freely will become impossible in this situation, so they move away. Tiny feels uneasy since being linked to the Morse family truly matters to him. Garen tries to ease him by explaining that the Morse family is only semi-noble and already gone, so it should not matter. Tiny remembers his own promises and understands that it matters deeply. Asgard wonders when Tiny becomes this famous. Garen explains that after the new Emperor takes the throne, he publicly credits Tiny for saving Karun and the Azran family. Because of that announcement, Tiny's name spreads across the country. The Duke believes this fame will help since Tiny must soon travel to Elfenheim. Being well known will make stubborn elves take him seriously. Garen then questions the reason for sending Tiny there. Tiny answers directly because the matter cannot remain hidden. Demon followers seek a holy object, so someone must protect it and persuade the believers there. Garen suddenly mentions having a friend in Elfenheim, which surprises both Tiny and the Duke. He explains that during a mission in Rodman's land, he meets an elf heading to Elfenheim. Through honest conversation, they form a bond. Tiny finds the explanation simple, but Garen insists that sincere words create fast friendships. To prove it, he takes out a token given by that elf. The symbol looks genuine, which convinces them. Because of this, Asgard orders Garen to accompany Tiny. Soon Garen mounts his horse while Tiny sits on his famler. Before they leave, the Duke informs them that he sends Jay ahead as preparation. Tiny agrees to look for Jay upon arrival. They promise to return with results. As Tiny rides off, he casually calls the Duke an old man. The Duke pretends anger but silently hopes for success. At the same time, demon followers receive news that Tiny interferes again. They also learn that Ludwig dies and the Crown Prince now holds the throne. Anger rises among them because Ludwig boasts about handling the matter but fails. They suspect someone uncovered their plans. One suggests a spy within their ranks. Another rejects that idea since the Emperor's death would not happen if that were true. They consider another possibility. If a hero appears, then perhaps the goddess interferes again. That thought leads them to recall ancient history passed down from Malum. The manager of the flawed world can only observe fate, but excessive interference twists destiny and weakens the boundary between dimensions. When cycles break, destruction comes earlier than planned. They remember how the goddess once repeats cycles by creating heroes and tying them to demons. They believe proof of their own victory still exists in the Demon Station and the Great Labyrinth. Now they adjust their strategy. Their original plan targets Elfenheim after the Empire, but with their partner, Elaine, gone, they shift focus to the Orc Alliance. Another hidden piece already waits there. The Elder decides on a test. If Tiny heads straight to Elfenheim, he may truly be the chosen hero, and they must eliminate him for the new world. If he instead moves toward Bader, the Orc City, then a spy likely exists among them. As they debate the future of the world and the coming end, Tiny and Garen continue their journey. By the time the grasslands stretch before them, Garen informs Tiny that they have reached the grassy plains of orcs. After a week of travel, Tiny and Garen arrive at the wide grasslands ruled by the orcs, far beyond the Empire's border. Because the journey takes longer than planned, Garen feels apologetic and explains that he could have reached the place within a single day if he had traveled alone. Tiny reassures him that the delay does not matter since he needs Garen's help to enter Elfenheim anyway. Garen then brings up the main danger of this land. The greatest thing to be careful about here is the orcs. In human territory, money could solve problems, but the orcs do not allow the weak to cross their grasslands. Only those who accept and win their warrior challenges can pass. Tiny already knows this. If they move straight toward Elfenheim, they will meet 3 tribes. The fastest way is to defeat all 3 in battle, so he decides they should hurry. Garen recalls Duke's earlier instruction not to question how Tiny knows such details, and to support him without doubt. Remembering that promise, Garen keeps his curiosity to himself and rides alongside Tiny. Soon Tiny clashes with an orc warrior while mounted on his moonwolf. The orc, riding a red boar, attacks fiercely and urges him to strike again. Their beasts glare at each other as steel collides. Tiny suggests she swing her sword with more force and counters her attacks. While exchanging blows, he wonders whether her large sword carried such lightness in his previous life as well, because he feels no weight from it now. Garen watches in astonishment. Despite Tiny's smaller frame, his strength and stamina are overwhelming. Tiny charges forward repeatedly without hesitation, yet the orc tires before him. Even after reaching her limit, she refuses to surrender and calls him arrogant. Her red boar grows frightened of Walling and lowers itself. Tiny prepares to finish the fight, but Garen loudly reminds him not to kill her. Tiny controls his strike and knocks her down without ending her life. Even so, he feels the gap between himself and true monsters is still wide. He realizes that the fear spreading on the battlefield comes not from his own power, but from the presence of Walling. He senses that his control is nearing the next stage, and concludes that choosing Animus is the correct decision. The defeated orcs retreat. Garen bids them farewell but warns Tiny that fighting so recklessly is dangerous. Tiny laughs and admits he becomes excited. Garen notes that they have already passed the second tribe, and that he has never seen orcs fall so easily. Tiny feels it is easier than expected, which disappoints him slightly. Instead of heading directly to the next tribe, Tiny suggests visiting Jammingwood, the city of the Red Boar tribe they just defeat. He explains that if they travel west for 2 hours, they will reach it. Garen wonders how he knows this, and Tiny casually claims he heard it somewhere before. Garen senses there are many secrets behind Tiny's knowledge but does not press further. They reach Jammingwood, which appears to be the entrance to the tribe's territory. An orc guard stops them, noting that they do not look like merchants. Garen shows proof that they passed the warrior challenge by displaying the tooth he receives. With that, the guard allows them inside. Within the city, Tiny comments that the orcs are less friendly than he expects. Garen explains that past wars between humans and orcs leave deep distrust. Tiny recalls that during the Empire's internal war in his previous life, large groups of orcs invade to plunder. He also remembers that internal conflict within the orc tribes leads them towards self-destruction at that time. That thought troubles him. Orcs are used to battle, but internal war is different. No species willingly destroys itself without reason. Because he senses there may be signs of unrest, he decides to stay in Jammingwood for 1 day to observe. Garen agrees without hesitation and explains that Tiny never acts without purpose, so he does not need an explanation. Tiny thanks him for the trust. As they explore, Tiny finds the city far larger than expected. Until now, he only heard about it from a friend. If Jammingwood is this impressive, then Bader, the capital city, must be far greater. He assumes Jarek is likely in Bader. Their thoughts are interrupted when a massive orc in full armor approaches. The orc questions their purpose in Jammingwood. Tiny considers whether he is the chief and notices that he speaks the common language well. Garen explains that they passed the warrior challenge and are merely stopping by, so there is no need for concern. The orc inspects Tiny's small physique and doubts his strength. Garen defends him, explaining that although Tiny is smaller than most orcs, he is among the finest minds in the Empire, and his battle against their warriors brings no shame. The armored orc, Chief Bader, becomes curious, and requests to see Tiny's fighting ability himself. Another orc reminds him that it is not the right time for sparring, but the chief insists. Tiny accepts the offer and explains that they have a schedule, so they cannot spend too much time. Garen feels surprised that Tiny agrees so quickly. Chief Bader speaks briefly to the other orcs in their language and personally leads Tiny to the arena. Many orcs gather and whisper about him. The chief warns that the crowd may create pressure. Tiny replies that it does not matter to him, though he worries that defeating the chief in front of his people might appear rude. The chief explains that for orcs, anything related to battle is honor, so there is no need for concern. Tiny removes his armor, revealing the transcendent armor beneath. The chief recognizes him as the Knight of Radiance, and expresses slight disappointment that he is only a Blader class. Tiny responds that class alone does not decide the outcome of a fight. The chief appreciates the answer and urges him to prove it. Chief attacks first with his hammer. The blow sends Tiny crashing to the ground. As he rises, Tiny senses the difference when Animus is not fully active, and realizes that the chief's strength exceeds his expectations. Instead of fear, he feels excitement because it has been a long time since he experienced such pressure, and the sensation reminds him of his battles in the past. Tiny understands right away that Chief Batter carries far more power than he first assumes. Because the chief's strikes feel heavier each time, Tiny admits to himself that it has been a long time since he faces this kind of pressure, and that feeling pulls him back to the battles of his previous life. The chief swings his hammer again. Tiny raises his weapon and blocks it. Since he wants to measure his own raw strength without relying on his armor, he holds his ground and pushes back with force. Their weapons grind against each other as both pour strength into the clash. During that struggle, Tiny notices the chief's mana flow and the tribe tattoo marked on his body. The chief points out that Tiny is not activating the transcendent armor. Tiny explains that his weapon alone is enough. Because of that answer, the chief urges him not to disappoint. Tiny moves first this time and makes it clear through his actions that the chief can expect more. They exchange heavy blows without holding back. Garen, watching from the side, realizes that the fight has gone far beyond a simple test. The chief grows more aggressive and attacks again with anger behind his swing. Tiny blocks once more, and instead of feeling pressured, he finds it thrilling. That intensity reminds him of Jarek, who once taught him to fight until either he breaks or his enemy does. Because of that memory, Tiny wonders if this is the true warrior's path where greater strength is born from harsher force. The chief continues to drive his power forward. Tiny matches it with everything he has. As both sides refuse to yield, the strain becomes too much and one of the weapons shatters. The watching orcs fall silent in shock. Chief smirks, convinced that Tiny fights with true confidence. Tiny acknowledges that the same can be said about the chief. Satisfied, the chief grabs Tiny's arm and confirms that the rumors about him are real. Since the test is enough, he decides it is time to speak honestly and leads Tiny away from the arena. Tiny does not fully grasp what he means but follows anyway. From behind, Garen calls out, reminding them he is still there, and joins them. Inside, Chief brings them to a table and orders food to be served. Because they fight hard, he believes they should now eat well. Garen accepts the meal with gratitude. Tiny eats without hesitation and praises the taste. The chief notices how well Tiny eats, and Garen quietly wonders whether Tiny is truly human or closer to an orc in spirit. While they continue eating, the chief reveals the real reason for bringing them there. He asks about Tiny's relationship with the new emperor. Tiny explains that he cannot publicly claim closeness, yet there was a time he even struck the crown prince. Hearing that, the chief laughs and concludes that such an act is only possible if the relationship is indeed close. However, the chief grows serious, and, addressing him as the Knight of Radiance, presses for an honest answer about whether the Empire prepares for war. Garen is startled by the sudden shift. Tiny remains calm and asks what leads to that suspicion. Chief explains that unrest spreads across the orc lands. Chief Nergu of the Black Rhino tribe pushes for unity through war, and a human stands beside him encouraging conflict. Because of that, the chief suspects possible involvement from the Empire. Tiny recalls a past statement about claiming the audience after some time and begins to suspect the former emperor's influence. He places his honor on the line and firmly states that the Empire would never support such manipulation. Garen reacts with surprise, thinking such certainty is dangerous when facts remain unclear. Yet Chief trusts him. He believes that words can deceive, but fists reveal truth. Since their duel is genuine, he refuses to doubt Tiny's honor. Tiny expresses gratitude and bumps fists with him in the orc way, speaking briefly in their language. The chief notices and asks how he knows it. Tiny explains that he has a close orc friend and learns much through that bond. Through this exchange, trust deepens. Tiny believes that true friendship can cross race and borders. After a day passes, news spreads that Tiny prepares to leave for Elfenheim. The female orc he defeats earlier approaches and announces that she will guide him to the edge of the great forest. Garen recognizes her as the same warrior from before. Tiny quietly remarks that she is still unsettled from their fight, which makes her cut him off and insist he does not need to emphasize it. She introduces herself as Narun, patrol leader of the Red Boar tribe, and declares that she will accompany them into the Green Forest. Garen reminds her that 2 warrior challenges still remain. She explains that it no longer matters because their tribe maintains close ties with the orcs near the forest. That surprises Garen, since such closeness between tribes is rare. She clarifies that the chief values strength and leadership, but avoids needless killing. Because of his guidance, she learns the common language, and under his rule, their tribe prospers. Garen concludes that Chief is truly a remarkable leader. Tiny, however, feels uneasy. In his previous life, he sees refugees from Jammingwood, yet he never hears the name of Chief Bader. Because of that gap, he begins to wonder whether the chief dies before the disaster. On the way, our boy thinks about the unrest among the orc tribes, so he looks for a way to send word back to the Empire. Because the situation feels urgent, he asks Narun if there is any method to pass a message from the city. Garen grows curious about the sudden concern. Tiny explains that Valentia must learn about the changes among the orcs since the matter could grow into something serious. Garen relaxes and admits he expects a different reason. Since he already thinks ahead, he reveals that he arranges for news to be delivered. He has a new acquaintance in Jammingwood who will travel to Valentia and report everything about the talk with Chief Bader. Tiny feels surprised, because he does not notice this arrangement. Garen assumes Tiny speaks boldly earlier out of confidence, yet in truth Garen simply acts on instinct. He also explains that orcs cannot use ancient magic to send messages, so physical delivery is the only choice. Because of that, he believes there is no need to worry. Tiny wonders when Garen even makes such a friend. He casually explains that the friendship begins at the arena the day before. For him, the length of time does not define trust. He believes his judgment is enough. Tiny remains doubtful in silence, since trust does not come easily to him. Even so, they continue forward, and Garen stays certain that Tiny will eventually understand. As they ride deeper into the grassland, Narun stops to speak with another orc in her own language. Tiny and Garen wait without understanding a word. After finishing, Narun explains that she informs the nearby tribe that the two knights are guests of the Red Wild Boar tribe and are heading toward the Great Forest. Because of her standing, the tribe allows them to pass. Garen appreciates her help. Before they leave, another orc approaches. He has heard about a knight riding a wolf spirit who once prevented a disaster and believes that person is crossing the plains. He looks at Tiny and refers to him as a small human. Tiny feels irritated at the repeated remark but ignores it. Narun reminds the orc that they travel under her tribe's protection. The orc clarifies that he does not intend to block them. His older brother has lived long enough to become a spirit, and he seeks guidance. When Tiny confirms that he speaks about the dire wolf, the orc nods. Tiny studies creature and considers its lean form. He suspects age weakens it. At that moment, his own wolf runs toward a patch of grass and draws his attention. Tiny gathers the grass and hands it over. The orc recognizes it as Karan grass but believes it is only a bitter herb. Tiny explains that it will help extend the wolf's life rather than cause its transformation. Because of that answer, the orc feels grateful and again refers to Tiny as a puny human. The orc introduces himself as Bold, a candidate to become chief of the direwolf tribe. In return for the help, he promises support in the future, whenever Tiny seeks it. After parting ways, Tiny reflects on how the direwolf tribe values honor. Bold's presence reminds him of Jarek, and he wonders what Jarek is doing now. He believes the answer will come soon. 5 days pass as they travel through the green forest. 2 full weeks have gone by since their departure. At the forest's edge, Tiny thanks Narun for guiding them safely. She assures him that her tribe wishes him luck before leaving. As she disappears behind the trees, Tiny realizes they have finally reached the Great Forest. Garen explains that this land belongs to elves and ancient beasts. He shares what he knows about the shield of the continent that blocks pollution from the demon region. He continues with what he has heard about the ancient war that leaves behind the demon center, the western demon region, and the giant forest. He even mentions rumors of a great maze deep inside the demon region where no one knows what lies within. Hearing this, Tiny remembers that in his past life he finds Nocturne inside that maze. Because of that memory, he feels drawn to it again. At the same time, he understands that entering now would only lead to pointless death. He assures Garen that he will try one day in the future. Garen senses that Tiny carries secrets but chooses not to pry. As a friend, he offers help instead of questions. His tone becomes serious when he encourages Tiny to share the purpose of their mission. After weighing the risk, Tiny reveals the truth. If they fail, the holy artifact of the elves will vanish and the world tree will burn. The weight of those words hits Garen hard. He understands that the fall of the world tree would allow corruption to swallow the forest and slowly destroy the world. Because of that, he sees that the mission demands their lives if necessary. Tiny gives him the choice to leave if he wishes. Instead, Garen urges his horse forward, convinced there is no time to waste. He insists they reach Elfenheim as fast as possible. Tiny smiles at his resolve. Elsewhere in the forest, a man runs in panic. A giant ant chases him with clear intent to kill. He fights back but fails to shake it off. Meanwhile, Garen finally slows down and apologizes because his mana runs dry after 6 hours of non-stop riding. Tiny reassures him that there is nothing to regret. They are close to the Elf Scouts' territory, and slowing down becomes necessary. They decide to rest. Garen reminds Tiny that lighting a fire is forbidden since the forest could easily burn. Tiny finds the warning obvious and jokes about who would be reckless enough to start a fire there. At that very moment, flames rise behind them. They turn and see smoke spreading through the trees. The same fleeing man bursts into view with the giant ant still chasing him. In desperation, he begs for help as the creature closes in. A short man runs toward them while an ant chases him. His build makes them think he might be a dwarf. Tiny understands that dwarfs sometimes travel through the great forest, but being hunted by a monster like that means trouble. The man rushes closer and pleads for help. At the same time, an elf appears above them and questions if he's a human spirit mage. She questions why a stranger who is neither a hunter nor marked as a traitor enters the forest. Tiny realizes they need a good reason fast. Before he steps in, Garen moves forward and handles it himself. Because he once learns the formal greeting used by elf prosecutors, he recites it with respect and adds proper praise for the child of the world tree. The elf is caught off guard. She does not expect a human to know those sacred words. Garen explains that he learns it from an elf who is his friend. To support that claim, he shows the symbol connected to Harrowell's hair color. The elf observes that one of them carries the presence of a wolf spirit, and the other bears proof of friendship. Since those signs matter to elves, she accepts them and welcomes them into the great forest. Tiny quietly wonders how she recognizes details like hair color so clearly. Garen explains that elves naturally see such differences. The elf then shifts her focus to the dwarf and informs him that his actions damage the forest and disturb their allies. The dwarf tries to defend himself by explaining that monsters often appear, and that he acts out of confusion while standing guard. Garen points out that creating explosions inside the forest is unacceptable. The dwarf grows upset and explains that the explosive artifact is the only tool he has to protect himself, and he builds it on his own. Tiny studies the dwarf and grows suspicious. A young dwarf carrying such a weapon inside the great forest raises doubts. When Tiny notices a stamp on the weapon, the dwarf immediately recognizes it and mentions Randall's store. That detail shocks Tiny. He presses further and learns that the dwarf is Randall's son, named Grandal. He proudly claims that he forges the hammer himself and asks for help. Since they actually know Randall, Garen steps in and informs the elf that Grandal is not a stranger to them. Because of the symbol of friendship, the elf decides to forgive him once. She allows him to stay under one condition, that he must not use explosive weapons until he leaves the forest. Grandal agrees and explains that he only seeks something from Elfenheim. The elf accepts that for now. Soon after, another man rushes in, searching for Grandal. He checks on him and explains that the explosion alarms them. He feels relieved that everything settles and mentions that Grandal meets travelers who use a weapon he forges. When he looks closely at Tiny and Garen, he recognizes them. They struggle to remember him until he shows a badge which makes them realize that he is Jay. Later, they sit together near a small controlled fire. Tiny reflects on what happens after Karun and wonders if Jay builds an industry soon after. Jay confirms that he does, and even sends people ahead to prepare connections. Because his business deals with trade, he manages to enter areas near Elfenheim by selling common goods that elves also use. Tiny grows cautious and considers whether Jay gathers information as well. Jay explains that trade naturally brings knowledge, and that observing society is part of survival. He denies any connection between Grandal and the Black Wing, and clarifies that he meets the dwarf just before entering the forest. He follows Grandal because he hears that the dwarf collects materials for an ultimate weapon, and he cannot ignore that for Rendal's sake. Grandal then stands and reveals his true goal. He wants to craft a weapon better than the transcendent weapon made by their king. To achieve that, he needs a piece of the world tree from Elfenheim, which shocks everyone. Taking a branch from the elves, whose life revolves around protecting that tree, sounds impossible. Grandal understands how absurd it appears, yet he refuses to abandon his dream. For him, giving up means losing everything. He insists that chasing a dream matters more than public opinion. Tiny respects that mindset. Grandal becomes emotional and explains that his father is expelled from their hometown because of him. Since he lacks a beard, other dwarfs doubt his talent. He wants to prove that a beardless dwarf can still become a master blacksmith. Hearing that, Tiny feels sympathy. Grandal immediately assumes that Tiny will help. Tiny corrects that assumption but offers a condition. If Grandal ever succeeds in crafting such a weapon, Tiny wants first claim as the buyer. Grandal agrees without hesitation and accepts responsibility for the result. Tiny warns him not to expect success too easily. When Garen wonders whether Tiny truly intends to obtain a branch from the world tree, Tiny responds that he can at least try. Refusing outright feels wrong to him, especially when someone runs toward a dream with such stubborn resolve. 3 days later, they finally approach Elfenheim. Garen notes that the journey takes several days, while Tiny calculates that they arrive 1 day earlier than planned. Because they defeat every monster along the path and receive supplies from Jay, the trip becomes smoother. Tiny also uses Jay to send word about the orc conflicts. At the entrance, the great gate opens. An elf girl named Ludwell introduces herself as the fence keeper of Elfenheim. She explains that the scout team already informs her about the arrival of the wolf and Harrowell's friends. She welcomes them and states that she will guide them from here on. She instructs them to follow every rule carefully while inside Elfenheim, and adds that if they have business beyond meeting Harrowell, they must inform her. As she leads them through the entrance, Tiny notices the sword she carries and quietly observes it while walking beside her. Ludwell leads Tiny and Garen through the waiting area. As they walk, both men take in Elfenheim. The building stands beautifully and unique from that of humans. Because of that sight, both cannot hide their amazement. Garen wonders if Tiny also has an elf friend here. Tiny answers that he believes he does, though his tone carries distance. Garen notices the past meaning behind it but lets it pass. Ludwell keeps moving and guides them to the waiting room without delay. Inside, an attendant serves them elven tea, a drink known outside the forest by that name. Ludwell explains that she cannot be sure if humans will enjoy it. Garen appreciates the gesture and drinks calmly. Tiny remains quiet, lost in thought. Ludwell notices his silence and presses him for the reason. Tiny reveals what he has observed since entering the gate. Ludwell touches her sword each time she looks at him, and that tension has not left her hand once. Because of that, He concludes she already holds judgment in her heart. The moment he speaks plainly, Ludwell draws her blade and presses it against his throat. She accuses him of being the Knight of Radiance who killed Elaine, and admits she waits for the chance to take his head, ever since learning of his arrival. Tiny does not react with panic. Garen steps forward and blocks Ludwell before things escalate further. He reminds her that elves become especially harsh when they believe their anger is justified. He also recalls that elves pride themselves on logic, and that every action in Elfenheim must have a reason. Because of that, he implies that she would not escort them inside if she truly planned to execute him without hearing anything. Tiny adds that if she truly wished to kill him, she would have done so outside the gates. Her hesitation proves that she is not fully convinced. Garen brings up that the matter involving Elaine has already been reported to the Central Temple. If the temple clears his name, then the forest should at least consider that judgment. Hearing this, Ludwell withdraws her sword. Still, she makes it clear that temple approval does not erase suspicion. She watches him closely because elves carry a duty against dark energy. She then brings up the rumors surrounding him. She has heard that he senses hidden evil and identifies demon followers. The elders plan to test that ability soon, and she hopes the rumors hold truth. Tiny responds that he feels relieved to hear about the test, because he fears that even among the leaders of Elfenheim, there could be hidden corruption. Garen tries to stop him from pushing that claim further, but Tiny continues and states that if his ability turns out to be false, he will accept responsibility. Ludwell turns back at that bold claim and warns that his confidence will be measured soon. Before she leaves, Tiny casually mentions that he does not see the Great Spirit Calum, and that Estina will not attend the Elders' meeting. That detail surprises Ludwell. She realizes he knows that Calum is Estina's spirit. She probes further, but Tiny denies ever meeting her. Ludwell decides not to reveal more and closes the matter as internal business. Tiny senses her discomfort and concludes she hides something poorly. After she leaves, Garen wonders if Tiny intends to approach the Guardian of the World Tree directly. Tiny believes that warning the Guardians about demon followers requires direct contact. Garen suggests that his acquaintance Harrowell might help. If Harrowell had returned to Elfenheim, he would join the knights who defend against monsters from the demon region. Those knights operate under orders from the Guardians, so they might know the Guardian's location. Garen promises to search for him. Tiny accepts the offer with gratitude. Elsewhere, the elder demon follower learns that Tiny has entered Elfenheim. Osvera confirms that Tiny heads into the forest exactly as predicted. The elder laughs and hands over an artifact capable of erasing traces of dark energy, while unleashing destructive force. He orders numbers 6 and 7 to accompany the bearer and eliminate Tiny. Back in Elfenheim, Garen searches for Harrowell but finds nothing. All the knights have left. When he reports this, Tiny understands the implication. A large monster wave must have erupted from the demon region, forcing every knight and scout to mobilize. Such waves sometimes last up to a month. Because of that, waiting might become necessary. Garen wonders whether they truly intend to remain that long. Before any decision is made, Ludwell returns and escorts Tiny to the Elders' Hall for the test. Inside, the Elder Elves gather in full assembly. One elder presents Tiny to the council. He lists his reputation as the man who prevents disasters and hunts dark energy. He also reminds everyone that this same human killed Elaine. The test will determine the truth. Tiny responds calmly. He has heard that elves move slowly in decisions, yet the full council gathers quickly today. That tells him they expect him. Yurin Nim reacts sharply and labels him arrogant. She believes there is no conspiracy, and insists that Elaine could never be a black mage. Another elder, Darren, urges restraint and reminds her that the council seeks reason, not emotion. Urina challenges him for speaking out of turn, since he has only recently become an elder. The elder interrupts both and clarifies that disagreement exists even among them. That is precisely why the test must proceed. Tiny observes that they argue in the common language rather than Elven. He senses that they want him to witness their division. The Great Elder confirms that Tiny accepts the challenge. Tiny agrees without hesitation. At the Elder's order, several wolves are brought into the hall. Tiny recognizes from their appearance that they belong to the scout team. He suspects they have been restrained for this purpose. The Great Elder explains the situation. One wolf becomes polluted by dark energy and kills several patrol wolves along with a young elf. The council now wants Tiny to identify which wolf carries the evil energy. As soon as the Great Elder finishes explaining the situation, Tiny steps forward and points at one wolf without hesitation. He informs him that the chosen one carries evil energy. The elders demand a reason for such certainty. Tiny explains that the spirit bound to him allows him to sense corruption instantly. Because of that ability, the presence of evil stands out clearly to him. He also adds that the wolf reacts violently because it smells the blood of its own kind on another wolf. Urina stiffens at his claim and prepares to lash out, but the Great Elder speaks first. He admits that the result exceeds expectations. While the council spends days investigating, Tiny identifies the corruption at a glance. Before they move on, Tiny raises another concern. The dark energy inside the sacred wolf feels controlled, almost trained to stay hidden. That detail reminds him of the elf Elaine. Urena flares up at the mention of her name and treats it as an insult. Darren intervenes and urges her to restrain herself. The Great Elder shifts the focus back to the facts. These wolves belong to the Ranger Scouts. If Tiny's suspicion holds, then Elaine indeed connects to black magic. Urena rejects that idea completely and insists that such manipulation belongs to humans, not elves. The Great Elder silences her and demands order. She argues that such accusations stain Elaine's honor, yet she eventually submits to his command. The Great Elder then asks Tiny why the wolf hides its energy. Tiny studies the animal and explains that the pollution has already reached a level that should cause mutation. Yet the wolf shows none of the expected physical signs. That contradiction suggests deliberate concealment. Darren recalls a recent tragedy, but doubts it relates to hiding energy. The Great Elder reflects and concludes that a recent discovery of a monster capable of suppressing evil energy explains everything. Because of that discovery, scouts and knights are already dispatched to the demon region to investigate further. The Elder then asks how many people know that Tiny has arrived in Elfenheim. Tiny thinks briefly and admits that even orcs are aware of his visit. That means the information spreads widely. Darren suggests that enemies may anticipate Tiny's presence and create chaos to escape him. The Elder turns to Urena and asks how they usually handle animals corrupted by evil. She answers that they execute them immediately. Tiny questions why this particular wolf remains alive. The Elder reveals that Ludwell proposes sparing it for this exact test. At that moment, Tiny connects the dots. Lud's earlier hostility and her decision to keep the wolf alive now form a calculated move. Darren adds that the devil worshippers likely assumed the wolf would be killed and never expected it to become evidence in front of Tiny. Because of that miscalculation, their concealment starts to crack. Tiny analyzes the bigger picture. The enemy avoids direct contact with Elfenheim while secretly gathering elven military strength by triggering monster waves. That strategy suggests a larger target. The possibility that the World Tree stands at risk spreads tension through the hall. The Elders realize they must prepare their forces quickly. Darren reminds them that a reserve army still remains within Elfenheim. Urena interprets that as suspicion toward the knights and patrols. Arguments erupt again, this time entirely in the Elven tongue. Tiny observes their heated exchange and notes the sharp rhythm of their language. The Great Elder ends the quarrel with authority and turns back to Tiny. He requests one final confirmation. Using his ability, Tiny must check whether anyone inside the palace carries evil energy. Tiny concentrates and scans the hall carefully. After thorough observation, he reports that no one present holds corruption. Relief spreads across the Elder's expression. He then asks what goal the enemy ultimately pursues. Tiny answers that their target likely involves both the sacred artifact Justitia and the World Tree. That conclusion unsettles several Elders. Some dismiss the idea outright, arguing that no elf would attack the World Tree. Others insist that protection must remain the priority. As they debate, Tiny notices that none of them directly mention Justitia. He understands that the World Tree represents the origin and foundation of elven existence, making it the greater concern in their eyes. Even so, he questions internally whether his sensing ability guarantees complete certainty. Past experiences remind him that concealment can deceive even sharp perception. The argument in Elven language intensifies again until the Great Elder silences them once more. He declares that detailed plans regarding the World Tree require no public discussion. He then informs Tiny that all suspicion against him has been lifted. As compensation for their earlier hostility, they will treat him properly. Urena receives the responsibility of guiding and attending to their guest. The assignment displeases her, but she obeys. Later, Tiny follows behind Urena through the palace corridors. The air between them feels heavy. She suddenly stops walking. Without turning, she demands to know whether Elaine truly practices black magic. Her voice tightens with anger and disbelief. When Tiny hesitates, her frustration rises further, and she repeats the demand, pressing him to confirm whether Elaine is indeed a black mage.